Hi everyone, welcome back to Themeless and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. I know that I'm late and I want to apologize. I have been working nonstop. You can tell by my skin that I've been through it. I haven't been sleeping or doing anything. I've just been working. I've not even been in my Discord. Um, on my Beyonce channel. Hey everyone, welcome, welcome, welcome. On my Beyonce channel, I wanted to do a review of Kiki Palmer, um, and how she literally ripped off Beyonce's "Mood Forever." Kiki ripped off Beyonce's "Mood Forever." Um, Kiki's voice has matured in ways that I really like, but her artistry is just not there, and I don't really like I'm trying to be gentle because I'm a very harsh critique when it comes to like music and art and pop culture specifically. And I just really like the fact that Kiki Palmer vocal ability has developed. She's always been able to sing, but her voice has matured in a really beautiful way. That is the only good thing I have to say about that is the only good thing I have to say about that thing. She's too literal. She's too in your face. It's meaningless. All right, but I won't talk about music because Cat's Eye also released new music, and Manon got to be a main vocal girl, and she ate that up. So I'm gonna leave that alone. Um, there are a couple of topics that I don't talk about on here, and I want to apologize. I just can't talk about it. Um, the potential for World War III is boiling over, and I may or may not be talking about that at some point, but that's neither here nor there. To the people who came to me and they were asking, people are coming up with reasons why I don't go live at 6 p.m. on Fridays. I still do go live on 6 p.m. on Fridays. I've just been really, really, really busy. This idea that I am in a fight or dispute with someone else online is kind of ridiculous to me. It is ridiculous because I chose 6 p.m. on Fridays like 5 years or 4 years ago when I came on. And the reason I chose 6 p.m. on Fridays is because people said no one would watch at that time and that people would be going out and it's a date night and all of that stuff. So I was like, okay, perfect. No one goes live, so I'm going to go live. To the extent that we all are coming up with theories about disputes and fighting, I don't fight with anyone online. I don't fight with anyone online. I promise you that's not a thing that I do. Anyone arguing on a walk in the woods is doing that by themselves. So I just wanted to put that out there. And if multiple people are streaming at the same time, watch what you want to watch and then come here and watch here. I'm really exhausted from the week. I'm really exhausted from the week. I won't be here next Friday as I'll be on vacation. So yeah, how are you all on Friday? This beautiful, amazing Friday. How are you? Um, Sober Bobo, hey, how are you? Nayani, how are you? MJ, um, Cutie Pie Caramel. Is it caramel or caramel? Anywho, thank you all so much. We have a lot to get into. Oh, we have a lot to get into. So without further ado, let me get some energy. Waiting for my Dodge, my Doge check. All right, we do have a lot to get into, so let's get into it on one on the other side of this intro. Welcome everyone. I'm excited to be here, even though I am exhausted. Like I've slept a total maybe of 10 hours, maybe collectively 10 hours this week. And that's a big maybe. So let's do it. Say whatever you want with your lovely accent. Oh, I appreciate that. All right. So I found this video. The Passport Bros, I didn't put it in the thumbnail because I don't want them problems anymore. And I don't want to be warning people. But the Passport Bros, there is a Passport Bros, I think in Maryland. The Passport Bros, um, one of them, the wife, so he went, was it the Dominican Republic that he went to? He got married and brought the woman over. He went to work one day. The woman packed up everything, cleaned it out, and then went back home. And then left him. Wait, this is not actually funny. This is not funny. This is not funny at all. Left him, went back to her country. He goes to go find her, and then he was missing. But the dad apparently said that he's safe without providing any information. The dad, the father of the man who went to the Dominican Republic to find his wife who escaped and ran away from him, said that the son was safe. Now, here's the thing. Here's some things that I wait. Very nice lineup. Okay. No, there's no lineup actually. This is like a week old, so I appreciate that. I lined up myself and I messed it up. I messed up my own lineup, so I I appreciate that. You want to know something that I find fascinating? I find it fascinating that these men are going to these other countries to find women, and they find these women who they claim to be beautiful, amazing, whatever. And I'm wondering if they don't think these women have relationships back in their home countries. As a Jamaican originally, one of the things I've always known is that these Jamaican men, a lot of Jamaican men that I knew, we were never friends, have to create that wall of distance. A lot of the Jamaican men that I knew would date and marry white women and come to the US. But they had entire families in Jamaica that they were taking care of, and they were not broken up with the mother of their children who were in Jamaica. And so whenever I think about passport bros, right, I always think the women that they're dating also have relationships and whatever back in their home countries. And I just never understood. I like, this is not funny. I never understood why these men believe that these women would come to a new country, learn a new set of rules in the country, and those women will stay with them long term when they no longer have to be subjugated to pay their own way. Like most of these marriages between these men in Jamaica and these women in the US, when they came together, ended as soon as the man found employment. as, as soon as the immigrant found employment, they broke up their homes and they got their green cards or their citizenship. They broke up their homes and then go back to get their family and started the visa process for their children and their girlfriend and the mother of their children back home. So I'm assuming that's what is happening in the reverse with these women. Anywho, let's watch the news let's let's watch the news outlet coverage of this because I was like, absolutely not. We have to watch this together. Sorry, I apparently when I am this is something that I was told yesterday because I was so exhausted. Someone was like, "Oh, your accent is so thick." It's I apparently I just cannot consciously change like monitor my accent enough. So you get what you get. I'm so sorry.
He likes to talk. He likes to tell me what he's doing, send me videos of where he's going.
Marcus Forrester says he and his son Jason, 38, voice texted each other every day and many times a day, especially after Jason moved from Beltsville, Maryland to Miami, Florida. Frequent trips to the Dominican Republic led to love and then marriage.
frequent frequent trip to Dominican Republic led to love. At least love on one person's end and a lick on another person's end. And while I do believe that these women and people can find love abroad, I do think when you're going for the explicit, the stated purpose of finding love in a third world country, you are by definition exploitative, right? And you're most likely a degenerate. Point blank period. I think you're most likely a degenerate. I think that you're a degenerate if you're going to a third world country to go pick up a wife. And I think these women kind of know, right? You know that this is a failed man who could not cut it in the country that he's from for him to be coming to a so-called third world country in an effort to find a woman to subjugate. But let's continue. Okay, he look happy here, girl.
To a woman Jason met there.
He met the parents and so on. They got married in DR, and he started making arrangements to get her to come here legally. And that did happen. She got a visa.
Forrester says Jason and his new bride struggled a bit as they transitioned from a long distance relationship to sharing a home. Then something unexpected and shocking happened.
One day he came back from work and the apartment was cleaned out. She left and disappeared.
Wait, how you go? How you go and get your submissive queen from the Dominican Republic? From the DR. How you gonna get your submissive queen from the DR? Go to work, come home, and your whole apartment is empty. Your apartment is empty. And they got- so no. Here's what he does. He comes home and his apartment is cleaned. His apartment His apartment is clean. Do you think he like find the police? You think he file a missing persons report? Or option C, which is exactly what he does. Proverb 31. Exactly what she does. What she does instead is that he tries to go to the DR. He tries to go to the DR to go find her and bring her home. wait, wait. So your wife packed everything and goes to her home country, and you think that you are going to fly to her home country, find her, and drag her back to America to come be with you. All right, girl, let's play.
Forrester says his son was heartbroken when his wife refused to return his calls, then blocked him. He says Jason decided
blocking him, blocking him, blocking, block, blocking, blocking this man after you steal all his stuff is diabolical work. Blocking, how you gonna block? He probably was bothering her. You know, sometimes you're like, you're you're okay having conversation, but I think it's a harder thing if someone keeps bugging you. Like she's like in DR living her best life, doing what she needs to do, dipping it and doing it. And this man, call her husband, keeps calling. Of course she gonna block him. Yeah, I feel like when people become annoying, you start blocking. I agree. My bad. They is married now. My bad. I forgot they is married. So their stuff. Can they be married? If she was already married in the DR, can she be married again? Can
Decided to fly to the Dominican Republic to talk with her family, hoping they would help convince her to return to the marriage. But after the phone call from the airport 2 weeks ago, Marcus Forrester says no one, not his family or friends, has heard from Jason. Calls to the Dominican embassy have produced no helpful information, he says.
We're just very, very concerned and hoping and praying that he shows up some way, somehow. But the reality of it is could be even worse.
so your son flew to the DR to go tell the wife's family, who tried to not speak to him and the wife blocked him, to get the wife to come back to the marriage. That made sense to people. Now, I hope he's okay. Yeah, no, wait. He was. I read the thing. It said here, Jason Forrester is safe, his father said in an update Monday, without immediately providing additional information. So the only reason I'm laughing is because he's safe. Allegedly. The father said he's safe, so he's safe. Now, is he actually? I don't know. I do hope he is safe, because I don't think you should lose your life because you wanted to go over to the DR and find a wife to subjugate, and the wife decided, absolutely not. No, ma'am, I do not eat green eggs and ham. And then went back to her country with all your stuff, blocked you, and then you flew down there to go tell her family to force her to be back in a relationship. So, I mean, that's that on that. Just wanted to, every now and then we have to check in on how the passport bros are doing. And if you guys really, if you have any good stories where people went there, found love, and they're happy, let me know. I will report on those too. You know what I mean? We have to be fair and balanced. Did these men actually go find a woman in these quote third world countries to subjugate? If they did and it was successful, let me know and I'll report on that. All right. Cool. There's something else that I wanted to show you. Chloe Bailey, who I do like, she said something that I found interesting, and I don't know if she's trolling or if she's being like annoying on purpose, but I found this to be annoying. I do. Let me tell you why. I don't like when people have something to say and they don't just say it. If you want to talk about colorism, talk about colorism. But it is weird to me to hear Chloe, a benefit, we'll get into it, but to hear Chloe come on and be confused as to why a dark-skinned woman was not being liked in a show where beauty is paramount for Love Island. I don't watch none of the Love Islands. I'm not doing it. I don't have that kind of time to waste. But let's do it. This is Chloe. Chloe had a question for y'all. And I'm annoyed by the question.
Okay, also, is this a safe space? Because if it is, I just want to ask something. You have the Alondria. How are you not all over her? You have been coupled up for how long now? Why are you not all over her? Why are you giving her pecs as if you all are in kindergarten? She has the best body. Her outfit game is, she's gorgeous. How are you not all over her?
Now, here's the thing that I can appreciate on one hand. I think there could be many reasons why. And if we look through the lens of colorism, we'll get one answer. But since we're at colorism, we're going to push it forward, the colorism lens, because I do believe this. I think she's innocent. I do not think I think she is not a perpetuator of colorism. I don't think she is colorist, but I think she is pretending to be ignorant. And I do have a problem with it. If you have an answer to the question you're asking and you want to start a discussion, then go ahead and start the discussion. I think it's a meaningful discussion to have. But if you don't know for real and you're actually asking the question, then maybe I am wrong and I will take that and she's in fact innocent. But I do believe that she and her sister are, and a lot of people who are lighter skin. Wait, am I frozen? Is it my service or is Steam is frozen? Drop a one. I think this is important, so that's why I'm pausing. Drop a one if you can see me, hear me, and I'm not frozen. You're not frozen. All right. It's okay for me. All right, good, good, good. So I appreciate an attempt at pushing a conversation around Black women and their representation on shows like this, maybe, and dark-skinned Black women in particular. I think that if that is what Chloe is attempting to do, then period. But I do think the way she goes about it reminds me, and I will take the L here. I'm going to step back and we're going to assume she's ignorant a little bit. I am reminded of everyone who benefits from a system, whether that is patriarchy, texturism, featureism, white supremacy, whatever the system, the ism is that we are benefactors of. A lot of us tend to try and pretend that we don't know how we benefit. And so we feign this kind of ignorance in support of others who do not benefit from said system. And for me, it feels very condescending, right? When a man say, oh, why aren't women doing this, whatever this is? And the answer can be something about patriarchy, socialization, acculturation, whatever it is, when you already know, or you should have known the answer, if that is in fact what you're asking about, I do take issue with you asking the question and feigning some kind of ignorance. I do not like it. Now, I will concede, and I won't go too much further on this because someone said she is innocent and she might not know anything about the ways that Black women and darker skinned Black women, unlike herself, gets portrayed online and specifically in these kinds of reality show, specifically if it has anything to do with dating. I will just stop the analysis there because someone said she might be ignorant. And there's a part of me that wants to believe desperately that she's ignorant. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I do not buy that Chloe is ignorant. I think she wants to ask about colorism. I think she wants to engage with colorism. I think this was her attempt, and it was just a terrible attempt, I believe. J Bugging 8811, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Welcome to the membership. But I'm going to leave it alone out of respect for the young lady who just wrote that in the comment, because I think that is a fair assertion, and I have a lot more to go through. Now, I had a question. Y'all remember, y'all know who this man is? Y'all remember who this man is? Drop it. People saying no. I mean, I so Miss so y'all know Miss Piggy. I'm not saying. So there is a male version allegedly. I, it, anyway, anyhow. I just, I feel like when you've done evil in life, maybe this is karmic justice. Maybe. Let me do this great. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going there. I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave it alone. It ain't right. I ain't right because he's wrong doesn't make this right. No, I can't do what I wanted to do. Let's just leave this alone. Did you all talking about him? Since we're already talking about him, y'all saw this march? Y'all saw this march?
White nations!
White nations!
Now we start the deportation!
Now we start the deportation!
White nations!
White nations!
Close borders!
Close borders!
Now we start the deportation!
Now we start the deportation!
You're right, gentlemen.
Here's the thing. How you can't even get a chant right? The chant too long. Like I have a obviously this is bad, all of that, bad. I hate it, whatever, all of that. But like how you offbeat, how you gonna get this chant this wrong? Like there is no rhythm. There's nothing to follow. White nation. Now we start the deportation. Close borders. Now we start the go ahead. You can't. You're not even go. So y'all could even really sit down and think about how to make things rhyme and like just. It doesn't have the oomph that it just looks like a bunch of homeless people. This look exactly how I expect them. They look exactly how I would expect them to look. They look exactly. When I imagine unseasoned protests, when I imagine a bunch of white supremacists walking around arguing about their identity and holding on very tightly to an idea about whiteness to make them feel valuable because they have absolutely nothing left to offer this world, they have nothing to give, they are no one, useless, weak, nothing, a B word. This is what I expect to see. Unseasoned, unsalted. Like they just looked uncared for. It looks like they could just fall down right where they are and fall right asleep. Perfectly fine because they're used to it. This is what I expect. But at least, make the thing rhyme. So let's play this again.
White nations!
White nations!
Now we start the deportation!
Now we start the deportation!
White nations!
White nations!
Close borders!
This man out of breath. How you leading a march? How you leading a march trying to be intimidating, out of breath, looking like you're going to fall over? You're 2 seconds from fall. Now it's not that. Can you look a mess? Like at least get someone to walk with you to hold your hand, girl. How you hopping? This man hopping. The DNA said absolutely not. we gonna fail today. We gonna fail. How you look? How you gonna look like Santa Claus, walk like Santa Claus, and be this disgusting and vulgar? You can't even. You know what they should have done? They should have gotten one of them sleds. Wait. They just put him in it and just drag him while he shouts, This man rocking back and forth like he's about to faint. And you know it was hot.
Now we start the deportation.
Now we start the deportation.
You're right, gentlemen.
You're not going to convince me that they just didn't forget the words. Because closed borders, now we start the deportation, doesn't even rhyme. Like it's like they just gave up. They now Themis, now why do you have Kyle Rittenhouse? Kyle Rittenhouse, girl. I was trying to lead into this video. This man looked like Kyle Rittenhouse granddaddy, just walking around. Thank you, Alyssa. Dr. Seuss has better bars. Sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing so much because that ain't even right. Oh, why is my camera off? They need a DEI hire to help that chat. It needs some milk. Yeah. Anywho, that's neither why I'm here. Oh, I saw Alyssa. I don't know why you reminded me of this. Did y'all see? Oh, y'all gonna drag me. Should I say this? Y'all gonna drag me. Did you all see that Kelly Rowland is opening for Brandy and Monica? Sorry, that's a random thing that I just remembered seeing the name. How y'all feel about that? Like Kelly Rowland, I mean, she's a special guest opening for them on some leg of the tour. And you said you love it. I thought Kelly was more respected. I don't know why I thought Kelly, like, do people not view Kelly as like a serious artist? People say they like it. Is she not a serious artist? Isn't she not as big as like... Isn't she supposed to be headlining a tour? Ultimately my question is, should Kelly be opening for anyone? Or should she be... I mean, I guess who gonna go see Kelly? And don't say y'all, because y'all didn't buy the album. So y'all was not gonna go see Kelly. So maybe... wait. Actually, I've been thinking this. I probably should have tested it by saying it out loud before I came online to say it online. I probably should have said this online because ain't nobody going to go see Kelly. No one was going to go see Kelly perform. Does Kelly drop a 1 if you're a Kelly fan? I actually need to see something real quick. Drop a 1 if you're a Kelly fan. This is insane. You're choosing violent. You've been a member for 8 months. Thank you so much. See Kelly do what? Y'all are lying. Wait. Kelly really doesn't have like a good body of work. Like she has good songs, right? There is Commander. There is the Commander remix. There's the Commander instrumental. Let me stop. No. Kelly Rowland laid on me motivation, same size hands as Marilyn Monroe. Told y'all I was gonna rock like this or bump like this or something like this. Something, girl. Kelly had something called Dirty Laundry. Work. She has a song called Work. She sure did have a song called Work. She's a beautiful gowns, beautiful face, beautiful gowns, beautiful gowns. She also have a beautiful voice. Anyway, let's move on. I didn't. Why did I think Kelly was a major music star? She has never had a moment, and I did a video that I never published about Kelly, and it's true. She never had. She never made it to like a main pop girl. She was always on the fringes. She had a song with Nelly, something about cheating on your man and I love you. All I do is think about you or something. I don't remember. It was huge though, but she never made it to pop icon. Sucks. That's sad. But she was a part of Destiny's Child. Kelly was the second lead vocalist. Kelly was the Kelly was the second lead vocalist of Destiny's Child. Dilemma was a hit, and Beyonce had to push something off hers back because no one was actually expecting it to do so well. Y'all just love to bring up Beyonce, Grammy, Giselle Knowles, Carter name up. Whenever another woman's name gets called, someone. I'm so sorry. No hate. I'm so sorry. But as a high ranking member of the Beehive, I have to do this. I am so, so sorry. But whenever some other woman's name gets called, here y'all go with Beyonce. With Beyonce, it's the same thing with Marie. Let's not do Kelly, let's do Marie. Because y'all have this in your head. A bunch of people got it in their head that Beyonce Destiny swapped with Marie and took over for Marie and took Marie's position. I'm gonna need y'all to calm down. Because the way I watch Marie's Tiny Desk and the fact that y'all need to really sit with the idea that biracial / light skin privilege is the only reason why Marie exists. Y'all really do need to get that through. Marie, Beyonce did take from Marie. I can admit that. Beyonce did eat Marie's food, but she did it and ate all of them other light-skinned / biracial women's food. She did. She did. When Beyonce came, she cleared the table, set up her own thing, and sat on it. Like there is no reason for y'all to be mentioning Beyonce's name when any of these lesser artists. It is what it is. It is what it is. I said what I said. Well, I didn't say what I said because I'm off camera, but I meant it. I did. All of these other girls are lesser artists. Like it is what it is. Come correct. It is what it is. All of your Tia Marie's, your A Marie's, your Dip It Low, Bring It Up Slower Rees, or whatever her name is. All of them, including Aaliyah. It was never gonna happen for none of them. As soon as Beyonce did it was over for the girls. When B-Day dropped, it was over for the girls. I don't know why y'all are out here talking about Marie singing 5 octaves too high for her. Marie don't even understand her own vocals. Marie has a little rasp and she thinks she can sing. For all of the girls, ain't none of them safe. Name a girl, Beyonce got it in the bag. All of them. Ashanti was out here getting her voice stolen by the Wicked Witch of the West, J-Lo. She had no chance. She couldn't dance. Love Ashanti, though. It is what it is. Let's be honest. So, like, don't pit women against each other. Y'all did that. Ain't nobody brought Beyonce name up. Y'all brought Beyonce name up. So now y'all can't tell me, oh, stop comparing them. Nah, y'all brought her name up. So here she is. Call her name 3 times. She show up. What about it? You call her name. She showed up. What about it? Maya tried and she should have not. Maya did try. Maya did try. Rihanna also tried. I don't know she tried doing what, but she definitely stopped trying and became the Avon lady because the chart is Beyonce's chart. Ain't no doing too much. Y'all did too much when you brought Beyonce's name. Y'all did too much when we're talking about Kelly Rowland and y'all decided to drop Beyonce's name in it. Y'all did too much. All your Lumidi, your Blue Control, your what's that little girl's name? For not Tony, the other one, Tamar's, all of them girls. All of them girls got dragged for filth across the concrete, falling from cloud 9. Now what about it? Beyonce was dragging the white girls and the black girls. Everyone was getting dragged. Talking about no dip it low, say I. Ain't nobody care nothing about what Christina Milian got to say. Christina Milian actually thought she ate though. Christina Milian thought she was about to be the new Supreme. Christina Milian thought she was gonna be the new Supreme girl. I was shook when she rolled on them step and say dip it low, pick it up. So I was like, ooh. But yeah, no. No, I did not come to fight. I came here to talk about Kelly Rowland. I came here to talk about Kelly Rowland, and you all just sat up here and tried to play in my face, bringing up Beyonce, Giselle, Grammy Knowles. Like, the fact that you all don't know that Grammy is in Beyonce's name, that every single award that you could ever think of when it comes to music specifically, has Beyonce's name in there. No, let Aaliyah rest. Absolutely not. Ain't nobody gonna rest. If Bell Hooks not gonna rest, Aaliyah not gonna rest either. Talking about Bell Hooks, the will to change. You do know my name. The name of this title is off of Bell Hooks' other book. Look at the title of my vid on my thumbnail, and that was actually a Bell Hooks title. Bell Hooks not resting. Aaliyah. What Aaliyah do? Not enough. Beyonce was out charting Aaliyah too. MJ is the only one. Yeah. Well, that's the man, but yes. To be fair, Beyonce cleared the men's too. Beyonce wasn't just clearing women, she was clearing the men too. Light skin is beauty. What y'all think? No, it's not just light skin. Beyonce was clearing the light skins and the biracials too. She was just collecting wigs. All of them girls, every single one, not just the light skin, the dark skin, the white, the Hispanics. Like everyone was getting cleared. And we're gonna have to look back in this moment to realize how important it was and pivotal it was to the realization of all of these lesser artists that they are in fact lesser artists, right? And so when I'm talking about another artist and I don't directly bring up Beyonce, unless she sent for you, do not come for her because she will Uber you back to wherever you came from. And then not rate the driver. A-Marie up there searching for the key. A-Marie singing live searching for the key. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm never worried about whether or not A-Marie gonna break in because the key could be in front of her and she couldn't find it to open them vocal doors to get in. All right, I'm done. I'm just mad because Life Jennings should have been had his Life Jennings. Life Jennings should have been had his Tiny Desk moment. The fact that y'all really sat up there and gave A. Marie, I want to know the kind of audacity A. Marie must have to really sit there talking about, let me give it to you a cappella. Let me give it to you a cappella. Who asked for A. Marie to be singing a cappella? All right. I feel like this is a shady comment, so let me respond to it and then we can move on. Beyonce is an entertainer. She works hard and deserves her flowers. I just don't believe in comparing the new artists to the old. Times were different and broke down the walls for these new artists. Yeah, I don't compare the newer artists, the lesser newer artists, to like the Queen Supreme. I don't think that's good. I was comparing the other artists that she cleared. When she was coming up, there was a lot of girls coming up thinking they could be the one. Little did they know that Beyonce was about to drop B-Day on all their heads and collect wigs. Crazy in Love came out before One Thing. Sure did. Sure did. You sure do talk a lot of smack when it comes to Beyonce. Okay, King. No, because people are like, oh my God, the reason she did it is because of colorism. Okay, now why your face can't do it? Now why your face can't do it? Why A. Marie can't do it? Because A. Marie biracial, girl. A. Marie, Beyonce did it because of colorism. Get one of them girls to do it. Tinashe has been dancing nonstop, killing the game. By the way, actually do love Tinashe. She can't sing to save her life. Why can't she do it? If it is just down to skin color, which I am not saying that colorism didn't paint a picture. Did someone just say Ciara? I exempted Ciara from this discussion. I did. I won't bring her. I will not discuss Ciara because Ciara the reason Ciara wasn't bigger, she don't know this, but the reason Ciara wasn't bigger is because she insisted on doing ballads. Ciara insisted. Ciara insisted that she was a singer and that she was gonna prove her vocal ability. I don't know why, because she was the princess or queen of crunk or whatever they called it. Jazzy Fizzle and Missy Elliott. She should have stuck to that kind of like, I got my Timbs on and I'm dancing and I'm that girl because I can dance. But no, she wanted to give us vocals and ain't nobody asked Ciara for vocals. Ain't nobody asked Ciara for vocals. Nobody touching Beyonce, dead or alive, period. Normani is talented, but her label is not it. Normani don't want it either. Normani wants to be a cute socialite girl that just shows up when she needs to show up. Normani does not want to put in the work. And I know that because after doing motivation, I know for a fact that if Normani wanted it, she can have it. Then I think she had a lot of issues in her personal life with her appearance. So I don't think she's in a headspace to be one of the main pop girls, but I do believe she had the capacity. She has the talent, the raw. She's just that girl. Normani is that girl. She just don't want it, and that's fine. I will never put my eggs in Normani's basket, cheering for her and being her fan. If she does it, I will be there to support. But prior to her doing it, I ain't doing it. I'm out. I've given Normani 3 good years of my life, really rooting for her, buying whatever she puts out, and she does absolutely nothing. Streaming, nothing. She gave us dopamine and she could have kept it. It was not good. Nothing about that album was good. The 0 things about that album was good. All right. So let's go to this woman talking about how she was homeless. because her man refused to pay child support or something. I don't know. I don't know who Peter Gunz is, one of those degenerates that I don't fully understand why anyone is like engaging with. Yeah, no, Normani is talented. I love her voice. She's not the best singer, but she is a good singer and she has a very distinct vocal tone. Love her. She's one of the best dancers out there. She is beautiful. She has everything. And I do think colorism is a major issue. I do actually believe that in Normani's case, but I also think Normani doesn't want it. She hasn't worked hard enough for me. And it's not even work hard, even if you don't want to dance. It doesn't, she's not constantly putting out music. She's nowhere. And in a lot of ways, she's boring. And I think boring is good. But she doesn't have any drama in her life or anything. And that's good. I wish her the best and I hope her marriage goes well and all of that. All right. So let's go to Amina talking about how she's homeless because I don't know why she's homeless, girl.
Waking up in Germany after losing our home in LA. Me and my kids moved out of place, put our stuff in storage, or most of it in the trash, but some of it in the storage. And we don't have a home, y'all. But guess what? Thank God for family because we're in Germany with my family and we're going to be here till I figure it out because I will, as I always do. But the last couple of years have been so rough, working my butt off, not making enough money, end up losing my place. And now we're staying with family until I know what I can figure out what's next. And don't ask me what that is because everybody's like, so what's the plan? I have no idea. I needed to freaking clear my head so I can come up with a plan. And all I know is we're happy. Day one. Where be that? So yes, we all know he hasn't always been the best. But I have to point out that he's been there for us. He's been holding us down in the past. I want to say almost 2 years, year and a half is when I started struggling crazy, not able to cover my overhead, my bills, my rent. And he stepped up. And I'm very thankful for him for holding us down. I would have been in this situation a year ago had it not been for him being there. Everything in my life is great. I take care of myself. I'm mentally and physically in the best shape I've ever been. I just don't got no money. And it's only money, you know. I always say to myself, it could be worse. It could be so much worse. It's only money. And no, he did not make me post this. I haven't even spoken to him. Everyone's like, where Peter at? So, yes.
Ain't no reason for you to have a child with a man and be homeless and you sitting up here talking about you homeless, but the man is a good man. No. The two things do not come together. That don't make no sense. You should not have a child. Let me be clear. Even if the man is like, I'll take the child, and you're like, okay, take the child until I go figure something out, then period. There is no reason. Talking about, oh, I am good, it's only money. It's not only money. You have a child. It is wild to me to jump online. Mind you, I don't even really know this person. Let me play what Peter Gunz himself came out and said.
I'll let you back in this, Amina. You know, and you and I know why. So now I will have to fly in to LAX in the event that they don't let you in to get my kids, because I'm not gonna, I wouldn't want that to happen.
Right.
So Amina says to me, Peter, if they don't let me back in, it's just meant for me to stay in Germany. I literally had to sign for my kids to go. I wasn't comfortable with it, but never lie or
You never lied. You never lied.
I love my kids, bro. My kids could never be home.
Real.
I have an apartment in Dallas. I said, Amina, just go stay in Dallas. Live
Right.
there. What am I going to do in Dallas? Live rent free? I send Amina thousands every month.
Yeah.
Whatever she asks, she will get on here and tell you the truth. It's just that she wasn't able to hold her side of shit. I had no idea that she was going to leave the world thinking that she was homeless. I bought a round trip ticket. They come back on the 23rd of August. And it's just like, I feel so up. I feel a little betrayed, and Trump may not let you back in this. Amina.
As we all know,
People are like, oh, she is slow. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What I do know is he just confirmed that he signed documents for her to take his children out of the United States with her, even though she admits that she was or would have been homeless a year ago if it weren't for him helping her. So he knows she does not have money or anything, apparently. And instead of taking his children or doing something in that way, she takes the children, go to Germany, and now he's like, oh, I don't know if Trump is gonna let her back in the country, which is wild. That's a whole nother topic. That's a whole other topic. But I blame him. People are like, oh, you need to hear his side. You need to hear his. Absolutely not. I don't. I am not signing a paper for my child to be taken out of the country with a woman who does not have the money to support my child. I don't care where you're going. If I have the money, I'm taking care of my child. So no, I'm not gonna be on Peter's side. What do you mean? Like, oh, she wanted to be with her family. That is good. She doesn't have any money, and I have to relinquish. I have to sign away my children for them to be able to leave the country. I'm not doing it when I can provide for my children. It's not gonna happen. It's not going to happen. Call it whatever you want. I'm not signing for my child to go with you to your family where you have no money, no way to take care of my child. My child. No. What? What do you mean? And now she's over there saying she's homeless. And you are like, oh, I didn't know she was homeless. I sent her money. I signed for my children to go with her. And now I don't know what to do. Well, maybe you should have thought about whether or not Trump is going to let her back in the country with your children before you allow them to leave. I don't know. People are like, oh, you should give him some credit. There's no credit to give. I ain't got it. Mind you, I think it's a difference of perspective, and I understand that you guys might feel bad for him and you're on his side. And for me, that is okay. Not mad at you. For me, it just sounds like a man who did not care enough or was not interested enough in what is happening with his kids. So he didn't care until she came out and embarrassed him for him to come out and talk about it. Sandra Elizabeth Teal, welcome to the membership. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Is it Ada J for being a member for 36 months? I appreciate you. Yeah, you don't want them kids. Exactly. You are stepping in to help a year ago. And then you sign for your children to leave the country with a woman who is incapable of providing for herself, much less for your children. There's no, I have nothing to give to you but a drag. Like, what do you mean? Now, while we're talking about useless men, let's talk about Kiki. Because Kiki said some stuff that pissed me off. By the way, after I watched this, I decided to go listen to her music, and I'm bored. I watched it 5 times and I was bored 10. Whoever writing Kiki's music, she needs to hang it up and find someone else to write her music. In fact, I was gonna say Kiki should just not do music at all. But I actually do like Kiki's voice. I do. I think Kiki is a good singer. She's an amazing, exceptional dancer. I don't think Kiki can act. That's just my opinion. Y'all can have yours. I don't like her comedic timing. I don't like her comedy, but I do like her as a brand. And I'm trying to figure out what that means. I like her as a brand, but I don't like her acting. And I don't like her music, but I do like her voice. And I know she's an amazing dancer. And she's a terrible, Terrible interviewer. Terrible interviewer. I don't know who told Kiki that she's good at interviewing. She's not good at it. It is what it is. Now, she's beautiful too. Yeah. She is really pretty. Now, every time I hear Kiki talk about relationships, as someone who don't give relationship advice, I'm always taken aback by Kiki talking about relationship because it's very clear her mentality, and I can draw a very straight line between what she thinks and where she ends up in terms of her relationship. And that's not something that I typically say, but I feel like Kiki is the architect of her own issues really in terms of relationship. And I keep replaying a conversation she was having with Dustin Mustache Man, and her saying, oh, I don't want a rich man, I want a broke man, and I want to take care of a broke man. I know that's not what she said. That's how I internalize everything she said. She said, I want to take care of a man. I don't want a man with money. I want to be the provider. That is what I heard. Right? Cool. Now let's hear this and listen to what Kiki has to say. No, I don't think it's about pick me. I can we go deeper instead of the surface level? I don't like going because I don't like feeling bad. I don't like feeling bad, so I try to stay. Whenever I'm tired, I try to stay on the surface of everything. But if I'm to psychoanalyze her, I don't think she's a pick me. I don't think that. I think Kiki has learned that she cannot depend on anyone, and that she has to be she's been working since she was a child, right? And so I think Kiki has learned to rely completely on herself, and that has extended to relationship. But instead of being an independent whole human being who can provide for themselves, and also needing someone who can provide for themselves and they are on the same level, because she's a beautiful girl. I think she has taken the idea that she needed to take care of herself, not only for herself, but she needs to take care of everyone around her. She has to take care of her family. She has to take care of everyone. She needs to be the boss. This has been her childhood. This is how she grows up. She grew up. And I think she brings that into relationships. And that's the problem. Because then you find leeches in the form of men who will just take from you, men who will not look your way but for your money, and then they'll try to take that and your fame and your notoriety. The issue also with Kiki that I have is there is a way that she described the pretty boys that reeks a bit, not in this video, of like colorism in terms of the partner she wants, and how she went up to Darius and pretty much asked Darius out. I think there's something maybe patriarchal about my views around why I find that to be annoying, and why you become the person performing in the relationship being a problem as a woman. But that might be completely wrong insofar as I want to do away with patriarchy, and I think women should be able to do what they want and go up to men and ask men out and whatever. It just means you're going to always be performing because these men also believe in patriarchy, and when a woman does that, it just reeks of a kind of insecurity. And so while I want to do away with patriarchy and I want women to be able to do whatever they want, there is an interpretation of your action by the person you're acting for, the man, that is going to make you unable to reclaim power in your relationships. And you'll always be performing. And then Kiki released a song talking about, I wanted to prove I love you, so I had a baby for you. And I'm like, just ew. Just absolutely not. All right, let's hear what she got to say.
cares when a man finds his woman under a bridge?
No, I live for Stedman, but you know that Stedman has for many decades been the butt of jokes.
Yeah, because of gender rules.
Yes.
People feel like because she's Oprah Winfrey, who did y'all want her to be with, Barack Obama? That doesn't make sense, guys. I mean, I feel like that's the weird thing about powerful women, what we're left with. So I'm supposed to find love, but he's got to have a certain amount of money. And then, but at the same time, I got to still be like, guys, what's going on here?
She's so fake with this too. Ain't nobody telling you you have to find a man that is just as successful as you. Just a man who have a job. What was this man's job? Like, Kiki sitting out here trying to gaslight us. Kiki Palmer is really sitting out here trying to your man was not no Stedman. Let's be very clear. Stedman, in his own right, has his own career, is a multi-millionaire without Oprah Winfrey. Now, Oprah Winfrey is Oprah Winfrey, and therefore any man that is with Oprah Winfrey is going to be beneath her financially. It just is what it is. But that don't mean you got to go date the person training you at the bar. Like, nothing wrong with dating the bartender, actually. That's dead wrong, if that's what you want. But to pretend like Dusty Darius could have been no Stedman is actually kind of wild. And I don't like the gaslighter. Someone said he was a personal trainer, so a prostitute. Mind you, I only heard this. Let me rephrase. Apparently the personal trainers, particularly celebrity personal trainers, aren't actually training anything, and that they're actually, this is what I heard. And I'm not going to put that on him. Let's just wheel on come again. Wheel on come again. So like that. Let's back it all up. He was a personal trainer. He was a personal trainer. Period. Oh my God. Thank you. I have to keep this up for a while now. This is so lovely. I appreciate you. Oh, we're gonna get into some mess. I'm just trying to get through all the random topics, but Nim, thank you. Someone said Sin was in here. Hey, Sin. I hope all is well. Apparently, you and I are feuding. People tell me that we're feuding, and I ain't know that. I didn't know that we were feuding, girl. Yeah, people are so messy. People are so messy. Apparently, we are feuding.
Nobody cares when a man finds his woman under a bridge. No one
No
cares.
No one cares.
No one cares. And I frankly don't care if that's who you love. That's who you love. Why do we have to deal with that?
Yes.
That to me makes no sense. I ain't never look. My daddy told me a man needs to treat you right. He needs to handle and service you in whatever way you need service. Let me tell you one thing that Kiki don't need.
Money.
From nobody. Now, if you want to give a little something and get my nails done, something cute,
but
I'm
shouldn't
fine
they
with
do
it.
that? But shouldn't they make that effort,
Yeah.
Kiki? Because
the one thing Kiki don't need is no money. I get that. I completely get that. But the one thing he needs is money. Your money. Sorry. You ain't got to need his money, but he should also not need your money. The problem is that we're not telling you to go find a man with money to provide for you, Kiki Palmer. You are Kiki Palmer. You don't need a man with money. Fine. But can you at least get a man that don't need your money? Yeah. And she's so disingenuous, and I understand why she's doing it. She's defending her position. But ain't nobody telling Kiki Palmer to go find a man to provide for her because she can't provide for herself. No one told you that, Kiki. No one told you that. Now, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it alone. But let me just say this. I watched that 20-minute video the thing that she did. There's one song in there that I like, but I don't remember the name. It's when they were like dressed in this Victorian-esque get up, and I did like the choreography. But if you're going to drag this man on a track, drag this man on a track. The way the writing is done, it's too literal, it's annoying, there is no poetry in it at all. Your voice has developed very well. You were like a singer right now, and you're just wasting it on foolishness. And nobody cared nothing about whether or not you were letting it burn with Usher. We don't care. It's on a mess. So hang it up. And while you're out here working this hard to provide for your family and creating generational wealth and ripping off Mood Forever by Beyonce, Black is King, I think that it would be nice. I think it would be nice to see women like Keke able to be in amazing, loving relationship in whatever way they come. I think the issue is that a lot of people don't trust men, particularly men like Darius, who are attaching themselves to women like Kiki Palmer. And I hope that she learned something from the engagement with Darius, but it don't sound like it. The way Kiki talks, even on that track, that visual album, girl, she ain't learned nothing. Kiki ain't learned nothing. Kiki did not learn anything at all. Like, at all. Kiki Palmer, when it comes to men and dating men, did not learn anything from her experience with these men, and that is a shame. Because I want more for her. And they're like, why do you want more for her? You don't even know her. What about it? What about it? We all have our parasocial relationship, and Kiki is my cousin. Kiki is my cousin in my head, so it is what it is. I'm going to move on from Kiki because I don't want to say anything I'm going to regret, and I'm already tired. Talking about men and marrying men for money, Porsha Williams' Dusty Man came out. Simon Dust Yourself came out talking. Yeah, Simon. What's his last name? Gabardia. Simon Gabardia came out talking about some. Oh my God, I felt like I was set up. She only wanted me for my money. Dusty Man, what else you think she gonna be there for? What else you think she gonna be there for? I don't believe these men are delusional enough to believe that they're gonna go online, find the Instagram baddie, and they're gonna get married, and these women just gonna love them just because. Like, and also, after your 5th marriage, you're just like collecting marriages at this point. Ain't nobody care. We don't care. We feel nothing for you. Like, you can cry all you want. After your 5th marriage, you the problem. Just racking up marriages like the Infinity Stones. Like, ain't nobody got time for Simon out here crying. I felt like I was set up. She only wanted me for my money. What else would she want you for? Like, was he not married 5 times? Let me Google this before I start. I don't want to be giving misinformation. How many times was Simon? How do you spell his last name? Let me look this up. Guobadia. 4 times. 4 or 5 times. You're the problem.
Absolutely. I said to her in one of my text messages to her, because she didn't respond because I kept asking, why did you file for divorce? And she wouldn't say anything. I tried to reach her mom. Her mom would not respond either. I later figured out this felt like a coup. You know, when you know, I don't know if you're familiar with. I'm from. You know, I say it because I'm from Nigeria, and that we were ruled at one point by the military, and so every so often when you want to change leadership, the president, you stage a coup.
Yeah.
That's how I felt. I was totally blindsided. I was no member of her family, whether on the mother's side or on the father's side, reached out to me. And the only person I actually reached out to was her mom, and you know, she didn't respond. And so I essentially sent her a text message. I said this was a $5 million rehab project that I took on. She never shared her concerns or issues with me before filing for divorce. If you're married, I've been married quite a bit. I think I understand a little bit about the dynamics of. I should understand a little bit about the dynamics of a relationship. You discuss issues and say, "Hey, if this does not change or something does not happen, this is what might come of it."
Mm-hmm.
We never had those discussions, and I'm happy to share with you text messages where I was essentially blindsided by the divorce filing.
I was actually going to ask you if this was something that you saw coming, if conversations had been had prior. What do you think Porsha's reason was to file for divorce?
I think I was targeted.
In what way?
Oh my God, these dumb, disgusting degenerate. Like the part that annoys me is that these men keep saying they get better with age, and oh my God, we're in love and we should work through stuff. Ain't no working through nothing. Ain't no working through, but run the money. Money is over. You were scamming. It's gonna mess with my reputation. Goodbye. Like, it is that simple. It is like, I don't understand why he's sitting up there like, oh my God, I was blindsided. We were in love, in marriages, we're supposed to work. How you gonna know? You've been through 4 marriages, girl. You've been through 4 marriages. Apparently none of them work. So when you're sitting up there talking about this is how we make a marriage work, apparently you don't know how to make a marriage work. Ain't none of them worked before, and ain't none of them gonna work after. Go find your next Instagram baddie, pay for the wedding, give her a good life, and then wait till she divorces you, because it's coming. Ain't nobody want to be with you. These women are thinking you're a rich Nigerian. You really think they're there for love? Absolutely not. It is unfortunate to say. I know I sound terrible saying it, but you're gonna have to date at your love like some. You're gonna have to date at your love like about, oh my God, I spent millions on her, and you should have spent millions more. You should have spent million more. Letting up there like, you want to know who actually annoys me too? Christian Keys. Every time I see Christian Keys now, he annoys me more and more. He just irks my spirit. Let me pull this up. Every so often, this man comes online to cry about something and then go disappear when he don't want to give us the rest of the detail. There's this Christian Keys crying about another Dusty show that was canceled. So apparently, after he came out and alleged that some man was trying to take advantage of him, he got his skincare. Allegedly, he got his TV show picked up. Allegedly, he got paid off, and he was quiet, right? And now, with all the ruckus happening with Tyler Perry, here he comes. Here. I'm gonna move my show, girl. Ain't nobody watching that Dusty show. Here, let me play it. Talking about all the queens, man. And no, I don't care if you're like, oh my God, I love this show. I watched 1 episode. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. And I'm good. Trash, absolute trash. You're lying if you said you like. No, you're not lying if you say you like it. You can like stuff. I like trash too, but let's not play games.
Say in transparency, it is disappointing to continuously find out that your show is coming back on the internet instead of finding out from the network. And I've mentioned that in previous seasons, and it's still happening. Or to see the trailer online and have to go search for the trailer so I can try to download the trailer for the hit show that I created for this studio and this network instead of getting it getting it sent when everybody else is getting theirs. It does feel dismissive and disrespectful when it continues to happen and you've addressed it and it still happens. So at this point, I do not believe that the prequel series that I've written and the spinoff show, any prequel or sequels, I do not believe I'll be doing them with BET. I'm speaking with some amazing people that are interested, other streamers. So All the Queen's Men universe will continue to thrive.
Blah, 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 blah. He gonna be on Tubi. He gonna be on Zeus. He probably negotiating with Zeus right now. So y'all's favorite show, All the Queen's Men, gonna be on Zeus. So you can go download the app, upload the Zeus is an app, right? Zeus is an app you download. Go download Zeus right now, because that's where it's gonna be. They're gonna videotape it on their iPhones. You want to know what I hate? All of these men coming out lying, talking about how Tyler Perry just be out here giving them shows and money and cars and movie deals and paying them to be in this and that. But all he did was try to harass them, and they all said no. So Tyler Perry must be the worst Harvey Weinstein in Hollywood. Tyler Perry must be the worst Harvey Weinstein. Tyler Perry must be the absolute. Imagine someone just giving you everything you wanted, and then in the back end is when they're trying to harass you. That's wild. It's still wrong and disgusting and degenerate. Allegedly, all of this is alleged. All of it is still bad, regardless if they give it to you before or after. But typically, there is a toll that you pay, right, in these abusive, disgusting, narcissistic men who control media, right? So the fact that you're paying for it after, or they're asking for payment after, is actually kind of insane, and not before. But apparently Tyler Perry just out here giving everything and then trying to abuse after the fact, and that just doesn't seem like the Harvey Weinstein way for these disgusting, degenerate men to engage in Hollywood. So thankfully, a lot of men, when it came to Tyler Perry, had the opportunity and said no, because they said no. But he annoys me. Christian Keys annoys me. I don't like what he does. Talking about people who annoy me, this black man at the White House. Let me play this for y'all.
Thank you for giving me the honor to be able to ask a question and provide some transparency for the American people. Speaking of, I wanted to reference the election integrity. A lot of people in America are questioning if there's any possibility that we could see further investigations for anyone that could have violated our election integrity rights. And more importantly, so is there any possibility for names such as Barack Hussein Obama, Hillary Rodham Clinton to ever just possibly get investigated for any of these, questions from the American people, for any of the wrongdoings they might have done?
Well, it's refreshing to actually hear a question on election integrity.
Back in whatever, go back in whatever fast food joint you came out of. Ain't nobody trying to hear none of that. Sir, why you want to investigate Obama? Why you want to? You hear how he emphasized the Hussein part. The fact that you're going to sit up there talking about you want to investigate Obama. What Obama ever do to you? There is a tendency to oversell this, I am with you and I'm not like other blacks. And I never quite understand sort of what this people like him, when they look at themselves from the outside, when you're doing a sort of retrospective, how do you even begin to deal? Like, how do you even begin to deal with the kind of harm you're inflicting and the ways in which you kind of sell out? I would love to talk to someone like this, like personally, to get in their head about sort of why is there such a need to be accepted and to attack Blackness generally. Obviously, he is a conservative pundit online, but the willingness to degrade yourself and to be a tool for white supremacy in this very specific way is really disheartening for me. Like, it's really disheartening. All right. I'm not going to drag her. I'm going to let her ask her question. I'm going to let her ask her question because one of the things I'm tired of is Amanda Seales. There's not many things in this world. There's not many things in the world that I'm tired of, but one of the people I'm tired of is Amanda Seales. Because Amanda Seales is out here fighting for her life. Amanda Seales, after telling people not to vote for Kamala, after telling people not to vote for Vice President Harris, Amanda is out here fighting for her life, saying nothing would have been different if Harris was president. It's all the same. But now she's dragging Obama. And I want y'all to hear that's the question.
Of folks really still loving Obama. And I'd be like, still? And even if, like, you have an affinity towards Obama, when I see people, and when I say people, I'm talking about Questlove. I saw Questlove post something about Obama, and he was like, I've been seeing a lot of folks nitpicking Obama lately. And then I went to unfollow him, but he had already unfollowed me. So I don't know how at this point in this time people are still calling, like a friend of mine still like, but Obama and Michelle are my forever FLOTUS. And I'm like, why? Things like Obama did more specifically for us. Please tell me, what did Obama do specifically for Black people? Please, somebody tell me. Somebody tell me. Please. Obama was a great orator. He inspired many people with his presence, but that does not avail him of critique and talking about his bad choices and policies. Inspired them to do what? What did Obama inspire them to do with his presence? Aspire to be a part of establishments? He never spoke about reparations. He never spoke about police protections, about securing police protections for Black people, or just for anyone, honestly. Just like qualified immunity should be removed in general.
This is a dumb, idiotic, stupid, useless, ignorant take. You can hate Obama all you want, but to sit there and not recognize that he spearheaded criminal justice reform is either you're ignorant, either you're actually that dumb, or you're intellectually dishonest. Because that does not make sense. When we talk about the Fair Sentencing Act, I think this was in 2010, it is insane to me that you did not realize that the difference between crack and powder cocaine and making sure that sentencing was similar or the same for them, and specifically addressing your issue around criminal justice, is wild to me. Like, I think that is insane to say. When we talk about even employment, literally unemployment dropping from I think it was 16%. I can pull up my outline. From 16% to 7% by 2016 under Obama. Like, this to me is like really insane. No, because one of the things, the reason I am annoyed is this is a talking point for super progressive people who said Obama didn't do enough, right? And while I can concede and own and agree with he did not do enough, I think there was not a lot of political capital for him to really put his foot in it. But whatever excuse I'm going to give Obama is whatever excuse I'm going to give Obama. But to say Obama did not do anything for Black people in the face of the Affordable Care Act is insane to me. In terms of his attempt and success at criminal justice reform is actually insane to me. Like, I think this is insane. I think it's intellectually lazy to say he did nothing for Black people. This is a way that progressive online gaslight their base to engage in this very toxic idea because it has become sort of a cultural Black phenomena to drag Obama for not doing enough. And I don't mind you dragging him for not doing enough. To say he didn't do anything is a step too far. She said he didn't do anything about police brutality and policing in the United States. This is also wrong because his Justice Department, under his Justice Department, they strengthen investigation into like police misconduct. It was under Obama that the strengthening and the focus on police brutality and investigating and holding police accountable, that's where it really started in contemporary America. The fact that you're sitting up there and lying is weird to me. Say you didn't like that he didn't go far enough. But I think that is weird. I think this is insane. She's just angry at everyone else. That's why no one likes her and likes to work with her. Like, it makes sense why no one likes her or likes to work with her because even in legitimate critiques around removing qualified immunity, talking about reparations, right? Even when you can say those are things that Obama should have pushed, whether or not there was political credit at this time to engage in that kind of push, let's say he should have done it. To then take that and say, oh, but he's done nothing is insane. Yeah, I think Amanda needs therapy and help. I do. This was the first time and the largest at this time funding to HBCUs specifically that has ever happened in American history up until that point. That is insane to sit there and say he's never done anything for Black people. And then give Trump credit for funding HBCU, something that Obama had been doing prior to Trump. Anyway, I'm gonna just move on. I think this is insane. I think it's lazy. I think that she knows it's lazy, but she doesn't care because she's online peddling for her livelihood because no one want to work with her in Hollywood. It is what it is. It's that simple. She needs to rile people up because that's just that on that. Annoying. And I would say I'm disappointed because she's smarter, but I actually don't think she's smart. All she does is spout nonsense and try to be that fake intellect. Talking about she studied the Blacks in university. How about getting a degree in something that, no. All right. We're going to move on because I am very annoyed. I'm annoyed because not only about the Obama thing, she was out here telling Black people, because there's a sect of people who want to be so woke, talking about, oh, don't vote in this election. People out here trying to take away your rights, and this woman sitting up there telling y'all not to vote. That is diabolical. It is diabolical to be telling women in particular to not be voting, to be telling women not to be voting while these white supremacists are out here trying to take away your rights. What are you going to do now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned? What happens if they nationalize a ban on abortion? You think the Supreme Court going to uphold that ban or strike it down, say it's against the Constitution? What do you think is going to happen if they try that? Oh, forget that. What is going to happen if they do away with no-fault divorce? What's going to happen then? Oh, let's ignore no-fault divorce. When households only have one vote and the head of the household, i.e. the man, is the only one who can vote for the family, what are you going to do then? Because this was all outlined in Project 2025 while you were out here telling people that Kamala did not like you and did not want to talk to you, and you were yelling at Kamala, you were yelling at Vice President at the time, Harris, and people should not vote for her because she's the top cop. She was a prosecutor. Who should they vote for? Because while you were telling them not to vote, birthright citizenship is up for grabs too. Thank you. Birthright citizenship is up for grabs. People, the ICE running on around, dragging people off the street and shoving them, deporting them to different countries than the one that they are from. And you sat up there all the while telling people not to vote. Now, instead of apologizing and doing better, you are doubling down and justifying your dusty degenerate talking points. And all of your friends, this is what I don't like about the left online. Let's go there. One of the things I don't like about the left online is that they want you all to be friends, and instead of pointing out where people are wrong and actually deeply engaging in the debate that needs to happen. When Amanda was online telling people not to vote, where were all of her friends online, the FD signifiers and all of them, to come to her and be like, absolutely not, you need to vote, and actually hold her accountable live on ear while y'all are doing these little friend panels to actually push something that matters. Sitting up there with dusty people talking about random things where you all know you disagree, and instead of investigating the disagreement because y'all want to be in a bubble where no one is challenging anyone on anything important, you let things like this slide. It is toxic. Degenerate. I just watched a video, I'm not going to say by who, talking about, oh my God, Black men, we carry so much. We're so tired and depressed, and we don't want to tell anyone about our depression. We're walking around unaliving people, and we didn't got to tell them about what we're going through mentally. We can see that we're going through a ton mentally. Talking about, oh, the good Black men because we carry so much in the neighborhood. Girl, if you don't stop. I am so frustrated. I am frustrated because I did not care about what people said politically online for a long time until I realized how deeply instrumental and important it is to the people watching. I did not realize, I honest to God, felt like we were online talking and people would watch and comment and then go about our lives, because that's how this channel operates. I didn't realize these were little cults or cabals of people who are getting directive, and that they care and think important what the content creator is saying. And now these content creators do have a responsibility to give information the best way they know how to. Obviously, we all fail and fall short, and we do our best and hope in a forgiving God, right? But these people aren't doing their best. They don't care. They're not even doing politics. When people are saying the next political movement should be to remove all prisons, who are you going to sell that to? Because there is a political game that you have to play. You have to win power. You need buy-in. You need to convince people to be on your side. You all are just taking sociological ideas outside of the context of the academic setting, and you're putting it online, and you're talking down to people instead of talking to people and trying to convince them. Ain't nobody about to sit there and say we need to abolish the prison system with you, girl. Ain't nobody gonna do that. No one is about to do that. And you don't care because you're going to take the moral high ground and you're going to say they're just not as evolved as you are. And you're going to talk trash to them and they're going to continue to be pushed out of your camp and into the camp of the Republican. Again, you don't care about that at all because you are not doing politics. You're not trying to improve anyone's life. You're trying to get some kind of high ground around moral superiority. And you have the intellect to actually do the kind of engagement you need to do to get people over to your side. But because you're not reaffirming your dusty base, you don't care nothing about it. Talking about, oh, we just need to abolish prison system. Oh, it's not going to happen now. It's going to happen at some future, but we're going to call ourselves abolishing the prison system. What are we going to do with violent criminals? That's the thing that keeps popping up. And I'm not saying we're going to get rid of prisons completely. We might have facilities where we have these people who are violent criminals in the future, but I'm still for abolishing prison. You are not for abolishing any prison system. You are being annoying. You're using the rhetoric that you learned in your class to come forward and talk about it publicly and shame people who do not agree with you because you don't know how to engage in politics. I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but you're not convincing anyone. And own that. Stop pretending like you're doing politics. I am not just talking about one person. I'm talking about the entire notion. A lot of what is being done online by the progressives is the problem. A lot of what we are doing is we're taking these ideas that we learned in Civil Justice 101, Sociology 1202. We take these outside of the context, and instead of trying to teach it maybe and make sure that people are on board and try to convince people, we are very dogged in our approach and we are condescending and we're using these terms as if we have power. We don't. The intellectual ideas that we take from the classroom and put online does not give us power. Political power comes when you have the buy-in of the populace in a democracy. You don't care anything about that. You are just here to flex your intellect. Obviously, you are not that intelligent. Obviously. You can't even win a debate on abolition. How are you going to sit up there on the Young Turks and fail? I'm so annoyed. All right, let's actually get into what I made this video to do. I'm just going to skip everything that I have to say. I'm going to do it. Let's skip it. You know how people shut down ideas by calling you this phobia, dear, whatever. The beers, right? Y'all beer. And shut down conversation. There is a time when defending your humanity is not required. And you don't need the buy-in, right? I think about the gay rights movement and the Black civil rights movement in America and the kind of struggle and rigor to get buy-in, right? The gay rights is very specific. People started seeing homosexuality as acceptable as long as you stay out of my life, right? And then it became a push. And somewhere in the 20 teens, there was a drastic shift in the shutting down of conversation and the approach that we need buy-in for any kind of social justice movement. And instead, it became a lecture. And while I don't necessarily disagree with the lecture approach, because I've been through the formal education system, I actually like being taught. I don't really care if you're talking down to me specifically, if I'm learning, right? But most people have an aversion to the kind of condescension that comes from someone who's been through the formal education system, who is deeply insecure and has their academic achievement as their personality. When your academic achievement is your personality, ain't nobody care. You're a low self-esteem, weak, ain't nothing a B word. And because of that, ain't nobody trying to listen to you. If all you have is to flex on people with your degree and you can't actually convince people of anything, I don't care what you have to say. You will have your audience. You will create that bubble for you where you have that back and forth feeding into each other, but you are doing absolutely nothing. You're not changing minds. You're just collecting people who already agree with you. All right. So now that that's out of the way, I didn't come here to talk about none of that. I didn't come here to talk about. So my girl Shambooty, is interviewing this guy, right? And then they mentioned Mario, so I went to get Mario's interview, and I want to watch both of their interviews because this has nothing to do with what I was talking about. We're talking about love and what it means to love and be in love. And I'm gonna just hit the intro to refresh because I'm actually kind of annoyed. There are people online that could do so much good, that could be changing people's minds and hearts and informing people, but instead they want to flex whatever dusty degree they got from whatever dusty school they got it from, and it's very annoying. We can tell you have no personality before your degree, and that's weird. UG Rose, we get. And no, I'm not talking. Let me just put one name out there that I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about Kimberly Nicole Foster. Let me be very clear. I actually really like her approach to content creation. She can be condescending and elitist, but she does it in a way that is trying to connect with people and help and teach people about feminism in particular. But that's that on that. We forget Barack's a black man trying to operate in the face of staunch opposition just because he's not white. We know the demented orange man is only getting away with it for that same reason. Exactly. And a lot of these people who do the quote unquote deep analysis, they refuse to go deep enough to realize he was the first and he had to be pitch perfect in his personal life and be in accordance with the institution, whatever you think that is, so as to not cause disruption to prevent other Black people from having the same opportunity. But no one wants to do that. So instead they're like, oh, he didn't do it enough. Shut up. They nobody care nothing about none of that. Thank you, UG Rose. I appreciate that. My boss and social director, Ruby, just let me off for the day. Who we yelling at today? No one. Ain't no yelling. I'm just frustrated because there are people who are like, I watched a video today and I was so annoyed. They're like, oh my God, Black men, we're tired. Tired from doing what, girl? Like, I'm tired. I'm tired from working. But this idea, FD made a video, and instead of talking to the specific Black man, Mark Lamont Hill, who is talking about his own feeling and mental issues that he's having, and the man on the Joe Budden podcast, he said he was depressed. And the man on the Joe Budden podcast making a joke out of it. Instead of like really talking about that and then FD talking about his own experience, he kind of made this a general thing about Black men being tired because they have to carry so much and care for so many people. And I'm sitting there like, go away. We didn't do that. Where is all this care that you speak of? I ain't seen it. And mind you, I actually believe FD about his own anxiety around taking care of, was it his aunt or cousin's children who is going through her own experience, and that as he was talking about that, it really broke my heart. It did. But to externalize that, to make that a general thing, about Black men and Black men's experience and the fear of opening up about their feelings because they feel like they have to carry so much and provide for so many people. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out where this happening, girl. Again, Mark Lamont obviously go be going through it. If they are leftists, why would they encourage people to vote in a system they disagree with? I know they said they're not, and were there any leftists who said it would be a good idea to vote for Harris before the election? Yes. Something that I did point out is that FD and even Kim, who I know do not like Harris, did vote for her. They did. And they told people to vote for her. They did. Her fight is with her Black father who left her Black mother to be with a white woman. Her sisters are half blue. Wait, I thought they said they voted after the election. No, I specifically remember FD talking about voting and voting for Harris. And Olay, I think, also voted for Harris and told people to vote for Harris. I know Kim, because Kim got dragged. Because Kim said, vote for Harris. I don't like her either. She's not the best. She's a super cop, but vote for her. And I remember that man on TikTok, that yelling man, that little boy, TikTok, just dragged her for filth. Even I had to come to her defense because I said, absolutely not. But yeah. All right. So with that being said, by the way, is Vitamin here? Are you free, Prince Petty? Are you free, Vitamin? Are you free, DJ? I ain't seen DJ in the comment section. And Kilo, if y'all are free, let me last minute vote for Harris right before the election or consistent from the start of the let me know if y'all are free. We're gonna go into the next part of this. This is gonna be a whole energy shift. And we're going to watch men talk. I have a question, but let's get to the after show. We're gonna put this in the after show because it's really long. It's gonna be a long after show. Let's do it. Okay, so as someone who is retributivist, I am retributivist to my core. Retribution is what I believe in. It is what sustains me. An eye for an eye, Lex Stellianis. That's just who I am. I will never start it, but I will finish it. I'm that kind of person. I will not harm you first, ever.
1000%.
I will never harm you first, right? So it is very difficult for me. Yes, DJ Kilo are excellent co-hosts. I think so too. Let me look if they are responding to me in my thing. They're not in here. Vitamin, Kilo, they're not here. All right, I got to do it on my own then. On my own. On my own. I have to be on my own. All right. What was I talking about? Oh, forgiveness. I when it comes to men and women, anyone actually, who cause harm to other people, there has to be forgiveness available. There has to be forgiveness available. No, someone said Olay didn't vote. I think she told people to vote. I'm pretty sure she told people to vote. I don't know if she voted. You're right. I don't know if she voted, but I'm pretty sure she told people to vote for Harris. This is hard for me. This is actually hard. We have to create space for people who have caused harm to grow from that harm and be better people. If not, we will have people double down on their degeneracy, and there will be no space for them to grow, right? So it is with that knowledge that you should forgive me. Actually, I can monitor myself. I don't have to drag. I can monitor myself. But still, if I say anything that sounds like I don't believe in forgiveness and moving on and growth, know that that's not true. I believe we all have the capacity to for growth. I think my problem is, why do other people's growth, why do some people's growth have to come at the cost of other people? Like a lot of these men, these two men, Mario the singer, the fact that y'all making Mario playing in your face is wild. And what's his name, Duckworth? The fact that these two men playing in women's faces is kind of that is wild to me. That is wild to me. But I'm going to go in reverse order and we're gonna play Duckworth. I actually don't know how to say his name. I like some of his songs. So like let me play the interview with Shambooty. Is it Shambooty? Let's play it. I'm trying to figure who should send this link to, because none of my regulars. DJ, can you let me know if you're able to come up? It would be nice to have some women's perspective on this. Oh, Vitamin is here. I'm going to send it to you on, I'm going to send it to you on, what do you call this thing? Instagram. Also, I realized I probably shouldn't post on my Beyonce channel because I feel like I get really annoyed when anyone compare anyone to Beyonce, and I don't want it to become one of them toxic places where people just getting dragged. I don't want my Beyonce channel to be to become one of them toxic places where people just be getting dragged. DJ, let me. Because not everyone can be a Beyonce, you know what I mean?
People into you because you don't have to explain yourself as much.
This is definitely like you're in my brain.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. Pretty much. Why did I wear a cardigan? Jesus Christ. I want to give a look, but it's like, worst day.
I'm so thrilled to talk to you. We're actually really big fans in our house, and not just me, not just my husband, but my kids as well too. The work that you create is, the art that you create is.
Hi, Level Up.
You rang.
Huh?
I say you rang.
Oh, I wanted to know if you wanted to. You don't know what this is about, but I wanted to know if you wanted to review this with me. It's someone talking about he's a recovering F-boy.
Okay. I saw it. I mean, I didn't watch it, but I saw it in passing. Sure.
All right. Cool. It's nothing too bad. It's just a little cheating.
It's honest and impactful. It's fun, and it's different. And congratulations on the new album.
Thank you.
What is an all-American fuckboy?
It's a wonderful question. I think because of how society is and like how the, patriarchy is, a lot of men are like allowed and like rewarded for being, I have another word for it. I probably shouldn't say it on here.
Say it, whisper it at least.
We say being a fuck nigga. But but pretty much, yeah, a person who just like has no regard for like I guess like women's like emotions and kind of just juggles women and kind of has these habits of ghosting or like gaslighting or anything to their benefit, to their sexual benefit and pleasure. And yeah, just no regard for anyone else, I would say. Sometimes sex is more game. And then like you just get into this whole like cycle of like, damn, I just really want to, have sex with this person. And then you do all the things you like, love bomb and
yes,
all the stuff, and like to the counterpart, they're like, oh, like he must really like me. So they're being fooled. And then once that once you have that moment, you have sex, then like that man comes back into like reality and doesn't have the same feelings or doesn't have the same pursuit, and that all like dissipates.
Yes.
And then the other person's left like wondering why they're not like texting back or why they're not calling, or all that attention that they gave those weeks or months before, what happened to it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It went somewhere else.
It went somewhere else. After
And can you hold for a second? Is he intellectualizing being an asshole?
Yes. And he's pointing out actions of men, but it's not clear that he's disavowing them yet, but it is what he has done, right? And the part that is going to, well, not is going to, because I've already watched it, but I don't know if it's going to annoy anyone else, is he seems to be someone who is deeply in touch with his quote-unquote feminine side. He is someone who reminds me of the guy from Love is Blind, who has the therapist speech, who paints his nail, who is flamboyant, and who women feel safer with. And he uses that to take advantage sexually of women, makes an album called F-Boy, American F-Boy or whatever. And now he's on this dusty campaign where he's talking about how he has recovered. And recovery is great, right? Amazing, good for you. But think about the kinds of all the people left in the wake of his awakening, in his growth. I find that deeply problematic. But I also find something else problematic, which is an interview that Shan is going to do with her boyfriend or her husband at the end of this, or at the end of the Mario interview, where he's going to say something that I just find to be disgusting.
Well, I'll say this much when it comes to shit, and this is not like a denouncement of her platform or anything, but she gives very much loosey goosey. And I don't mean that in like a slut shaming type of way, but I mean that in like in emotionally loosey goosey. You can't really depend on this person. Don't think you're going to get any kind of accountability because I'm going to do what I want and chase pleasure or hedonistic.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I have no problem with the way she conducted the interview. I have no problem with her. I do have a problem. I do have a problem with the lack of pushback, but it's not like, I don't think it's her job. I think she is like the way she's like this, like, oh, the butterflies and rainbows and forests. I don't think she is like trying to be deeply intellectual. So, and that's not a diss.
Hello, everyone. Do I sound okay?
Beautiful.
Okay, great. And just let me know if my background ever gets to be too much. I have my window open and the kiddos are outside having a good old time. So just let me know.
All right, cool. You guys, anyone can tell me to pause at any point.
Trying to find nice words here. After that person, after the orgasm. It's a better way of putting it.
Are you reclaiming the word? Are you separating yourself from it? Are you owning it? Like, what relationship do you have to being an all-American fuckboy?
I think acknowledging that I've been that person. I'm acknowledging the level of hedonism that I allow for myself for a long time, even to now. Like I'm quite the lustful human being. You know, I'm very like, I would say I'm quite sensual in general. You know, but yeah, I still in my brain the amount of like sexual hunger and sexual drive is like very strong. And maybe because I don't have a particular partner, it can just be like everywhere, you know. But I think I had to come to terms with that. I was a person who was like handling myself in that way of so hard to admit. Literally. Yeah. Damn. This is so crazy. Sex was sport. Sex was sport. And damn, it's really wild to confess it. I'm being public with it.
Yes.
So that a conversation can start between men, you know, because we also as men be like, yeah, bro, you know, saying I got this one, I got that one. Woo. And I think there's greater things in life than that to achieve.
What is a father wound?
It kind of worked in two ways. I didn't trust men, which is why I only have like 3.
Could we actually stop there?
Yes. You can go first.
Oh. Yes, Vitamin, I am also annoyed. It might be for different reasons, though. I may have a unique perspective on this, and that's completely fine. But me personally, the issue is not the quote unquote hedonism, it's how you go about it. Because if you want to be a very sexual person, I feel like as long as you're still taking care of yourself in the obvious ways, right? Like protecting yourself and things of that nature, I don't find that to be an inherent bad thing. But what impression are you giving these women that you're laying down with before you lay down with?
That is my problem. Not only what are you, the impression you're giving them, but also it does feel odd to then blame it on some father wound when you're just a hypersexual like if you want to have sex, but if you're ashamed about it, if you need to blame something for it, then you haven't dealt with whatever shadow side of you that is. You have not incorporated in who you are. You don't want to do it apparently, or you do want to do it but you feel some kind of shame. Maybe it's societal and not internal, and you are still doing it and using other people to engage with it. And I do have a problem with that.
I also, there's an aspect of it that bothers me when I say like loosey goosey, because I mean, there's a part of it where it's very manipulative. Yes. In that they will approach you in a way where it's kind of like, oh, I'm trying to help you get free and find pleasure and this and that and the other. And there's this energy and language that's used to get people to technically consent to engaging. But then there's an abandonment afterwards where it's kind of like, oh, you chose it, you know, you got something out of it, this and that and the other. For me, as someone who's intelligent, because I think there is a level of intelligence, a certain kind of intelligence that goes into this kind of manipulation. You know, when you're dealing with someone who is not going to come out at the end of this feeling empowered and you know what I mean? And they don't just leave those people. They don't go out and find people who are operating on the same level as they are in terms of their ability to disconnect. They tend to always find those people that are needy in a particular kind of way so that they are able to be coerced that way. And so that's why I don't like them.
And I think it's because they see this as a conquest, right? We always revisit that same very basic question, which is, why don't you find like-minded women? The reason why they don't, for the most part, is because they consider those women to be too easy. Even down to the example that he gave, oh, I hit that one, I hit that one. You're focused more on conquering these women and not actually having pleasurable experiences with them. Because if you want to tell the story, you get to tell the story, right? But the hype should be around you having that experience with somebody, not conquering her and getting her to do certain things.
Yeah, I mean, he said it was a sport to him, right? Like, this was conquest. This was him winning.
Male friendships right now. Yeah. So I didn't trust men, but I also wanted men to be around. I wanted older men to be around, you know. I was in Boy Scouts for like 10 years, and that really helped out. That kind of filled that, or mended that wound a bit. But before that, because I was in church, I would always be like looking at the older men and being like, damn, I just want some male figure to step up and want to like play a role in my life, you know. I feel like, especially as Black men, a lot of our idols was like rappers, basketball players, stuff like that. People who were like,
I want to give credit here to this, but I can't. Like, it's not easy to do, because I do believe the absence of these fathers, degeneracy, the looking up to rappers or whatever, like that has to have an effect on these men, right? And it does. But also, you're a grown man. So walking around traumatizing everyone else because your daddy wasn't there is kind of insane to me.
seen in public eye, and like those type of archetypes of characters, especially like rappers, they were like more equivalent to like pimps, players, gangsters, hustlers, all that stuff. And like they always had an array of women around. So it's like we wanted to achieve the goal of being the players and everything. And I don't know, I think that set us back a lot. Like I wish that there was, I don't know, a rocket scientist. Like I wish Neil deGrasse Tyson was like around when I was much younger. So I could be like, oh, there's different archetypes of Black men that I can like look up to and like have goals, set goals to be that type of person, you know? But for some reason, it's always like, especially in like in the hood, I'm from South Central. So especially in the hood, it was like either like the gang members or the rappers or the drug dealers, anybody in that area, you know? That's, I think for me, that's the all-American portion of it, because America, like we discussed before, is like the mecca of entertainment, the mecca of like hip hop and rap, and hip hop and rap, that's a very like reoccurring trope is the pimps and players.
Why he said because rappers told him to sleep around with women and he ain't got no daddy. That's why he slept around with women, because he ain't got no daddy. He's A. Marie, not A. Marie, but Tia Marie. He ain't got no daddy around when he was growing up. That's why he's wild and he don't give a. Y'all think because he's cheap that he'll give it. I'm done.
No, I think it's laziness above all else, because you're saying you wish that there was a Neil deGrasse Tyson. What if I told you that there was probably someone similar at your middle school and high school, but that just wasn't cool to you guys? You chose who to look up to. You know what I mean? And I understand they're in at some levels victims to the friends that they keep, like the company they keep and things like that. But these people existed.
Yeah.
They've always existed. So to pretend as if all you knew were rappers and drug dealers, I'm sure that that's a good chunk of what you saw, but you definitely had access to more than that. And that's why some Black boys do not fall victim to the same thing other Black boys do. So I just think it's laziness above all.
Yeah, and they still keep. Seamus, can you? Yeah, I sped it up. They're still going to use it like, oh, there's still no Black men to look up to. It's like, are you really looking? Because right now they are like, and maybe they say Obama biracial, so they can't look up to him.
Also, I can't take him seriously. Like, to me, it doesn't feel like he's actually engaging with the harm he's done. He's
Yeah.
saying the words, but like you're sitting there and you have this you know,
Smog green.
smug, you're very comfortable. It's very like, oh yeah, we're hanging out, chill vibes. And it's like, it's hard for me because I feel like the tone that this conversation has, not the energy he's bringing, but the tone they're trying to have this conversation in, it requires me to feel empathy for you. And I don't, because I'm not seeing the empathy from you towards the people that you're saying, like, you hurt, you're acknowledging with your words anyway, that you harmed.
Yeah. I get that people do have the responsibility to get away from someone you know is playing with you, but they are definitely the ones who intentionally seek out those they feel have an instability in their sense of, oh, he's going to talk about it. He's going to talk about it. He's going to, this is the part, because like, there has always been for me a responsibility for the people who have more self-esteem, more self-assurance, to walk away from other people who don't and who can't, when you don't want to be with them and you know you can't take care of them or treat them right, or you don't want to be the person to do it. Instead of using and taking and taking and taking, just leave them alone. And part of this conversation is going to turn into sort of the mechanism for getting women attached, extracting from them sexually, and then discarding them. And he's going to explain that. She's going to talk about the law. This book, was it Green? The Art of Seduction. She's going to go into that also, but we'll get there. But UG Rose, thank you so much.
So yeah.
I remember that I read this book. It's called The Art of Seduction. It's a Robert Greene book.
Oh my God. I can't believe it's literally right after I said it happened. I already watched it, but I didn't remember it was like right there.
Mecca of entertainment, the mecca of like hip hop and rap, and hip hop and rap, that's a very like reoccurring trope is the pimp and players. So yeah.
I remember that I read this book. It's called The Art of Seduction. It's a Robert Greene book. And there is a type of seducer called the ardent rake, which is a fuckboy. But it gave a exact formula for like what to do, how to behave that way, and why it works. And at the time that I read it, I had just come out of a really toxic relationship with, he's Canadian. He's an all Canadian fuckboy. No? It's an international phenomenon. And I remember, because I was listening to it on an audiobook, I literally had to pull over the car and I was screaming. It felt like I was in his room and I looked under his bed and I discovered like a potion that was being given to me. And I was like, how did he learn this? So now I get to ask a real fuckboy in real life, how do you learn?
Recover.
Mind you, they can read, they can do all this work to get women to do what they want, but if they want y'all to uproot the entire system for them to go to school, just an FYI, I will always remember that. Talking about you're going to have to change the entire system to get men to go to school. Absolutely not.
No, seriously, like, can we?
There's something.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There's something else that sticks out to me about both what he said coming into the conversation and what she just said in terms of like there being, and you said about there being a formula. And the thing is, because I don't know if it was you that said something that was kind of alluding towards him kind of being intentional. And I do think that a lot of it can be instinctual, like when you're young and you're picking up certain influences and certain things that you are focusing on and extracting and internalizing from different people. But I also feel like that is an indication of you being kind of inherently dangerous, because there are a bunch of different things that are happening at any given time. It's about our perceptions and the things we're honing in on, whether it's subconsciously or intentionally. And the fact that the cocktail of things that you internalized and then projected out into the world resulted in this, a part of that is you. A big part of that is you as an individual. And so if you were having a wound of wanting male guidance, male attention, male nurturing, and that somehow amalgamized into you preying on women or girls, you know, at the time, and into women, that's a you thing. That's not just a matter of, oh, you know, well, people around me were doing this and I was lonely, blah, 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 blah.
Right. Someone said he looks homeless. His aesthetics is very appealing to a lot of women, and he exploits it. He does not give off the I'm just going to sleep with you and leave you alone vibe. Nothing. Zero things. I don't know about it because I don't give that vibe. I don't got that vibe. I don't like that vibe. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But from my perspective, nothing about him indicates that he is going to just be sleeping around and like using and discarding you.
Can I give a bit of... Oh, go ahead, DJ, and then I'll come
No,
back.
I was just going to say he gives penniless poet, and I'm not even trying to be funny.
Yeah, because I was going to say, now that I've gotten older, I have more of a refined understanding of what. So yes, initially it's like, oh, I'm getting feminine vibes from this person. This person may be safe, and maybe even having conversation with him is like, oh, this is refreshing because we can talk about art and our feelings and this and that and the other. But the auntie in me is like, oh, this is a cad. You know what I mean? Like, this is a charlatan. This is giving that artistic but also schemer and scammer. Like, I live by the streets type of. There's something very seedy about it.
Maybe I'm not exposed to these types because like the finance bros or the F boys that I know are like the kind of like, yeah, those are the kind. So like when I see a man like this who seems homeless in his aesthetics, like hobo chic, I don't know how I am perplexed as to how women would be caught up in this. But then I can say, oh, actually, I can see how women would find him to be adorable and like kind of gay, but maybe not, and feel safe enough. Like if he gonna cheat, it's probably with a man and then get lost in.
There's a pageantry to it. You know why?
Yeah.
It's pretty. There's a pageantry to it. It's not just like, oh, because a bum, a masculine bum, just look dusty, look like he stank. And I mean, he looked like he could have a little bit of a smell, but these are very particular smells. These are on purpose.
Incense. It's incense.
Yes,
That's what he gives.
Patchouli, oils and butters. You get what I'm saying? So it's giving a romanticism. Oh, you take me away on the throes of love type of thing. There's you can get caught up in it.
To me, it gives not an immediate threat. The way, like Vitamin said, a typical toxic masculine man would. Like he gives to a naive woman, he would give safe space. Like he's not going to hurt me. He's not going to do me the way these other men would. And unfortunately, that's not the case.
They're just like Cowboy Clouds, him, Cam Newton, etc. Yeah, well, Cam Newton gives, but maybe because it's the football thing. I don't know, but like one look at Cam Newton and I'm like, okay, absolutely not. I look at him and I'm like, he looks sweet. He looks kind. He looks like he need a home. You know what I mean? Like it's not
whimsy. The girlies are feeling. The girlies want to feel like woodland fairies. You know what I mean? Like they want to feel that fantasy, and he will indulge that fantasy. He'll say, "Tell me your dreams. Tell me things that the manly men never wanted to listen to." Because men don't want to talk to women, but I will listen to you, my darling, my dove. I will listen to your dreams and your fantasies. I will not laugh. This is what I yearn for in my heart. It's the poet, what DJ said, the poet.
He looks like he would be able to walk you through your birth chart. You know what I mean? Like he's really into astrology.
Thank you, Queen of Disco Studio.
Recovering.
The core element of being a fuckboy is up.
Themis, may we have a mango commercial? We may. Can people turn down, if you're listening to this in your ear, this might be a little bit loud, but it's not even a commercial. It's just a 10-second song. Ready? And a 1, and a 2, and a skibidi-bidi-doo.
manipulation.
There's something called, did you ever watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
He had this thing called Dennis theory, which was, let me see if I can pull it all out. Demonstrate value, which means you show the person why you're valuable. We talk about art, you talk about science, you open their mind. Mario talked a lot about opening people up spiritually, like showing them a new side to like looking at the world. Like that's the killer. Like if I can open you up spiritually, I know I'm good. So demonstrate value, engage physically, nurture dependence, neglect. What was I? I can't remember what I was, and then S was separate. Can you pull it up for me? Yeah, what was I?
Wait, she's talking about the Dennis system?
So
yes, she's talking about
the Dennis system. It is insane how accurate it is. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a huge It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia fan, so I had to clock that real quick.
When I went to the airport, they came through. I was literally like tearing up. I was so excited. It was Charlie and Dennis.
Oh
just
my
them two.
God. Charlie and Glenn. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done.
Demonstrate value, engage physically, nurture dependence, neglect, inspire hope, and separate.
That's pretty spot on. That's pretty damn spot on. Wow. The inspire hope is maniacal. That's insane. But yeah, the Dennis theory is yeah, that's damn it. Yeah, that's the whole fuckboy Bible right there for you.
And it works.
Yeah, and it works.
What's the downside of it? Because if you use it, it works getting you attention. If you admit to using it, you actually get more attention. You get more of that thing. But it's still not something that you want to use anymore, that you recommend other men to use. Why?
I feel like when I was younger, I didn't get enough. My dad left when I was like 8. My mom and dad got divorced. So it was primarily the women in my family, in my life that raised me. Like my mom, my sister, my aunties, and everything. But like in my house, it was just my mom and my sister. My mom worked a lot, because she had to feed 2 kids, And then my sister, older sister, they don't really, it's like qualm with their little brothers and stuff like that. So, she was in her own world. So I feel like I didn't get enough like attention from the folks around me. So a lot of times I like kind of went to my own world. But I feel like
I'm sorry, really quick.
Issues.
So your parents got divorced, and then your mother was taking care of you and your sibling. You barely saw her because she was working. You weren't getting a lot of attention. Where was your daddy at? Did I miss it?
Daddy was out there in them streets.
Okay.
Daddy was out in them streets, running them streets red.
Okay, lovely.
In my adulthood is like feeling like I need female validation or validation from female attention a lot. And like, I mean, crazy enough, I have my patience musician,
Cut the music, cut the camera. How did we get there from there?
Right.
Did that feel like a leap to you?
It did.
Yeah, well, no, it didn't. So mama was working, sister was not caring about him, and so he just wanted female attention. Now, how come he didn't want male attention? Well, he wanted male attention.
That's where I'm saying it, because we started off, he was saying that he is very clear about having wanted male guidance, mentorship, whatever. But now we're to this place where all of a sudden I go from I'm lonely, because I'm going to just amalgamize it into I'm lonely. Now I need to get it from women's girls' vaginas.
Maybe he wanted for men too, but he's just not comfortable saying that part out loud.
Okay, well, no. That scarf, you're not going to wear that scarf. And I believe him when he says he's straight, because the scarf was a choice that he made.
Wait, what is this?
Now, Vitamin, cut it out.
It's giving very much Miguel.
No, let me be very clear. I'm not that's not an insult to me. I'm just saying I know a lot of girls will see that scarf and say, you're not the one for me. But this is not about me.
No, listen, he's giving very distinct, but he knows what he's doing. He's in his niche. He's in the pocket.
That is true.
Y'all are about to convince me he's not doing both. It's just not gonna happen. But
it's very possible. No. I'm not gonna die on that hill. That's not where I'm going with this either. I do agree with you, Vitamin. It did seem like a leap to me, because based on what I'm hearing, Mama was financially present, but not present in any other way. Sister was only like physically present, but wasn't present emotionally. Daddy wasn't present in any way imaginable, but yet you felt like what it is that you needed was even more female attention. And that is strange.
I was going to ask you, not ask you, I demand. Now you have to watch that Basquiat movie with me. You have to watch it. You will fully understand why he is my mortal enemy.
All right, I'll watch it. I'll pick a day when I'm on vacation overseas and we'll watch it.
Okay.
Because like it's nothing
go.
but
Yes.
it's nothing but like well, male and female attention rather, but what I seek was specifically female attention. So it kind of worked in so many different ways. It can be from like simple as just like flirting or like sliding in DM or saying a couple things here and there. Yeah, the problem was like after like everything that was there that I felt it just dissipated, and even for that like I'm still understanding that it's weird to think about. It's not something I'm like the most stoked on or happy about.
Yeah. But it's important to acknowledge that it's, again, a part of culture conditioning, a part of what you saw worked. And also it did get you the result that you wanted, but just like it's like fast food, right? Like it gets you the food, but it's not the best or healthiest, but it's quick, it's accessible. And it's obviously positioned in certain places for a systemic reason, but like it was fast food attention and it was providing what you didn't have when you were 8 years old, right? Like that attention, that validation from women and a lot of it. And unfortunately,
Patriarchy is trash, yes. But this man is making a choice. It's not a systemic reason why he's using and abusing women. And I do think this is abusive behavior.
Yeah, I don't appreciate the way that it's like this hodgepodge of different things that are viable, things, but it's to serve this narrative of just like, oh, it can't be helped. But that is that. When I'm talking about that reckless abandon of, just on the wings of love, what was I talking about? Watching the soap operas and the lady on the soap opera that just has been with every single man on that soap opera of like multiple generations. And she's just like, love just comes. You don't know what's going to happen. It just happens. It's nothing to do.
Yeah, it's a lack of separation between the desire and the action. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I might be delayed.
No.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. And I agree with what you just said.
play into the game or do the habit, the more attractive that you become. So it's like, well, how could it be so bad if this is what everybody wants?
Is that a question or is that like a statement or is that both?
Maybe a reflection point, but you can actually, you can do what you want with that.
I would say even in that, I think because what was how did you phrase it? The last
how can something be so bad when it seems to be what everybody wants?
Okay. Because it always ends in pain. Who I would have these moments with, it will always end up in them being like hurt by my actions, by my distance, by my change in like communication or habits or anything like that. Like it would just drastically change, and because they're intelligent women, they will understand why. So it's just like damn, like I thought he was different, but he's just another fuckboy. And I think that.
Okay, so let's be very clear. So the person who said, how do we know these women that we know they didn't want it and that they were in pain because that. He just said it.
Mm-hmm. He also just confirmed that he would change his behavior. Like there would be a difference in his behavior before and after the act. Extremely intentional on his part. So it's not just, I just wanted sex. Oh my God. Sex is so good. No, it's more than that. It's I'm willing to deceive in order to get sex from women.
Yeah.
And I'm not even trying, because what he just said really pissed me off, because that means that were observing. It's not like you were just doing this stuff and not paying attention to what was going on and what you were doing and all that other stuff. You were fully aware each step of the process. And so now my question is, how long did you observe that reaction in these women before you decided, okay, that's enough of that? Because it's like, why wasn't the fact that you recognized that you were hurting these people in this particular way with these particular behaviors, why wasn't that enough for you to at least try to find a new way? I get that you might not have known a way on your own, but it doesn't sound like you ever at any point said, well, is there another way? You were just like, yeah, I'm just going to keep doing this.
He's going to tell you why he got disinterested. He gonna tell you. My theory, many men see sexual conquest as one of the few acceptable forms of attention seeking, rather than sharing their feeling, how they feel, whether it's lonely or vulnerable. Yeah. And every kind of attraction and draw to someone, I think men think it's sexual. And I think that's why they're so they're so determined to maintain their sexuality, because every time they feel like, oh, like with another man, like, oh, I want a hug, or any kind of feeling of wanting connection with another man, it brings up a wall in them, and they have to reaffirm their sexuality. Because I think for a lot of men, any kind of feeling towards someone has to be executed sexually. And it's not just, oh, you know what? I just wanted a hug. It had to be sexual. And I do think part of this, I will give one slight grace here to some men, where I think when you've been abused as a child, and the only kind of expression and only time you get comfort is when some older person is taking advantage of you sexually, you might grow to believe that sexual expression is the only kind of expression acceptable for men when it comes to engagement with other people. But I don't extend that to a very large group of people.
Well, I will say this, because I was going to say earlier when he was talking about his mother and his sister, and feeling like that was the reason he was extracting sexual affection from unrelated girls and women. I'm saying girls and women because I'm assuming he was young. Yeah. A part of the reason I kind of drew back from that was because recognizing like adolescence is a time where those sexual urges and stuff kick in. So I would imagine that that plays a big role in terms of like how it manifests in you being able to slide over into sexuality as opposed to just platonic.
Yeah.
Seeking out platonic relationships.
That continuous pattern of hurting somebody. If you have any type of empathy or conscious, you'd be like, oh, like this really sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that made me want to go to therapy and want to figure out like what is going on and why do I feel this way, And also like the level of guilt that you feel from it is like so heavy. Like that level, it just pulls me out. Like my daily operations are not smooth. I cannot handle my agendas because it's just, I'm so heavy in thought, and it's like this continuous like loop in my brain, of like, damn, like, I don't know. It's just the pain is just very like heavy.
Yes.
But I guess it's not my pain, it's their pain, and I feel their pain. Yeah, and it's very like consuming.
You know what's interesting about this is we chatted with Mario, and his thing was talking about mother wounds. And for him, into the same cycle. And similarly, he was like, it was never about the sex. Yeah. It was like, I wanted them to want and need me. And so I'd always take it past that level. Yeah. Even when they were like, it could just be sex, I would delude them and be like, no, like there's something more here. Yeah. Even in the back of his mind, knowing it's really not going to be. But for him, when the women felt pain or when he saw the pain in his face, he almost felt a nothingness. And that, he said, kind of linked to the fact that he was still so angry at his mom. I read this book once, it was an old book from like the 60s that was talking about men who have mother wounds, and they were saying that there is no guilt, that there is almost like there's a deserving, that the feminine deserves this pain.
I think in those moments, yeah, for sure. In those moments, I could see a woman just falling in front of me and not feel anything. And honestly, there's pleasure that came with once she says, I'm not doing this again. It's done with it, reeling her back in. There's pleasure that came with it. It was like this, like, it was even more powerful every time after time.
The fact that women were out here having Mario play in their face is actually kind of wild to me. So he said, huh?
What women? What you mean?
Whatever women who had Mario out here playing in their face is wild. But he said he would trick women and say there would be more, tell them there would be more, even if they're like, oh, let's just hook up. He would try to get them invested, and once they were invested, he was done. And when they tried to pull away, then he would try to invest more.
Well, I gave up on him when he switched his whole aura from, somebody said, not Mr. I Can Hear Your Heart. When he did that song, he was like, why would you want to break up? I was done then. You know what song I'm talking about?
No, I don't know the song, but I do know his aura shifted, and he was like, yeah, I am this guy. No, you are not that guy. You will never be that guy, but okay, girl. I thought this was a sweet young man singing about I can hear your heart crying out for me.
Yeah, that's why I was just like, I don't like that. That was nasty work.
That happened. And yeah, I'm guilty of that in the past. for sure. And
Now
it
that
definitely
you
comes from
have that,
feminine
but
wounds.
it's past, though.
Yeah, for sure.
And now that you can look at it the different lens, like what's the real why? Because it seems just Thanos evil.
The shift for me, I think, was like losing my mom.
But yours is a totally different experience because it's kind of the same pattern, the same behavior, but a completely different response.
I'm glad you said that too, because that's literally what links it. Because watching my dad cheat on my mom and seeing the pain that she felt, like, and how it affected her for years after, like during and then after, it was like insane. Like I know she didn't trust men for a long time, and she was like, I don't even want to think about even entertaining a man until you guys are like in college. 4 years go by, college is done, still not dating men. 4 years go by after that. Like it took her a long time to like trust another man and actually want to like build something. And like I would say that was probably like 20 years or so.
Wow.
And
But now she's good?
Oh, she's good now.
Yeah,
She's good now.
That's
Yeah, no, my stepdad's amazing. Wonderful man. But yeah, it took her that long. I know that pain. I looked in her eyes like many days.
This is pissing me off. This is pissing me off so deeply because you're describing these things in such detail. You're saying you witnessed that in your mother, and so your response was to turn around and go out and traumatize other women and repeatedly. Like the math is not mathing.
Right. You saw your mom in pain after what your dad did to her. She shut down emotionally. You felt bad. And so you decided, yep, let's have more of my mom. Let's go do that.
Well, I suppose go ahead, Vitamin.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just sorry about that. Actually, I need some water. Sorry.
I was gonna say that even in the part where he was talking about he felt the heavy weight of the reactions of the women and stuff, you're not going to tell me that you were feeling all of this and your answer to that was to continue going on, because the way you're talking, it sounds like this was going on for a very long time. So
Yep.
you're not going to tell me you were feeling these things but still continuing, and I'm supposed to look at you as anything but a demon, because the thing is, I'm not a perfect person, right? But whenever I have felt something where I'm like, I'll say the weight of responsibility of like recognition that this person that I'm interacting with puts a certain level of trust in me. Once I become aware of a level of trust between someone else towards me, I take that very seriously. You get what I'm saying? So I don't see how you can talk about having that kind of awareness throughout the whole process of purposefully lying to and manipulating people while also talking about carrying this understanding of seeing trauma and knowing where that trauma came from in people that you care about, in the people that you have brought it upon. Like, ooh, I'm tight. He got me tight.
No, I mean, I think the same, right? Like but this is part of why the therapy movie show that we've been watching, and even this, is a problem for me, because like sometimes it feels like we try to excuse bad behaviors when there's no excuse for it. What you're doing is bad, you know it's bad, you can stop it, you decide not to. Now, if we're going to figure out how to get you to stop it, then I'm down with it. But like this idea that, oh, I have a mother wound, get out of my face.
And that better be what the second half is about, honestly. Like I need to hear some, okay, let's discuss the ways that you have been doing better, right? Because all of this clarity, all of this understanding of your past you have, like I'm gonna need that to translate to something substantial. But
let's read. Go ahead.
no, I'll be very quick. Apologies, I just had to step away. I had a scratch in my throat, but I was really just gonna say it had to have been a case where he first saw his mother be hurt, but then I suppose stopped caring about his mother being hurt when he realized that she wasn't able to show up for him emotionally the way she might have been when his father was still there, because that's the only thing that would at least make sense to me, how you can go from seeing your mom being directly hurt by your father but then ended up being like your father as you continue to see her like still have an aversion to men for years after the fact.
Right. But in truth, he's got, spoiler alert, he said in recent years, it was not straight women that he was going after. And I so badly wanted some clarifications there, but ain't get none.
Well, question, does he ever touch a bit deeper on the actual pain he was feeling, because like he's alluding and said, oh, I was wanting this and I was wanting that and I wasn't getting this and that, but I have yet to see him go to a place where I'm like, okay, I can see the hurt in him, because
Girl, ain't no hurt.
that's where I was getting to, because my problem with him is like he is talking about these things in a way that to me I feel like he's still unsafe, because I don't see him truly connect. He's talking about, oh, I felt I was basically an empath to all these women as they were going through both the pain I inflicted and the pain that I saw them enduring from other people. But it's like I never really see you connecting with it in a way that denotes a recognition of it outside of just kind of seeing it.
Yeah.
Like if I can see you saying, oh, I was hurt and so I lashed out, I can rock with that, because as human beings, that's what we do. But the way you're talking about it, it seems purely like you were just making decisions every single step of the way.
Yeah.
And just seeing like that weight on her. So that's funny, I never made that connection. I'm just very much me, and I'm very much like fine with like my feminine energy and everything, but like a lot of dudes feel like they need to like be like super aggro and like masculine, like they're like walking squares. Like hetero cis men have a rational fear of being fucked by another man.
Yeah.
I think the hetero male experience can sometimes be a bit cubicle. I'm just gonna say cubicle. Nobody's used that in that way, I think, so I'm just gonna say yeah, it's just a bit cubicle.
Yeah.
Anyways, and like I think sometimes I'm just too colorful to fit in that cubicle sometimes. So yeah.
I want to share a story and then I want to get back to that because you're such an interesting contradiction to me. And I love that. Contradictions are very sexy.
Yeah.
They're very seductive. But we were talking about this with like how deep that fear of getting fucked by a man is. I don't remember the story, but he was talking with his friends about sometimes when you're eating a girl out, if you find your butt in the air, you're like, put it down. And you're like, what is on the other side of that? Do you think a dude's going to bust through the door?
But it's more of a power thing. Because it's like, okay, for me, yeah, I've definitely been like, damn, I'm tooted. Like, I need to put this ass down. But it's not like from a sense of like, another dude gonna come in like, bro, free meal. Like, it's not that. It's just, I'm just imagining like, you know what I'm saying? Shorty got her legs open and stuff, and you like going crazy, and she's enjoying it, and she look up and your ass is just tooted. And it's just like, damn, I don't know if I want her to see me this vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? I still got my socks on and shit. I do that too, by the way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not ready yet to be that vulnerable. So yeah, having my ass tooted maybe a little bit too much.
But yes, other places.
But in other places, yeah, I can see that. And it's like you getting the breeze on your ass and stuff like that. So, yeah, I can see that.
Well, because masculinity is the tightrope, and it's something you have to audition for every.
So, I will say this. I like childishness in not just in people. Like when I see like I can kind of play with you, that is attractive to me, not just like sexually or whatever, but even in friends. I like people that I can be kind of childish with, and so I can see what they call like boyish charm and this and that and the other. That is something that can be attractive. And when you're dealing with someone who is unafraid in the way he's talking about to just let go like that and just be fun and not have to feel like you're playing man and I'm playing woman and this and that and the other, I can see how that would be attractive.
So Vitamin just got caught up in this man's charm. That's wild.
I don't
Dawn
want
fell for
him.
the poet. She fell for the poet. Oh Lord.
No, but can I be? I like that kind of energy, but I don't play with none of them like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do. I like a Miguel.
And I think there's nothing wrong with that.
Every day. I love that this is hitting for you.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. It becomes this thing that men have to wake up every day and audition for. And they audition for it even when they're having sex with women. Like they still have to prove that they're straight. They still have to prove that they're a man. And the contradiction for me comes from, okay, so you have a dad who left really early on. That hurt you. You knew how that felt. And you saw the impacts of your mom. And you were like, I don't ever want to see my mom go through this, but I'll put other women through this. And then it's like, you didn't grow up with a male figure. So traditionally that kind of guy would be trying to overperform masculinity to try to get the approval of men. But somehow here you are, fluid and completely fine. So yeah, just make those connections for me. This episode is sponsored by me because why not? Did you know that lovers...
You know what? Actually, real quick. I'm sorry, I'll be very quick about this. That's actually something that's so very interesting. He fell for the hype when it came to victimizing women, because this is a way to victimize women, right? He's pretty much admitted to playing with women's hearts. You fell for the hype there, but you embraced your more feminine side, which is something that men directly look down upon. Like if he was the way he's presenting right now, if he was even a fraction of this as a young man, I know men were calling his sexuality and his manhood into question. How are you able to get through that and go against the grain in that way, but not go against the grain when it comes to how you treat women?
Well, he goes against the grain in that way by sleeping with women. So he goes against men calling him gay by sleeping with women.
Right, because a man can call you whatever, but look how they be trying to do things. But at the end of the day, they are vexed. Why? Because we're all sitting around him like, yes, mango cake, so they can't take it.
Yeah.
Figure. So traditionally, that kind of guy would be trying to overperform masculinity to try to get the approval of men. Yeah. But somehow here you are, fluid and completely fine. Yeah. So yeah, just make those connections for me.
I don't know.
Because the match should be different. Then you probably were like such a sniper to women because you're not the stereotypical man's man. You have this sensitivity towards women because of your mom. Mm-hmm. And even though you didn't maybe have tons of time with them, you were still raised in an all-female household. So that had to have impacted your personality a little bit to allow you to connect with women more. Is that true or false?
Yeah. Yeah, nail on the head. Sniper is that has been the main interest in me, I suppose, from women, especially because I dated a lot of queer women, like 95% of the time. I don't think I've dated a straight woman in a while.
I dated queer women. I date queer women. 95% of the time. I don't think I've dated a straight woman in a while. This initially I interpreted to mean, I date lesbians or bisexual women. I guess they're not lesbian I don't know. Or fluid or whatever. But does that include like gender non-conforming, like women? Like I don't know what this fully means.
Well, I want to point out too, you recognize that he's getting older. And so as he's getting older, I'm assuming he doesn't give me, I only go for barely legal vibes, right? So that means that his cohort is getting older as well. And as women get older, they're not going for the bullshit as easily. So when you're dealing with women who are more into alternative type arrangements or, situations, sexual, I think it's out of necessity is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would definitely expect for queer women to not be and I apologize for the generalization, but I'm just thinking out loud. My guess is that queer women would be more likely to be a lot more accepting of his presentation and his embrace of his more feminine side.
Yeah, because he probably wasn't dressing like this when he was, a teenager and maybe early 20s. Like this is his final form. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
now that he's fully showing up fully authentically, he has to be way more of a niche situation.
And traditional magician at least once a month. You will not be able to convince me otherwise.
Yeah, and you think about it, somebody say he's like 36. So the girlies are like, hey, I need to be getting more straight-laced. If anything, I need me a manly provider man who wants a feminine woman. So they're not going to be doing the loosey-goosey stuff. You're going to have to get into those alternative lifestyles. You're going to the swingers parties. You're going to these different groups and stuff that everybody's kind of
not the Diddy party.
It is what it is.
To be honest, but like I think it's so funny. I'm really putting all my business out here. Like it's really gonna be. They're gonna do.
What are you talking about?
No, it's fine. I think I'm the exception to a lot of, especially to like queer women, because I am like, I guess, very accepted of the like my feminine, and because I am like caring.
I am the exception to these queer women. He's talking about dating lesbian, and he gets a kick from turning women from lesbian to be with him or something. I don't know. This sounds predatory to me, but he's saying they're the ones who initiate. I don't know.
I would want to see. I would want to see who he's talking about, because if he's talking
Same.
about the ones that are just kind of like, oh yeah, I'm not dealing with men anymore. I'm tired of these men. Da, 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 da. Or is he dealing with hardcore, like, yeah, no, I don't deal with men at all type of people? Like, who are you talking about?
Right.
He has never been with not one lesbian, because that's literally not how it works.
That's what I'm
He's not been
saying.
with
That's
one
what I'm
lesbian.
saying. I'm like, I would have to see who you're talking about. But again, that goes back into people like coming into this new, when we get older, we're really trying to feel like quote unquote grown up. And so we kind of like, it's more tribal in a lot of senses. And there are some women who are just, I'm going to be honest, they've been through the ringer with these guys, and so their thing is like, oh well, they already were a little bi-curious or whatever anyway, so they're just like, I'm just not going to deal with guys. I still want to be sexual, I still want to have romance, so I'm just going to deal with women. And I'm guessing those are probably the women he's talking about.
Yeah. I have a question for the Discord. Someone just asked me something, and I think I have an answer, but they're watching, and something triggered something for them. Maybe I can ask y'all here. What was that? All right. So essentially, there's this person that this girl likes, right? And he's not like masculine or whatever. But they have never met. And to me, I say block, right? I say block. But they're on a dating website. They've never met, but she likes him physically, and she likes the conversation to some degree. And what happens is he'll say good morning. Let me look at the, I don't want to look through the text. He'll say good morning. She'll say, hey, how are you? And he'll say, good, what are you doing? And then he won't respond until later in the evening after work, obviously. He'll say, hey, what are you cooking? What do you do? Like, how was your day? She'll say whatever it is and then ask him his day. And then he won't respond until the next day. And this happens over and over and over and over again. And she's like, is this like what this man is giving? I don't know if this is what this man is giving, but I'm saying just block him.
Well,
I feel like
he's giving uninterested.
Yeah, or like breadcrumbing, because they're supposed to go on a date. But like, I don't even think you should go on the date. Like,
wait,
someone
he's
who-
probably just doing a daily quota. Like, he probably
Yeah.
has a list of people that he's just like quote unquote checking in with to say he still has contact with them, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Did she specify what it is about these conversations that she enjoys? Because I'm not really hearing much of a
I
conversation.
see the screenshot. There's no conversation. It is like, hey, you like to cook? I like to cook. What do you cook? 3 days to the next day. So he's never gone
She
a day
thinks she
without
got a bird in the
messaging her.
hand. She's thinking it's FOMO. It's fear. Oh, what if he's the one? What if I'm being too harsh? This and that and the other. That's what that is.
Yeah, she
Yeah, 'cause-
just go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine, because like one of the texts is like, where is it? He texts. Oh, sorry. These pictures are annoying. So the timestamp she shows, he texts that what I like cooking this. You are from this place. What dishes do you make? Right. This is texted at 5:29. She texted back at 5:30. He texted 5:29. She texted 5:30 today and told her what she liked to cook, and then asked him who taught him to cook. He did not respond, even though they were like, she texted. He did not respond till 8. And then while I'm on, he texted her and she texted back, and then he doesn't respond. Like, he does not respond until the next day. Like, it's almost like 3 texts per day, and that's it. There's been no more than there's been no more than 3 texts per day.
You want to know something? This doesn't even sound like breadcrumbing, because I feel like breadcrumbing is very intentional. He just sounds uninterested, like he doesn't care to keep in contact with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't even think that he's actually trying to be manipulative. He's just not interested. And I feel like she's booking a trip to Delululand and it's refundable. She's gonna need to do something about that.
I swear it's giving to me that he has a couple people and he goes into the app and he sees that they responded to him and he responds to them. And then when he's finished responding to everybody and he gets tired of the app, he just gets off the app.
Yeah.
But that's not a bad thing, though. If that's true, that's not.
It's bad for her.
It's not a bad thing at all. It's just this isn't gonna work.
Well, when I was on the app, Vitamin, I did that.
Oh no, not that's what you did.
Because you weren't interested. You did that with people you weren't interested
I wasn't interested. Wait. Actually, I should have thought about this before I asked. So I get overwhelmed easily. Right? When there's a bunch of message, I will forget to message people back because I get overwhelmed. Now, if there's someone that I'm super interested in, then I'll go back and forth, right? But because I'm not going back and forth, isn't because you're not attractive or not interested. It's because something you have, like, there's no sparks or whatever. And maybe when we meet up, there will be. But like, I am not going back and forth with you all day. It's not going to happen.
Themis. You just confirmed that
yes,
the people you weren't as
exactly
interested in got different treatment. You just confirmed it. That doesn't make you a bad person. We're talking about human nature.
No. But that's after something happened. Like I'm doing that to everyone until something happened.
But you have to. That's the thing. It's for both you as the person in the dominant position in this situation, and the person that's in her position. At some point, somebody got to realize this ain't it.
Right. Otherwise, it's just gonna drag on.
Cut the cord.
But why? Because her texting me means you're too interested in someone you don't know. So
because
it's actually a you problem.
No, he's texting her too, and apparently he is initiating text. Or I don't know what it is. Like there goes a point in time where they're not talking, and then he makes contact with her when he could just leave it or block her.
They've talked every day this week.
For 30 seconds maybe?
Yeah,
collectively?
yeah. They've talked every day, 3 texts per day from him.
I mean, honestly,
no more.
But this is what I'm trying to say. Like I know for me personally, that's why I don't do this stuff, because I get what you're saying about it being overwhelming. And for me, it's tedious. And this type of stuff, like I'm not interested in that type of interaction either. So it's like at a certain point, I feel like somebody got to cut it off, because it's like you have that end of the spectrum, but then you have those people that are just, it's constant and what were we watching? And the person was like, oh my God, it just feels so real. And we were just like, no. They're being love bombed. They're love bombing you. So it's like you really don't know.
So I agree, and for me, if you're not texting me right away, you're not interested and I'm gonna block you.
Period.
But I'm not gonna be texting you all day unless I'm super interested and there's a spark. So you should block me too.
But see, again, you can't say unless I'm super interested. That means that there's certain people you're willing to do that for.
If we match, we are there, right? So it's not that. It's I don't know you. You don't know me. We will get to know each other. But until then, there is not going to be a lot of interest.
But it sounds like your work to do is figuring out what separates the people that have already passed the physical screening.
Right.
What separates the people that you want to keep talking to the ones that are just kind of in this doldrums with you. You need to figure out what the difference is.
Yeah, no, the difference is the conversation. The difference is...
so if someone's not giving that conversation, it's okay to just...
For me, none of them are. Both of them are like, "Hey, how are you? Hey, girl, block."
But then what changes? I guess what changes for those people whatever.
I think, and this is, I don't like talking about this online because whatever. But like, I think that you should look through my profile and you should find something I'm interested in that you're interested in. Something on my profile. Hi, how are you? Is not going to cut it. You will be blocked.
And that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. You want the person to take initiative and actually have
Oh, I'm gonna
something
do
to
it too.
discuss.
I'm gonna do it one time. I'm gonna do it one time.
You ever heard of
Make
good
up
on
your
paper?
mind.
You heard of good on paper. This is the real world application of good on paper. Like some people, they may seem to have everything you want in a person, but it just don't bang in real life, and that's okay.
Right.
Listen, I think that you should tell your friend, or
She's
unless you've
listening.
already.
She's listening. She's
Oh,
listening.
okay. Hey, girly. Hey, girly. I want you to really think about the conversation that you're having, or lack of a. I'm sorry.
That
I
man
want you
don't
to think
want you
about.
blocked.
No, no, no,
That
no, no,
man
no.
don't
Hold
want
on, hold
you.
on. No, hold on. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work.
All right.
Girly, I'm gonna need you to think about what it is that you actually find appealing about this man and remove everything that you might be idealizing. Focus solely on the facts. And I think what you'll find is that there's not much to go off of. Your person would not be just hitting you up hours upon hours upon hours after you reach out to them. That's not the person for you. And I'll leave you with this. I mean, I'm not saying that we have to move on. I'm just saying the
But
last thing I'll say.
should they go on that date?
No.
Is the date set?
Yeah, they have a
If I'm
date
gonna be
tomorrow.
honest with you, if we already set a date, truthfully, I don't feel like talking to you probably unless we have those really great
Okay,
conversations.
same.
Right.
So now I'm like actually on the side.
I'll see you when I see you.
I'm on his side now. Sorry, girl, love you down. But yeah, there's a date set. If you talk about everything over text, ain't nothing gonna be there to talk about when y'all meet.
And especially because think about even if that ends, even if you were to go on that date and it's like the best date you've ever had, I just don't see. Not only do I find that highly unlikely, but even if that is the case, like I feel like he's already set a bad precedent where he's not that communicative. He's not going to be that. You're not going to see him that often, right? You guys are not going to have consistent quality communication. You're only going to have a good
DJ, right? Because if y'all meet up and the communication continues this way, blocked immediately. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. He's not that into you. Y'all met. No, blocked.
Oh, well, yeah. And honestly, like me personally, I'm not a straight to the first date. I'm a video caller person. Like I feel like that needs to look, everybody's gonna have their opinions. You know, me neither, but I need to make sure you're you, and I need to, you know what I mean? Like I need to see how you intend on interacting.
Yeah, I
with me.
think
I feel
for
like
women, it's a safety thing
I'm a
too.
phone conversation. I mean,
phone too.
I'll have a phone conversation with you just to see, but in the general sense, once we've set a date, I'll see you at the.
No, here's the thing. I don't like phone conversation and I don't like FaceTiming or any of that because I feel like my accent over the phone comes off really bad. So I don't like that. So I told her,
Explain. How does
I don't
that
know.
work?
I feel like people think I'm dumb when I talk on the phone.
Your person would not think you sound dumb.
I feel like the visuals with the accent makes more sense. I feel like it makes more sense. But I told her not to. I told her to go on the date because, like, no one is interesting. No one knows anything. So, like, go on the date and then see what happens. That's my suggestion.
Interesting. Yeah, that's such a a man answer. Just go on a date, girl. What's the worst that could happen?
That's what I'm saying. Like you made it. You know how many people can't get past what you doing? Good morning, queen. And all this stuff you made it to.
Queen. That would get you blocked.
The vitamin.
What?
You're with me then, vitamin, in this. Like, go on the date.
Just go on a date. Like I think because that's going to be the real tell. Because you can have amazing conversations with somebody, and then you get to the date, and it's just like, ugh. Like I feel like the meeting of the person is where you're really going to be able to kind of tell. But I also feel like I'm going back, and you kind of confirmed it, Themis, when I'm talking about that idea of like FOMO. Because if there's something that's making you feel off right now, just within this dynamic, but you're still holding on, like DJ said, why? There's really nothing there outside of, in my mind, something that you're thinking could possibly happen, like something
Right.
that exists
And you don't know
solely
this
within
man.
your mind.
She can take a drag. She's listening. So
It wasn't a drag.
We are
I
not going to
wasn't
drag
doing it
her.
as a drag.
they're saying you're delusional for creating an archetype in your head that you don't even know if this man fits into and being wedded to it. The fact that you're so interested and invested in someone texting you that you don't know is absolutely wild.
So this is what he wanted to say to you, and probably what he said to you.
No. Listen. Girly. I agree, but I've been there, so I'm not judging you for real. I've been there.
No,
girl. I'm filling those blanks. I have filled in those blanks where I shouldn't have.
Listen. I have 2 kids, never been married. Okay, so I've been there. I'm telling you, you need to clear that up. You need to get
Let me
that
tell
out
you
of
if
here.
this man is fine.
All right, he better be, girl.
I'm assuming he has to be. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you the reason why
This
she's
is how
even
bad it is. I
entertaining
didn't
this.
even look at this man picture that she sent me. I didn't even look at the picture.
I think the reason why she's even entertaining this is because she saw that man and she had that vision of them giggling
Yeah,
and
I see
snuggling and
why.
walking hand.
Oh, he
in
looked
hand.
good.
No. It's not just that he looks good. He's an attractive man, but he is like the nerdy attractive. Like,
Okay.
Boyish chopsy.
yeah, with the like, I go to the gym, but I'm also smart.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
Well, hold on. Let's think about this, guys.
Not the
Let's think about this.
biracial heavy doll in a chokehold.
You ain't say nothing about biracial.
Well, he looked biracial. I don't know. Girl, is he biracial? Because he looked biracial.
No, but I'm saying it's entrancing, and you go to that place and you're just like, oh my god, yes, it's gonna be so cute. We're gonna have such a great time. He's gonna be nerdy, and yeah.
I mean, I'm saying if you're gonna go on a date, it's given 2 drinks, appetizer, entree, dessert, and something to take home at the very least.
Yeah,
He should
just
have
don't go
communicated.
Dutch. Make sure he paying. No. He's biracial. I'm blackity black. But also everything else was my description too. So period.
Well, okay, I'm bracing myself as I even ask this because I don't want to fuel the delusion if there is truly delusion at play. But oh God, and this isn't a good excuse though. It really isn't. Like I wouldn't even accept this. But does his work schedule align with the lack of communication?
Oh, I don't know what he did.
I don't buy that either. No. I don't care if people talk to me at work. They can text and stuff at work. I don't
absolutely can. Yeah, it's not an excuse.
I don't buy
No. When my ex could not text at all, they had to put their phones in lockers.
Oh.
But so there are jobs where you can text.
Does he have one of those?
Can't
Not
have
email. I wish a man would email me. No.
They have email. Listen, I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. It's like but you got to be careful because what they say, if they want to, they will. If they want to, they will. It gets serious.
He does work in the government, but she can't tell me what she does.
Oh, of course. That's all. That's really all I needed. I
He
don't know.
Rich. I don't know.
He what? I didn't even hear. Oh Lord.
I said he don't sound rich. It's a lot.
So we don't need no more Jesse Williamses now. We don't
It's
need
a lot
none
for
of
a
that.
broke man. I am so sorry. It's a lot for a broke man. Talking about she can't tell
I'm
me
trying to
what
tell
he
you, she
does.
already had that daydream of them just sitting back, chilling at the house. She got her legs over his legs crossed. They watching Love Island. Like she already done seen it in her mind's eye. I'm telling you.
And that mind's eye is a very powerful thing, man. A lot of women fall victim to it. Like it happens to the best of us.
Oh, that's not right. He might not be broke. He has a job. That's enough. I'm wrong. That was wrong. No, I'm just trying to break her fantasy so that she can snap out of it.
Oh, I feel bad. I was wrong. I'm just trying to break her fantasy. What?
You gotta massage her out of it.
This publicly, like she don't mind, but I could be disparaging someone else when I don't mean it, right?
If it's the same situation, they need to be disparaged. This is the thing. And this is not a tough love thing because I'm not a tough love person, but it gets to a point, is what I'm saying. I will tell you this much. Like when I was with my youngest daughter's father, he was an artsy guy. And I had my people coming to me saying, girl, this is what I see. But I said to them, hey, you know what? I hear you. I see what you're putting down. I'm picking it up, but I'm not necessarily going to put it. I'm gonna just put it in my pocket for right now because I want the best case scenario. I deserve the fairy tale and I want the fairy tale. So I'm going to move with intention towards what I hope is my fairy tale. But if it is not that, I'm willing to leave. And I think that's really what it has to be at the end of the day. If you're still going to be dating and trying to get with people, you do have to have a certain level of optimism and willingness to be vulnerable and to be wrong. So I think the takeaway from this is not necessarily like if you still want whatever you were envisioning in your mind's eye, go for it, but just go for it knowing that it may not be that with this guy.
No. It will not be. The person you have in your mind is not him. It is not him at all. You're delusional.
But it sounds like she still wants to try. And I'm saying, like, if honor yourself, honor your desire, but keep in mind all of these things. Don't, because what people will do is they will completely erase all of these things that they are seeing or explain them away. Don't explain them away. Keep them relevant in your mind and move forward with your desire. But when the time is right, because you kept this other stuff, available to you in your psyche, you'll be able to walk away.
I say ghost him like he's been ghosting you in the chat. Just don't show up.
May I ask what she's dating for?
A man, a husband, a father to her child.
Oh, honey,
she don't have a child. She does
You're
not have
not
a child.
answering your phone. You're not communicating with me. She want a husband and a father to her child and stuff. What happens when the school calls?
Listen, this is what I've been thinking about a lot. And so I want her to be thoughtful about, you said she's listening, so I'll speak directly to her. I want you to think about this as well. Let's say you do decide to give this guy a chance, right? Mm-hmm. If you were to end up together and you had to tell honestly how you guys met, and you were not able to leave out any details, just how embarrassed would you be having to tell that story?
I thought you were going to drag her more, but that's a smart way to do it.
I do not want to drag her. I've been here. I'm just saying.
Miss Phelps said it right. She said it because I say that all the time. Put a pin in it. I'll say that all the time when I recognize something and I don't even necessarily know why this little detail is standing out to me. I will say put a pin in it. I'm gonna put a pin in it because I know if it's sticking out to me, there's a reason it's sticking out to me. So all these things that you're questioning right now, there's a reason you're questioning those things. But it sounds like you wouldn't be coming and asking people questions if you wasn't still planning on seeing this man and interacting with this man. So go ahead and follow your desire, but keep paying attention to those things that you have pinned.
How long have they been dating? They've never been on
a date. They haven't been dating. Yeah, no.
Yeah, never went on a date. She's projecting.
I'll say this too, because I actually just had a similar conversation with a really good friend of mine. Basically, it's like we've grown so accustomed. I actually don't want to make it about like Black women. I'll just speak very generally. We've grown so accustomed to just looking out for the super duper huge red flags, and I feel like, at least in this community, I feel like we've gotten past that. So now it's about honing in on what I would consider like the orange flags, right? The things that are not as bad as the red flags, but they're still not acceptable. He may not have called you out your name. He may not have negged you or been disrespectful, but he is being disrespectful towards you by not valuing your communication with you, not valuing your time, not getting back to you in a timely fashion. It could be. I think the difference between breadcrumbing and indifference is the man's intention.
Okay, I'm defending him now. Let's maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I'm right. As we were talking, because my initial take is block him. Now that we've spoken at length, because there's too many men in this world and women in this world for you to be stuck on one. That don't make no sense to me. So like my instinct is block, and move on. But how much more investment should he be giving?
I think that it's on him. If okay, here's what I'll say, and I'll include you in this, Themis, and anybody who agrees with you. No. This isn't going to be a drag. I'm just saying, if you know that you're not the type to stay in, I won't even say constant because barely anybody likes that, but to stay in regular contact with somebody at that stage, that, in my opinion, is on you to disclose. Like, hey, you address it in some way. If you are interested, but you do not want them to internalize your lack of regular communication, it is on you to figure out some way to convey to them that you still want them, right? And
But
so,
what if you don't know if you want them? What if you're actually online trying to figure out who you like, who you don't like, and you're like, oh, this person messaged, let me message them back. Oh, they texted me. I'm slightly annoyed now because everyone is texting me. I don't know how to engage with this. It's not just you texting me, it's like you and 10 other people texting me, and I'm now overwhelmed. I know I should be responding to everyone, but I try to respond to people at least once a day. I can't.
well, to that I say you have to take accountability for having so many connections at one time. If you know you're the type to get overwhelmed very easily, you should not be speaking to more than 2 or 3 people at a time.
Yeah, but you are not these people, you don't know them. You just match and you are like, hopefully you will get to know them and then remove people from your dating profile.
Mm.
But
Oh,
like,
you know what? I'm looking at it from my perspective, which is I only look at the people, the men who have expressed interest in me. So I control how many matches I get at any given time. I'm looking at it from that perspective. So let me roll that in. because you make a good point. If you're expressing interest in people too, then the match could be made at any time. So that's a fair point.
yeah. So like he's like, oh, okay, I have, let's say 15 women that I just matched with. I am messaging, I came on and like 10 of them messaged me. Let me respond to all of them. And they're responding right away. For me, I'm a log off. If I message you and you message back, but I'm messaging a bunch of people because I'm trying to keep up, and you all message me at the same time, I'm done. Like my brain goes shut down. Unless there's someone that I'm in love with already and that I've met, I've talked to, I've grown a deeper connection to, then I'm just going to block everyone else out and then go to that person. But if I'm just trying to talk to a bunch of people to probably set up a date to meet one person, oh, I'm going to be overwhelmed every day, every second. The first person to ask me on a date, the first person I need to ask on a date is probably the person I'm going to choose, unfortunately.
Well, you say unfortunately, but I said that makes perfect sense. I think that when you do have multiple connections, it's human nature for you to kind of not categorize them, but like rank them. And the person that you're probably going to be the most responsive to is the person that you're probably most interested in physically, or their profile was the most appealing. I just feel like it's on you to figure out how to navigate this. Like it falls on you, and it's unfair to the people that you're matching with that simply because you got overwhelmed, you're just that girl. You have all these damn connections at once. You're that guy.
Tell someone in that situation. What do you say?
That
Hey,
person?
Yeah. What do you tell them? Because you have to tell it to the 10 people trying to talk to you.
I guess at the top of my head, I would probably tell them once or twice out the day, allot time to get back to all of the people that you matched with.
Oh,
make time in your schedule. Get off the app then, sir. The app is not for you.
No,
the apps are not for
that
you.
Is wild. That is wild. We're all adults. If you don't like the way that I'm texting, move on. But
oh no, for sure. But we're talking about you. We're not talking about them.
Yeah, for me, like, yeah, that's what I believe. Like, I am not explaining to you that I'm overwhelmed and that I might be slightly neurotic when it comes to certain things. So I'm not going to be like, I'm not doing that.
Well, I mean, if you are also the type to not complain when you go back to the app and everyone unmatched you, then perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, no, that would be fine. That would be much easier for me. I would love that.
I do agree with you though.
Get a fresh batch.
but we can agree then that you're basically telling them that you're not that interested. That's essentially how it's signaling.
Interested. I don't know you. I cannot be that interested. I don't know you. If I'm interested, I'm interested in some vague idea that I projected onto you. I cannot be interested in you because I do not know you.
So how do you develop true interest if you're not speaking to them?
Look, when I ask you on a date, that's when we figure it out.
Now, this is where the male brain comes in again. Because if a guy goes from not texting me at all to, hey, let's go on a date, the answer is no. Like the answer is a resounding no. Because what do I have to go off of?
Oh, well, you are not going to get to know me via text. I am not very good via text.
Oh, child.
No, I can't text. I don't know what to say. I don't like texting. I don't even like talking on the phone. I feel like I get a better read of people and people get a better read of me when we're in person. When you lie, I can see micro expressions very easily. I pick up on body language. I'm trash over the phone. Like I cannot tell who you are.
Okay, I think that's completely valid. What I'll say then is for everybody what Themis is saying, it resonates with you. I don't think a typical normal dating app would be for you. You would probably have to find one that makes you answer a bunch of questions and makes those connections for you and just sets up the date immediately. Like if you're not the type to want to build a connection virtually, then you're going to have to go through other channels that are more catered to the way that you actually want to engage with other people. But it's not a matter of being a good or bad person. It's about what works best for you. But the reality is, if you get on these apps and you get overwhelmed, none of that truly matters because the bottom line is you're not actually speaking to these people that you matched with.
No, I am. But like if the conversation is not interesting, hi, how are you? Very rarely gets a response from me. So you're not building connection with us in the Discord. No, I am. The difference is you all gave me the benefit of the doubt before. So like I think we already connected and I didn't feel like I needed to perform in the Discord, right? But there is a kind of performance that happens that I find really annoying online and in dating. But I think he's not wrong. I think that if she agrees to go on the date, then go on the date, or block him. Either way, I think it's fine.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not, that's why I don't want to jump to, he's breadcrumbing, he's manipulating. He's probably just a Themis. Like it could just be that, but it depends on how is this making you feel, girly? Like that's something that you have to like just ask yourself. Like, do you feel?
She obviously is anxious because she's sending me a message.
Yeah,
that's what I mean by fear, FOMO mindset. Because it could just be a Themis. So, and
right. It doesn't
he's
matter.
not talking to her. Let him go.
Right. Not only let him go, but like. It is wild that you have so much invested. Okay, this is my honest truth. It feels inappropriate to have so much investment and requirement for this person. That being said, I do understand wanting to be valued and be treated as valuable to the person. And I believe this is where the disconnect happens. If you go on a single date, and there isn't interest in communicating with you, then cut it off. That's like where I draw the line much, much further. Like if you're not trying to like hang out with me or talk to me or whatever, I'm done. But I don't like talking or texting. But if we go on a date, I'm either you're gonna be blocked real quick after the date. If it's not right. Like, I'm going to tell you, if you continue, I'm going to block you. So, like, it is what it is. But I do think you should go on the first date. I think you should.
Yeah. If that's what you really, really want to do, then do it. Like, I don't necessarily wrong you for that. But, and that would be the ultimate test. I do agree with that.
All right. Period. Let's get back to the video. Any final thoughts, Vitamin and DJ, on the issue at hand?
That was way more interesting in this.
You're being delusional a little bit because you're too invested, and no one that you've never met should have your emotions all up in that mess. Hopefully, you're just messaging me to be messy on live stream. But if you actually feel some kind of way, then that's unfortunate because it means you need some inner work you need to do. All right.
Ignore whatever he just said because it was very ignorant. Pay attention to your gut, even if you're not going to follow it. So it sounds like your gut is pointing out, pink flags, red flags, or whatever. Like my girl said, put a pin in them for later because it sounds like you're pretty committed to the bit. So go ahead, but keep your pinned tabs open in the background and move accordingly.
How is what I said wrong? You and I said the same thing.
I'm not going to acknowledge that. DJ, do you have anything else to say?
Wait, how did I I legit think we said the same thing. What did I say that was wrong?
Previous.
Wait, no, tell me, what did I say that was wrong?
It was condescending the way you said it.
Oh, it was meant to be.
Exactly. See, I'm never going to acknowledge you again. I'm never going to follow you up. I said what I said. I'm going to stand on it.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I did. I mean, it is kind of weird to be like, oh my God, he's my everything. She
Oh my gosh, just okay, end it. Stop. Can we watch
let
this?
it go? Get up, stand up for your right. A lot of men don't like women and are simply putting in the least amount of effort possibly to get yes. And if she did that, she gonna get dragged. It's that simple. If she comes back to, and she gonna be honest, if she comes back to me and say, guess what I did? Like, girl. Unless she wanted it, but we know she want more.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems I've already made my peace. I don't even know this person, but to me it sounds like she's going to do it for the plot. And I'm just saying that once the plot starts plotting, go to your pin tabs, refer to your pin tabs and move accordingly. I pray.
I will remind me to give y'all an update because the date for them is this weekend. I'm gonna need a day.
And like I listen and all those things. But yeah, sniper. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyway.
Well, yeah. When did you know that? I guess that's like connect the dots for me there then, because like to have all the information that you do, to have the trust of a vulnerable population who lets you in because you don't appear to be like everybody else, to just turn out to be like everybody else. Yeah. Why do it? I
feel whole being close to women. Sometimes it's not even really the sex. It's just the closeness, you know? I feel like a lot of times certain women that I interact with kind of play the girlfriend role in that sense. And then plus the fear of commitment that I've had the fear of commitment makes me feel like I can't commit to one person. So even in previous relationships, I always like, hey, like, can we, you know?
You fear commitment. Girl, I hate, why do people rationalize this foolishness? I know he's not afraid of no commitment. He just want to sleep around.
Because people be validating this type of stuff, and like, so he knows he can sit up there on the couch with Shan, and Shan's gonna lean in and shake her head and go, yeah. So that's why he's going to, and I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying, like, it's acceptable.
It's not a fear. It's just he doesn't want the responsibility that comes along.
Yeah.
With being in a committed relationship. Like, that's it.
Who convinced me that I needed to date multiple people? Because even that is toxic to me. I'm not a date multiple people type of person. It's very overwhelming and annoying.
Well, you don't like people, and we already just confirmed that.
What is the reasoning? I'm not saying they're wrong, but what is their reasoning, or what is your reasoning for dating multiple people?
DJ told me that I needed to have a roster and wind it down.
I don't. When did this conversation happen?
Oh, it happened live on stream. It happened live on stream. And so I was trying to date multiple people, but like it's wind down to like 2 or 3 now.
But you already said that being in a relationship with one person is draining.
Yeah. And that's why I took a year off.
At what point do we engage with who we are as people?
What do you mean?
I think there's this thing that happened. First of all, no. I mean, and maybe this is a conversation for the Discord or something, but like, why do you even want to be in a relationship? Because it's not giving you really want to be in a relationship.
No. I like relationships. I like traveling. Yeah, no, I love taking care of people. I would like to have an individual person that I take care of, that I love, that I show my favorite TV shows to, that I travel across the world with, like make plans to go to random places overseas every 2 or 3 months. I would love to go do these picnic things. I would love someone to like tell me about my YouTube channel. I would love to lay on the couch and watch TV with people. I would love to cook for someone, cook with someone, go to the gym with someone. Like the idea of love, I think, is beautiful. I am also very happy by myself.
So you want the Discord in one person.
Period. But I think the issue that I have now after being by myself for a year and some months is that I've actually started really enjoying myself. And it's very difficult now to switch back into relationship mode, because for me, relationship is like caring for someone, loving someone, uplifting someone, taking them out, treating them well, making them feel like the world is their oyster and I can give them whatever they want, right? That's the vision I have, the vision of love I have. But
sounds like you want a child.
No, no.
Or a pet, right?
Right.
Period. But I don't know. I think that I usually, like, since high school, I would get in a relationship, end the relationship, getting another relationship, right? And so I've never really been by myself. So after being by myself, I'm like, oh, this is cute. This is good. I can come live on YouTube whenever I want. I can write my book whenever I want.
Yeah, because you already be traveling every couple months. You be at the gym talking to us. You be cooking talking to us. You be doing all this, like everything that you're talking about doing with one person, you do with your community.
Yeah,
your community and your friend group, like
and your
I
friend
feel like almost literally everything that you mentioned, you do with your friends. I think it's time that we have this conversation. If I don't consider it a switch, then it's not a switch. I get to determine whatever relationship I'm in looks like. And I just don't think the type of relationship that I'll be interested in is one where I feel like I'm relinquishing my freedom. Right. And that's something that I feel like you got to think about. Like, everything that you're mentioning does not go away once you get in a relationship. The purpose of a relationship is to enrich your life, not to take from it.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are sacrifices that one has to make. And one of the things that I did, the one thing that I did in my past relationship that was bad, I did other things, but the one is I prioritized YouTube and like my Discord over the and I don't think I should be doing that. I will prioritize Fridays for YouTube always, but I think that like when I went to my therapist and they're like, was like, can you believe such and such wanted me to not do this? And when I was on Discord, they were mad. She was like, wait, when you were at dinner on your Discord, you were at a date night on your Discord. I mean, if you want.
Okay, I want y'all to know, because he like to blame stuff on us. We be in there telling him to get off of there. Like, we be in there telling him to go away and be with the people he's with.
So, in other words, it's the sacrifice is about making the time for that person.
Yeah,
but carving out time in your schedule.
There's sometimes when conversation happening in the Discord, that's just juicy. Like, you want me to come sit down here listen about some finance foolishness? Absolutely not. Are the bills paid? Yes. Okay, bye. But I will never do that again. That was back then. I'm a new man now. All right.
Wait, is that when the person was crying?
I never made nobody cry. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. I never done that. You play exactly the We can discuss this in the Discord.
Okay.
Do the poly thing. I don't know if I can just commit to
There it is, the poly thing. He was forcing women to be. I just don't. I'm a serial monogamous. Yeah, like I. This is insane to me. To each their own, though. If you're poly in here, shouts out to you.
Times certain women that I interact with kind of play the girlfriend role in that sense, and then plus the fear of commitment that I've had of the fear of commitment makes me feel like I can't commit to one person. So even in previous relationships, I always like, hey, like, can we, do the poly thing? I don't know if I can just commit to one person, and that's been my request for a while now, But also, I haven't been in like a real like girlfriend boyfriend relationship since 2021 and stuff. But yeah, I think since then it's been I just want somebody there to like play the role of girlfriend without going all the way.
Yeah.
And like because I keep it a buck, like.
Sorry, someone said something that I don't want to put on the screen. Oh, thank you. I think that's beautiful too. I didn't realize I did that. Someone said when I talk about relationship and wanting love, I only talk about what I want to do for other people. Yes. I don't know this idea about what you bring to the table. That thing is dusty and trash to me. So that's not how I was raised. I just know how I feel in a relationship. And if I feel terrible and I don't feel like you show up for me, then I'm done. But I don't think necessarily about what I want other people to do for me. Like it's generally about sharing my life and seeing what part of their life they want to share with me, kind of thing. Like I don't worry about what you bring to the table, because if I feel like anything bad, I'll just move on.
Not
I
that
never,
gotta get in with your program.
no, it's not even my
I'm
program.
messing with you. I'm playing.
No, I know. I just think about what do I have to offer someone? Is what I have something someone would like? Let me see. Let me give it to someone and see if they would like it. And whatever they have that they want to give without me having preconception about it, you have to be intelligent. But then I'll see, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But yeah, no, I don't. My life is full. I can give myself whatever I need. I don't think I need something from someone else.
The thing
Like,
is, I think the way you're describing how you want to be in a relationship is literally like a lot of women's dream in terms of like what they want. My concern though is like there's a difference between, we were talking about that vision of what thing in the reality of like what can happen when real people that are multifaceted and multidimensional and have other things besides just, the ideals stuff that they want to bring to the table comes in, because it's like, okay, I know how you kind of live your life and like structure your days and stuff now. So for me, it's like, okay, yeah, you want to spoil them and this and that and the other, but what's that going to look like, when we're having a juicy conversation in the Discord and that person just wants your time right then and there, and you're kind of like, and then it's going to be a thing of like, you'll give it. I know you'll give it because I know you. I know you'll get off the phone or whatever, but then maybe later, Roy, you'll come and be like, yeah, I'm kind of like getting frustrated, so it's like,
yeah, I want the person to like what I do fundamentally. Themis, would you date a bus driver if they tick all the boxes? I don't look at people's finances I look at their finances to the extent that we're going to be in a relationship, and to the extent that you can, I don't know, live and your credit is not trash and I'm not inheriting your debt, then I don't care.
You want the things you do for your partner to be an option on your part and not an obligation. And so they would have to be able to stand on their own 2 feet, at least similar to you.
Yeah.
They don't have to make the exact same amount of money, but you don't want a burden. You don't want somebody to take care of.
Fundamentally, what I want is for you to be happy with what you do and with your life.
And also sounds like acts of service might just be how you show love, which is why you're always emphasizing doing things for other people. And if you feel whole, then you don't necessarily need that in return.
Yeah, Demas just needs the bus to have a good while. Yeah, because I'm gonna be streaming. Yeah, I think finance is very important, but to the extent that you can take care of yourself. I never need anyone to take care of me. Kiki Palmer to this foolishness. I'm kidding.
A lot of times I'm in this home, like I feel like very alone, you know? Even this morning, like cleaning up frantically and like, you know, having to handle other agendas. I'm like, damn, if I had a partner, like these can be shared. You know what I'm saying? Life would be like so much easier, you know, but it's just
Pause.
on my
Is he for real? You're on mute.
I said, what did he say? I literally checked that watching these.
This man said, I literally today, I was like doing things around. I'm paraphrasing because I'm not really listening to him that closely, but he's basically saying that he was cleaning his home today and he was saying, oh, wow, like it would be nice if I had a partner because we could both bring it back.
Not he want a mule. Wait a minute.
So, but yeah, I think since then it's been I just want somebody there to like play the role of girlfriend without going all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, even, I mean, because I keep it a buck, like.
Wait, I hope the person I meet plays the girlfriend role without wanting to go all the way. So just not be a girlfriend, just play a period. Disgusting degenerate. Let's continue.
A lot of times I'm in this home, like I feel like very alone, you know? Even this morning, like cleaning up frantically and like, you know, having to handle other agendas. I'm like, damn, if I had a partner, like these can be shared. You know what I'm saying? Life would be like so much easier.
Oh, that is insane. That is insane. So he's thinking about a partner like working, cleaning up for him.
Yes. But this and now this is what pisses me off about these conversations. So I'll see men online talking about stuff like, oh, you know, y'all don't know how to cook and clean and this and that and the other. And it's like, no, it's not about whether a woman knows how to cook and clean. Who says that she would? Because that is a latent expectation of most men when it comes to getting into a relationship with a woman, is that she's going to be doing that stuff for them.
Like, yeah, the theme is the polar opposite of what you. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
He wants free labor. He wants milk without having to buy the cow. Like he just wants to have his cake and eat it too.
They want a domestic sex worker. Like they want a domestic sex worker. And he's the type, I don't even know if he doesn't give me provider. So he probably just really wants you to do it off the vibes of love.
Oh yeah, no way. No way he's paying all of your bills. No way. He wants you to do your part too. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a type that goes for feminists, particularly because he already goes for queer women. He like feminists are for sure his type. He stays clear away from traditional women.
But that goes back into that manipulation of, oh yeah, you're benefiting too because we both are loving each other and we're giving each other pleasure and we're each other's person and you know all of that.
It's just so crazy to me that he's really just saying here like, oh my God, I'm just so quirky. I'm just so unique. Like I have daddy issues. No, you're just selfish. You're describing selfishness.
Yeah, he is describing why he would want a partner, and it is to labor for him. To
be available to him, to ensure that he's not actually alone, but he's simply put not willing to earn that. He doesn't want to earn it, but he wants it.
But the Instagram will go crazy. The Instagram, the visuals will go crazy.
No, because if he gets an Erykah Badu type, for real.
There's a guy on Instagram. His name is John Luke or something, and he has this type of aesthetic too. And he does these little skits of like basically artistic fashion fuckboy type stuff, and it's so funny because it's so spot on, and it'll show like him love bombing and then ghosting, or just being really vapid and only concerned about visuals and social climbing and stuff like that. Like I'll send it to you. It's really funny, but it's completely this vibe.
Yeah, that's insane though. Like to reflect on why you want someone, and it is to like. I think most people are like that though. Like, what do you? I want you in my life to help me because I see holes in my life that I need someone to fix. I need someone to clean up, and that's why I want you. And that's really sad.
But that
and I'm willing to give you the impression that I want more with you. Like I'm willing to do that, but I'm not willing to do the actual work that is loving you correctly.
Yeah.
And I just hope you stick around. And if not, I'll just replace you with somebody else.
And I want you guys to know also, but I'm sure a lot of you already know this, but I feel it's important to say right now, a lot of men, this is why they want to get married. Like they get to a point in their life where they're like, oh, I need to be settled down. So I need to find the right domestic partner to complete the picture of this kind of lifestyle. Which is why they'll be saying, oh, this is a wifey type and this is recreational and this and that and the other. Because it's not really about, the person and how they're going to engage with the person. It's about building up that image and that picture and that, like I got to use this terminology, but that box.
Yeah.
And this is also why all these men do is talk, right? And so the sooner women as a collective stop valuing what men say and focus solely on what men do, men like him will have no choice but to cease existing.
Yeah.
Just like that.
I do find it really sad that like the people with the most access, in my mind, he has to like feminist talking points and forget the patriarchy, masculinity is a box I don't want to be in. For those men, you would think they have evolved, and they haven't at all. This is what Marissa was going. What's her name? Marissa on Love Is Blind.
Oh, I didn't watch it, so I'm not sure.
I did a video on it though. Ramses. Anyway, yeah.
Somebody said they say up front they can't cook because they don't even want them to have the expectation. And the funny thing is, like, I was out with my daughter one day. My daughter's 11. And I was out with my daughter, and this man was like, we were somewhere, and the man was like waiting for the light. He was in his car, and he turned to me. He's like, oh, what did he say? He's like, you want to cook for me or something about me cooking? And I said, oh, no. He said hello to me or whatever. I said I was pretty. And then he said immediately something about cooking. And I was like, oh, no. Absolutely not type of thing. And so then when the exchange was over, my daughter was like, what did he say? And I told her what he said. She said, that is so weird. Why would he even say that? And then like the next day, I was bringing her home from school. We got to the door. She was like, that man really asked you to cook for it? Like she was appalled.
Period. Good. I love the new generation.
Yeah.
My typical response is, of course I can cook. I'm an adult. Can you? Because I'm gonna need you to cook for me. I never cook for a man first. He always has to lead in that way.
It don't matter if I can cook or not. That's not nothing you need to be worried about. You were never in any danger of eating any of my food.
Right. And it's the people with nothing to. Let me leave that alone.
But it's just like I'm just taking a lot of things on my back, which is fine, no complaints and stuff. But ideally, the goal is to have a relationship, have a partnership and like I don't even need poly at the moment. Like I'm fine with monogamy, But I think the wall that I keep hitting is like, damn, can I commit to one person?
The one you are fine with monogamy, but you don't know if you can commit to one person. And right now you are okay not having poly. Okay, what about tomorrow?
That's like, dog, that is the question of the century: is can I commit to one person? And like I would say yes, but then there's a portion.
Wait, why is he saying it as if he doesn't have a choice? Like he's asking, can I commit to one person, as if that's not like he doesn't know the answer. Like the answer is yes. Like sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm sorry. I cut you off. So I apologize for that.
No.
No, I'm just saying like he wants more, therefore he must have more.
Right.
Like I don't think he can spell the word discipline if he tried. Like honestly, that's what it comes down to. It's like you can want whatever you want. I'm sure there's a bunch of people in monogamous relationships that if they lived in a world where they didn't have to worry about STDs or unplanned pregnancies or anything like that, they would probably be running through people. But because of the impact it can have on you and the people that you care about, you choose not to do those things. That's where the discipline comes into play. That's when the principle comes into play. And he's just saying, well, I want to lay down with all of these people. Therefore, like, why wouldn't I? Like, I have to. Like, what do you mean don't do it? How? Like, that's literally how
he don't have to not do it. The problem is the people, because again, he wants that nurturing. He wants someone to nurture him. And when everybody's acting like an alley cat, nobody's getting nurtured. Everybody's getting fucked, but nobody's getting nurtured. And so that's why he knows I don't think he's found a place in his mind where he can be 100% authentic about what it is he actually wants and grapple with who he would have to deal with to be integral.
If you call him a no self-control having sexual deviant, would he be mad?
Well, I honestly, just historically, Black men get mad at accurate depictions all the time. So
No,
yes.
because when you say, I don't know if I can do this thing, which is disciplined sexually, you're saying you're a deviant who can't control yourself. You're a beast.
Mhm.
That's what
And you're willing
saying.
to lie and deceive in order to get what you want. Because yeah, Vitamin, you like that's literally what we're saying. If you want to lay down with everybody you lay eyes on, obviously consensually, you can do that, but you want that emotional connection too. But I'll even venture to say this. I wouldn't be surprised that if he were to actually find like-minded individuals, they may want that same thing, which is we're not in a relationship, but when we are together, we play house, we play boyfriend and girlfriend, right? And then we go on about our lives. But again, there's no conquest in that. So he's not interested in it.
Yeah, I bump against deviant. He certainly is not deviating from the norm, period. But what I'm saying is, a lot of these men are like, it's in men's nature to cheat, and men's nature. I don't know if I can do this. So you are saying you're a deviant, or that you have no self-control, and you should not be trusted. You're animalistic.
We already established though that is a cape and a cope for them, because they're not willing. We see clear as day. He's not willing to play. He's not willing to own being the bad guy. He's willing to say like, oh yeah, I was an F boy and this and that and the other and blah, 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 blah. But there's a particular way he's doing it that's not really standing in the reality of the impact that he is having through the choices he is making. And so sometimes that looks like making it not a choice. It's again, that loosey goosey, oh, there's nothing I can do. It's just human nature. Right. It's a man thing. It's a this and that. Instead of taking ownership and saying, no, I'm doing these things. I'm making these choices. And I really don't care about how it's going to affect people. At least not in that moment. I don't care.
Right.
Two ways. I feel like because I'm very much like so excitable, especially as like human beings, and there's so many. I feel like there's human beings pop up like plants or something, like really cool ones and special ones, and always, But I think the difference is me disconnecting myself from greed and feeling like if I run through a garden and I see a pretty flower, I got to pick it and put it in my pocket. Like I had to learn how to just appreciate it from afar and be like, that's a really nice flower. Continue walking, I think that's been the biggest lesson, and I think I've gotten to a better place. But even recently, like I don't really believe that like. How can I say this? I always question the word test, especially like God, universe, whatever you want to call it. But I guess there is like checkpoints where it's just like, okay, you say you're ready for this next level. I'm going to allow these certain challenges to happen in your life. And based upon how you handle the challenges, it will let you know and let me know, universe, God, whatever, if you're ready to get to that next level. And I guess maybe because, God is me, is letting me know, And yeah, like even recently, like I've been so like, I've dropped the album called All American Fuckboy. Like I thought it was going to be like bad for me, like completely, and like I've just been at the crib, just researching and being a nerd, and like
bad for you how?
Oh, like girls wouldn't or women wouldn't want to even deal with me because confessing everything.
How is that bad for you? How did you think? Oh, I thought it would be bad for me if I dropped this album talking about how much of an F-boy I was, and it wasn't bad for me. So you mean because women aren't turning away from you and women are still trying to sleep with you, it's not bad for you? Like. So you just like I don't.
Being honest would in his mind, make women less interested, and that's what makes it bad. Even though he would be speaking his truth and being honest and taking accountability for his actions, he in his mind would lose access to women, and that's what makes it a horrible choice.
But let's be real. Look at the smile on his face. Do you honestly believe he thought that this person who's been talking the whole time about building a structure and how these things actually work, you really believe that he thought it was going to hurt him in that sense?
No, some women watching this like, oh my God, he changed. Thank God. Let me go be with him.
Yeah, they're like, oh my God, he's so self-aware. Oh my God, he's being so real and honest.
Yeah.
But then I guess there's a portion of it that women actually like men who are honest and who are accountable and who are like making an effort to change rather than just like hiding everything and just, saving face. I think it's maybe better possibly for women to know what a man is going through and then maybe in another way feel like they can like help in certain ways. I'm just assuming.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been a deterrent. Me saying like, oh, I just dropped the album called All American Folk, but because like I was cheating in a previous relationship, I was cheating. I was doing this, I was doing that. Dealing with generational trauma, like all these different things. Like I would say that and I say, chest out, and like, however they take that information, how you take that information. And I'm like, okay, like this would be like the thing that would get it. Like she'd be like, all right, bye. Like I'm good. But it'd be like more interest. And I'd be like, I mean, cool, like great, But I say all that to say the main challenge, or I guess the most recent pattern has been more attention from women. I'm digging through the trenches right now because I'm super aware of like all the patterns. I'm super aware of like how this one thought can turn to another thought, can turn to an action, can turn to me meeting up with somebody, and then it just like continues. Like I'm so aware of it down to like literally like the most minuscule thoughts. I'm like, I fuck with shit. And then it's always like the double path of like you can go this way or that way, And it's like I think I had to start looking at female attention and female validation as a drug, and I am an addict. Like I have to look at it that way at this point because I have to take it so if I don't take it seriously to that effect, whereas a person who is addicted to like alcohol or any drug, then I'm just gonna keep doing the same thing, over and over again. But yeah, that has been a challenge. Even like for my birthday, I just went to Japan by myself, and it was hard.
It does still feel, from my perspective, might not be true. It still feels like he is performing a kind of masculinity through women.
Mm.
Like, I think he likes the idea that people think he's out here sleeping with a bunch of women. I don't know why. Don't fully understand it. For me, it might have something to do with a sexuality, but it might not. But he wants
a humble brag. It's a humble brag. Like, oh my God, guys, you just don't know what it's like to be me. Like women just throw themselves at me and I have to have all of this discipline, which even though he still hasn't said that he's made different choices. Like I've been listening very keenly.
Right.
And I still haven't heard anything to give me the impression that he's making better decisions.
He went to Japan by himself.
And it's talking about how hard he is. So yeah, let's see how hard it was, I meant.
The language barrier, just being there by yourself and everything, not being able to talk to anybody much. And it was fun, but I feel like I needed that because I just needed to just...
He lying. Unless he went to somewhere in Japan that I don't know of, but if he went to any of the major cities, pretty much everyone there speaks English.
Yeah, for sure.
He lied. This man's straight. I had to be by myself because I couldn't speak to anyone. Absolutely not true.
That man was all up and through them maid cafes. Don't piss me off.
I put something in the private chat. That's the guy I was talking about on Instagram, and he's giving all of this.
He sure is.
But you got when you get a chance, go to his Instagram and like look at his Instagram, like the videos he has there.
Yes,
literally him being a boy. You know him, DJ?
Yes, I do.
He cracks me up though. I'll be crying.
Like how a guy treats you the day before he ghosts you.
Yes.
Yeah, getting played by men who look like this is nasty work to me. Like, hey, like it's bad, but like y'all, getting played by men who look like this is just diabolical.
Don't type shame. We all have our types.
The thing is, it's the same thing for me. Like when it comes to Michael Jackson, I don't find Michael Jackson alluring, but I'm saying like it's something about committing to the bit
that just powers you up and turns you Super Saiyan. So whatever it is you're giving, if you're giving it at full force, there's going to be somebody that messes with it.
Right, like you're like just in your face, like here I am. This is who I am. Accept it or leave. Like, yeah, that's gonna turn some women on.
I'm sorry. Everyone has their time, and I am not. I'm definitely going to judge you for your time. But like, there is a type that I see a suave, rich, whatever man, or like a thugged out, whatever. There's a type of man, certain specific type that I can see, like getting away with certain things. Knowing that here, this man, well, not him, but like he's playing a character, running amok is a problem for me.
But guess
it's
what?
a problem for me.
Without those types of guys, you don't get the, Charlie XCX albums. You don't get the Lady Gaga. You don't. These are their counterparts.
Right.
For y'all to have these men, for men to be looking like this running amok, y'all, we need to we need to rethink our values. These men look slightly homeless, like.
Homeless chic. Yes, it's a look.
Without the chic, girl, ain't no chic. I just did that to be nice. They just look homeless. Like, what do you mean? It's
like you don't go for the emo look. It's the emo look. That be doing it for the girls.
Ooh, Pitt is coming for. He said, "Wisdom dresses like this or expresses masculinity similarly." He's talking about Wisdom K.
So y'all don't see this man and think, oh, he just tried. No, let me leave that alone. Because tonight will be the night that I'll fall for y'all. Y'all have these men running amok. Any of these men gonna be running amok, girl.
I don't know why you pulled Mario up, because Mario is not that. And I'm not saying it like, oh,
No. Yeah, no. He's not that. He's not that. He just had the same story that I watched. But I just meant him and him. These two.
Mario is given like middle.
He want to be a gym bro so bad.
Mario's giving the same vibes as like Ghost in what's it called?
Not Power.
Power.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
I think I'm talking more so about the actor. I didn't watch Power the show, but he's giving, of that actor, he's giving those types of vibes.
So when you look at these people, you all don't sit there and think, what he got? Like, it just feel like if he...
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You're taking me being able to see their vibes and like acknowledging their riz as like, oh yes, I want this person. It's not the same thing, but I can definitely like I see the vibe they're giving off, and I recognize that is a thing for some people. I think a big part of most people's problem is that they have not locked in to what their aura is. And so for some of these people, where they get by is, even if the aura is not attractive to you, the fact that they're fully sold out on the aura, they're locked completely in. That's how they're able, that's where their powers come from.
Like, it's less what they look like.
What you got, can y'all look in, don't say it out loud, but look into the private chat. I told y'all what I was thinking.
I knew it. I knew it. I just knew it. I didn't even have to look.
Oh, speaking of, I have another request for our viewing queue.
Pleasure.
The Discord. Can we watch Being Mary Jane?
Oh yeah, I did like Gabrielle Union. Is that the one with Gabrielle Union?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've been seeing clips of it coming up, and I watched it back in the day. But I'm like, I need to rewatch this because some of this stuff I forgot, and now that I'm a grown woman, I want to rewatch it.
And look, I'll just say this, and this still isn't going to make sense to you, Themis, and that's completely fine. But I agree with Vitamin. Like, obviously, these types of men appeal to some people, and I think it's less what they. This ain't about me. What I'm saying is, it's less what they look like or how they present, and more what it implies about them. Like, would you agree with that, Vitamin? Like, I feel like that's
yes,
that's at least how
we always talk about men having audacity, and we've seen it. Sometimes, if a man just
So
has a high level of audacity,
the implication here isn't that he homeless.
No.
Clearly, he's not. If Shan is,
Clearly.
if
No,
Shan
he's
is,
obviously not. But I'm saying
Yeah.
the implication when you see someone looking like he look is not, oh,
no.
he's homeless.
Okay, so
Oh,
I'm going to
did
put
we?
a name. I'm going to put a name into the private chat, and I'm going to, and that should clear it up for you because there's a difference.
Yeah. I'd say I might not be open to meeting him on the street, but if we're in a place where I know you would have to have some money or probably a home to be, then yeah, that's kind of
That's what I'm
different.
saying because he's giving artist and he
Girl,
is
this
a
man
success.
look. I told you this man look like he needs 3 showers. He looks stink.
Yeah, but tell me
Man,
there's not a difference here, and I'm
But does
telling
he
you,
stink?
but I'm
Does he
telling
stink?
you the
no.
difference
I'm
between
talking about the name. I'm talking about the name Vitamin put in the chat.
But this is
Because
what I'm trying to
go ahead.
illustrate through differentiating these two people. Are they on the same spectrum? Yes. But the difference between that guy and this guy is this guy's fully locked into his stuff. That guy is a little off because it's a similar thing because they both play at, oh, I'm the nice guy that's evolved and this and that and the other, but that one's still giving social justice warrior. This one's fully locked in on like, oh, I'm indulgent, self-indulgence. You get what I'm
This
saying?
one might smell like cocoa butter. The one you put in the chat smell like sweat
That
and
makes
locker
a
room and just
difference.
oh.
That makes a difference though.
I
But you got it. When I put it there, you got it. So that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. The women get the vibes too.
Wait, I
All
don't
right,
know who
so
that
they
is,
were right. Y'all
Vitamin.
can't vet. Because the man you put in the chat back there, the fact that women actually are invested in that man is diabolical to me.
Vitamin, could you write me on Discord? I don't know who this is. Am I just having a slow moment?
I know you know who it is. I'll get you. I'll fix it.
Okay.
Julio and Ladarius be taking the girls down, apparently, because ain't nobody got time for you to look like Lenny Kravitz without the Lenny or the Kravitz. How you go pretend to be Lenny Kravitz without none of the charisma? Girl, absolutely not. It's a no from me.
See what it feels like to just be on my own and not feel like I need to have somebody with me all the time or feel like I need some type of attention, you know? But it's hard. It's very hard.
Thank you for sharing all that. That was so beautiful.
Yeah.
And
mind you, I think some low self-esteem person is going to be like, oh, see, he just needs women. He so needs women. He needs to be around women. Man, meanwhile, he's actually sucking your energy. Like, that's so wild to me. Because I do actually think a lot of women like this idea that there is this broken man who he's just addicted to women. Like, we just have to be. No, absolutely not. Get out of my face. And go to therapy.
Did you get it, DJ, in Discord? I sent it a DM.
I didn't. I don't see the connection, if I'm being honest. But we can talk about this later.
They don't look homeless.
oh, like I totally get why people would fall for this. And you're not trying to trick anybody, but I just mean like what the packaging of like, I really could use somebody, but I'm afraid of intimacy. I have like a troubled past, but I really have a hole that needs to be filled and I want to be loved. But I have a habit of getting a little bit of that and then dipping once it feels too real. But if I'm hearing that, I'm like, oh, well, he just needs my brand of real. You know? Okay, well, and I see it, you know, because you have identified.
Sure do. Whole time it's a demon, like the La Boo Boo doll. I was watching Lovely T talking about the demonic forces and La Boo Boo.
Wait a minute. Wait, what?
Lovely T. I was working so hard today, and I put the YouTube on autoplay, and for some reason, Lovely T came up, and she was talking about how it's a demonic spirit in La Boo Boo, and I was like, first of all, them ugly dolls. I don't know why people have them ugly, disgusting,
Let's
degenerate
start
looking
there.
dolls.
They're just ugly. That was on anybody that was so hype about having them. That was on them in the first place. Now I did see people like taking Bratz dolls and putting the Bratz doll faces in those things. I thought that was a little bit cute, but when I saw the actual thing, I was like, this is just stupid. And then, but I did see, did you see them like putting the Labubu dolls next to the demon Pazuzu and saying, oh, you guys are stupid. You ain't even realize.
Yeah, because some white people came on TikTok and told y'all that their Labubu scratching them and got them in car accident and turned their eyes green. And I'm sitting there, so y'all sit there listening to these white people who came online to tell y'all these lies about what happened to them and their Labubu.
But you
Okay,
know what? That
girl.
probably did happen to them, because if y'all was able to jump on that bandwagon and thinking them things was cute and worth having, that's on you. You're susceptible to anything.
Yeah,
Right.
people want them because other people want them. Like, it's just that type of weird, vicious cycle.
Girl, I didn't even know nothing about a Labubu till a couple days ago. And I was like, yo, just buy anything at this point. Ain't nobody care nothing about them Labubu. If they're demonic, the reason, if they're demonic and you have a Labubu, it sounds like a you problem. Ain't nobody told you to get them ugly dolls. Right, Vitamin.
First
Ain't
thing
nobody
I
told you to
saw,
go get them ugly dolls.
this is the thing. The first thing I heard of a Labubu was the people with the Bratz. Like I said, they were changing the Bratz dolls into Labubus, but I had never seen a Labubu before. So I'm seeing a Bratz style face in a little plushy, looks like stuffed animal body. And I'm like, oh, that's really cute. And I saw people like actually making them. I thought it was an actual collaboration between Bratz and whatever Labubu was. So then when I saw the actual Labubu, I was like, I know you lying. I know you're lying.
I only discovered it because Lizzo rapped about it. Like, I was like, what's a Labubu? Like, what is that? So I was very late to this trend. I still don't understand it.
If Lisa told me to do something, I'm gonna do the opposite because I don't want to get in federal prison for whatever Lisa have going.
Now, what I will say is, I wouldn't be surprised if it was some kind of what's that called? Subliminal diss to black people in some kind of way.
My thing is, like, if there's demonic forces at work, y'all think they're gonna shove it in a Labubu doll and sell it to y'all? Nah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna put it in the music.
Exactly, Kilo. You will tell me all these little dolls and ain't nothing happened. Please, as much stuff as we got going on right now in this moment, the ancestors would be working.
We have World War III around the corner. You worried about a Labubu? Yeah, worried about a Labubu. People getting deported. Ain't nobody got time for you and this Labubu foolishness, girl.
How you want a partner and why it would make sense and where that need is coming from. But then I'm going to make the argument, there's probably tons of women who were qualified and great who wanted to get that spot.
Yeah.
And why didn't they?
Qualified how? What do you mean there were women qualified to be his girlfriend? What are these qualifications? Y'all need to stop. Ain't nobody qualified for nothing. Lately, this man should be by himself.
Because my own fear. And that's simply it. Just hit the wall and just like, oh, I can't do this. And then I start slowing down the communication and all the other things.
Yeah.
I would do. Yeah. It would just be that fear. Because I can't think of anything else. Personally, I feel like I'd be a wonderful boyfriend. Literally, I'd be a great partner, and probably even like a great dad. But
I would be a great partner, but I don't know if I can be monogamous.
This when I wish I had magic powers, right? I wish I had magic powers so that when somebody say something stupid or mean or hurtful or something, that the force would just come and chuck them right in the what's that called, Adam's apple, just pop them on the top of the head or something. Like, as soon as they even think about it, I wish that the force would just do that to them, so that would train them not to do that. Because that was stupid. Right. What do you mean you would be a great boyfriend? You could have been a great boyfriend.
No, I believe him. He would be a great boyfriend, but only for 2 hours. And then he would go on with the rest of his life. Right. No, literally, that's what he's doing. He was, because I feel like he's still doing the same thing, just probably to a lesser degree, if that. He's just playing house with woman after woman after woman. And then once that interaction is over, that's when the pulling back and the communication slowing down, that's when all of that happens. He just confirmed it.
Right.
Oh, remember on Boomerang when Marcus was like, oh, women are easy, they like romance, they just like romance, and he would be literally the perfect guy. Like, he would sit there and create situations where he would be the perfect guy for them. He would cook for them, he would dress up for them, you know what I mean? And then as soon as he conquered them, he would lose interest.
Oh, congratulations are on the way for Lauren Sanchez Bezos.
Period, my girl. I was looking at the period. They talk crazy about her, but I like her.
She said, get that.
They were calling her ghetto. They were talking about her fashion and stuff, and they were talking about like how she always be looking trashy. They was like, how she make all this designer clothes look trashy?
Because he wanted it. She said, delete.
Okay.
Delete. Get that. Period. I'm here for her. I wonder if she's gonna get deported. Someone called eyes on my girl Laura from Cat's Eye, and I'm so annoyed. Why y'all like this? Who called eyes on Laura? You know Laura, the Indian girl from, and Danny, the Latina from.
What you mean they
Cat's
call ice?
They called Ice, so they were performing and they called Ice and Laura and Donnie from Cat's Eye.
That actually pisses me off. I don't even care about that group, but that pisses me off so bad. Like, that is so evil.
That is so evil.
It's just a fear.
That's a fascinating part to me because, again, if I think about in Mario's case, the fear for him was, I'm going to love you and you're going to end up being just like my mom. There will never be.
They're not fearful of that. They're trash people doing trash things and then just.
So leave women the freak alone. Leave them alone then.
So I'm going to hurt you because I don't want you to be like my mom. Because I'm uncomfortable. When I'm uncomfortable, I laugh. When I'm uncomfortable, I laugh. I was at my uncle's funeral laughing when I was younger. I was just laughing up a storm. I literally had to leave. That was so sad. Because I just found, because I was so emotionally, I was so uncomfortable. I found one random thing to laugh about.
Enough for me, and his mom passed before they even really could have that connection, so that never even got healed for him. And that was the fear. But in your circumstance, based on your trauma and your past, the scariest part of the relationship is the man, and you have been the scariest part in all the relationships. So what's there to be afraid?
Yo, y'all need to go stream that song, Play Game Boy or Play Games or Game Boy or something about games that Cat's Eye just put out. Manon is singing lead, and they found their main vocalist.
Afraid of when you're the villain.
So funny because you really just keep, it's the Mario thing too. The Mario thing keeps putting like it all into perspective. The fear is becoming my father and repeating what my father does.
But when you realize that fear, what's on the other side of it, it's the pattern to do it again. Yeah.
And to hurt anyone like how my father hurt my mom. A good amount of it.
But explain to me, if you're afraid of it, why you do it?
Wait, who gonna tell him? Who gonna tell him? You've been doing that.
She said, if you're afraid of it, why are you doing it? She just said it.
No, but she's like, I'm afraid of being like, girl, you are. You are.
Like you're the monster. You've become the monster. What are you saying? That this is still a fear of yours? How? Sorry, go ahead. Because we gotta finish this.
These are great questions. It's very simple questions. I don't know. It's a very like out of mind, out of body. Oh, I guess, or more so, it's like sometimes I like pull out of my body and I watch myself do the thing, kind of like an Avatar in a game, like The Sims or something. Like I'm watching it happen and I just observe myself. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And it's like having a lack of control, a lack of discipline, and just letting like my urges like kind of pull me into this pattern. I think the biggest thing for me is developing a high level of discipline for myself, you know. And maybe because I'm an artist, like if I worked a different job, maybe if I was like an accountant, or maybe if I had like kids or like I had more responsibilities, then it would be a little bit more like defined, and I would need to have more discipline. But like I think the life of an artist, you're allotted to live freely in the sense that you have to develop discipline for yourself, you know.
I know there's something like so human, and that's where
all right, so he had no self-control, and without someone to implement systems of control in his life, he would just be running amok. Got it.
He needs an external factor at play. He needs something to reel him in because he can't possibly do it himself. Trash.
Right. Talking about he just watch his impulses or whatever, just take him wherever. and he's like watching it, as opposed to him owning the fact that he's being degenerate.
The word addiction like resonates with me too. And there are a lot of people who experts who battle with the idea of love addiction or sex addiction, and they don't believe those are real things, or porn addiction. And I think of addiction really just like you're on a cycle and you know how it's going to go and you don't like it, but you can't get off. And that's the difference, because it's not an addiction if you like it, right? Like if you masturbate 40 times a day and
all right, someone needs to retract whatever degree she got. Just take it. It's not an addiction if you like it. So if I like drinking, I'm not an alcoholic.
She's a Philistine, and it's not a thing where I'm trying to slut shame. It's not about the idea of like enjoying sex and enjoying being single and unencumbered or whatever. That in and of itself is fine, but it's the way they talk about it that is so kind of like, oh yeah, sometimes you just want to do this and do that, but you're not really fully engaging. I mean, she did, because she asked him. Did he even answer that question?
Yeah, it's and to even frame this as like, I kind of take issue with this even being framed as an addiction, because I'm not getting addiction from this. It's like he's just making the conscious choice to do what feels good to him, not what's best.
Girl, you're worried about it being framed as an addiction. I'm worried about her saying if you like it, it's not an addiction.
No, but this is the problem with it, because again, the conversation they're having is not acknowledging the fact that one of the key components of his pleasure is dealing with people who are not like him in that way.
That made sense. She is from Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right. I'm just talking about the loosey-goosey vibes.
And you made a really good point, Vitamin. It's like he's sitting here like, oh, I'm just on this path and I'm just on this wheel. I'm doing all these things. But you're being so very intentional about making these women think that you are a safe space, that you're different from these other guys before you're engaging with them. If you just had that much pull where women are literally hitting you up saying, I'll come see you right now. I just want you so much. Like if it was that in your face, then this probably wouldn't even be as much of an issue, because it's not you giving them a false sense of security, but you're deliberately doing that. Like you're being so very intentional to reach your end goal. So no, you're not on no damn hamster wheel. You are responsible and you're making choices. You're right.
But it's that same, and he's I guess, is he celebrity adjacent? Whatever, but with him, it's that thing when guys are talking about when you're just a regular man, you don't get as much attention as you do when you're a high value man. So when you're a high value man, you shouldn't be expected to control yourself, basically. But he's talking about doing this when he was a child.
Right. If Shan asked, would you go on her show? Probably not. Because I don't have anything to talk about.
If you were on her show, she would regret it, because you would be there judging her. You would be talking real crazy to
her. Because I am slightly a prude in my real life. Am I? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't have anything sexual that I would want to divulge publicly.
You still get all your shit done. You still, honor your other priorities, and it like is an enjoyable part of life. Why is that a bad thing? Other than the fact that society told you that like there's a certain amount of this you're supposed to have, a certain amount of that. And even to your point about polyamory, there's nothing bad about having a non-scarcity mindset towards love. Like just because I love you fully doesn't mean I can't love him fully and love them fully. Like I don't believe that it's a cup that I'm pouring out of. So like all those concepts are like fine. It's just that when you're not happy doing it, and that's maybe where.
Oh, so she's into poly.
I don't think she's into it. I just think she's okay with it.
No. She's saying she can love multiple people fully.
You don't remember watching? We watched a couple of her things in between your and my channel. We had watched her talking to Jazzy Brown, and we watched her talking to Nick Cannon's baby mom. Like she'll be talking about how she likes to get down, or just her. She has very liberal ideals and stuff about sex and sexuality.
I got that vibe, but I never, and even now she didn't, but I never heard her like confirm. Like it feels now like she's been or is in like an open marriage, but I didn't think that.
I wouldn't say it. I mean, I don't know if it's open, but it more so just gave me her husband is on the same spectrum as this type of guy. Like her husband is not expected to be a provider. They are true feminists, I would say.
Okay. But I was getting the vibe that she was like dating other people, even though she's married. That's the vibe.
The only reason I didn't, because especially around those particular times, because she was pregnant. Like she had 2 kids like that. I mean, theoretically, she still could. And if they're both consenting, it wouldn't be anything wrong with it per se. But I'm just saying, like, at the time, she seemed pretty settled for her.
Did Offset consent with God? I'm kidding. That's not true.
The fear isn't even as strong as the cycle. And that's scary.
Yeah. I mean, I would say even in that example, I would be doing all the things and then I wouldn't get work done. I would be like very much distracted. I'd be pulled away from like my daily agendas of recording, finishing the verse in a song, or like cutting up something for social media, whatever it may be, you know, or making it to a meeting on time. Yeah. That's a big one. That's a big one. It's just like I'm like laid up. Or like a lot of times I feel like I just got to masturbate before going to a meeting.
Wait, what? And that's not an addiction?
There's something that I've been seeing coming up on my feed talking about, is it dopamine addiction or dopamine overload or something like that? I wonder if he has that.
Oh, when you're being late to a meeting because you have to, that might actually be an addiction. And why is there something about this setup? I don't like something about this.
She's very intimate. That's what I'm saying. Like this is not a judgment of her, but it's an observation of her. Her vibe is very, I would say it's like the 60s of like free love and yeah, it's all full and go with the flow and do what you feel and type of thing.
Nobody that They're so ignorant, they don't realize admitting to the lack of impulse control means they can't be trusted to lead if willing to sell out. Because, yeah.
But he ain't trying to lead nothing. He ever said anything about wanting to lead anybody? That's the thing.
No, I don't think it's for him. It's not talking about him specifically. It's all these men who are like, oh, I can't be with one woman. I can't, like, all of it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They'll take a guy like that and they won't, what she said is correct. But I'm saying, like, the guys that do believe in that submission thing and blah, 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 they'll take the stuff that he's saying and they'll go, yeah, man, that's how it is. But they will not. She's right. They don't want to engage with it. He, on the other hand, no, he doesn't care because he's just doing his own thing. He's doing what works for him. But yes, she's right. I was just pointing out that he specifically doesn't seem like somebody that cares about.
Oh yeah, no,
no.
I mean, except if you're in a relationship with him, because it sounds like he said, actually he does, because he said he wanted a woman to come clean his house. He does want the woman to play the girlfriend role.
He said that he wanted someone to share the responsibilities with, not necessarily someone to do it instead.
No, this is the difference between him and somebody else, though. This is the difference between him and somebody else. If you don't do it, he's not going to get all caught up and huff and puff because you didn't do it. He's just going to adapt and adjust. So you'll probably have to get another third. Yeah, so find somebody else, or he'll just add somebody else to the mix with you and get you to acquiesce. You get what I'm saying? He's not going to sweat it, though.
Yeah, agreed.
It's literally just like, it's a craving. Like, I'll be like, finish eating my cereal, and I got like, okay, let me get in the car real quick because I got like 30 minutes to get there. And it's just like, oh wow, I'm really horny. Like, I really need to knock this out.
Yeah.
And then, waste of time. And then now I'm just like,
you're getting in the car and you can't because you really got to knock this out. And she's sitting there talking about it's not an addiction. It's not an addiction if it's not addiction if you like it. Hey,
oh boy, here she go.
Y'all ain't shit.
Wait, why?
Well, good evening, husband. It's nice to see you.
How are you, wife?
I'm good. You've been very absentee.
Girl, I've been working trying to provide for the family.
Okay, well, I'll allow it. I'll allow
I
that.
appreciate that.
Vitamin, don't piss me off talking about dopamine overload and maybe there's something to that. No.
Wait, what? What are you saying? I said.
No, that's a dog. Please. Cut it out right now.
Agree.
Trying to legitimize this man. Please. I also thought it was funny where it's like, we can't control ourselves. I think we may need someone, maybe like an overseer or something,
Someone with the whip.
someone to control us, to keep us in line so that we remain productive. What is that thing called?
Slavery. We might need someone with a whip and a horse. The wild.
We may also need to be shackled in some way. I don't know, just to keep us in line.
That is insane. That is insane.
Like having to like call somebody and be like, hey, like that didn't happen this morning, by the way.
Okay.
That didn't happen this morning at all. But yeah.
This would actually be the one place that you could be like, hey, I really have to masturbate, or I really have to get like a nut off, like I need half an hour, and I would understand.
Yeah, that's so funny. I often think about what would it be like if like we were allowed to be like just brutally honest. Like how would I know life would be so much different, you know? I feel like we'll be able to adapt to the honesty and then just move accordingly. You know, people will be able to make better decisions about themselves, but I think it's the lack of information that we have between people that is so you just kind of stay in like this delusional mind state, or not delusional, you're just being led on by what you think to be truth, but it's really just like full lies.
Well, with the work that I'm doing, I'm definitely trying to move closer to that world, and I definitely know with the work that you're doing, you're trying to move closer to that world of just honesty.
I think that men are like due for evolution. I keep saying this, but I probably should keep saying this because it's so important. I feel like we've been kind of left behind.
Can you pause it for a second? Something just hit me. I feel like for him, Andre 3000 is to him what Basquiat is to Jay-Z.
Agreed. It is definitely giving Dusty Andre 3000, not like actual Andre 3000, but
yes, like a poor, just egotistical imitation.
Third rate, if you will. Yes.
Walmart. If
perhaps
you must.
fourth.
Equate.
Ali Express.
Ali. Ooh, yes. Kilo, bring the spice.
Timu. I was gonna say Timu. but with the free Timu bucks, not real money.
Right. It's one of the 20 other free gifts, quote unquote, you gonna get before you can even get to what you came there to find.
Correct. It's a bonus package. It's a bonus. Bonus Timu.
A bonus no one asked for.
Yeah, correct. I love that.
Because we've been allowed to, you know, we've been spoiled from society. So I feel like men don't feel like they need to. But it's like on the other side, it's just so beautiful. You know, like imagine men not feeling like they need to solve like political issues and like disagreements in politics.
Imagine men not thinking they have to do work in the real world. He sounded like bell hooks. Yeah, this man sounded like bell hooks. Imagine men not having to do things.
It was funny to me too. Like you're sitting here like, I just wish, imagine if people were just more honest with one another. I don't know, like the way you should have been honest with all these women you were lying to for the box.
Right.
Like you could have been the change you wanted to see in the world.
No, because the code is I wish that I could just really just say and do everything I want and not have to do the minuscule cosplaying I have to do in order to not be like shunned.
But I want the end result to be the same.
Someone said black men are already not doing it. He said, imagine what it means. It would be like if we didn't have to do political. Girl.
I was gonna say, but imagine, Vitamin, if black men could just rest. If they could just rest.
Not on my watch.
I mean, they could just, bell hooks told us.
You would never know rest.
These men, they just want to rest. And that's why they need someone, like some type of like boss or someone to keep them in line and make them work. I'm just
instructor, if you will.
Yeah,
a
I
leader.
can't quite put my finger on it, but like less of a leader and more authoritarian, you
Right,
know?
because maybe they need that
Mhm.
structure of discipline.
Correct. With
And they
consequences,
kind
maybe
of, they're
physical.
not responsible enough to have as much choice and
Right.
ability to choose as
Correct.
they do right now. So maybe that kind of needs to go away a bit and be in the hands of this entity. You're right.
Right, in the hands of someone else who can better organize them into like a structure to make them more productive to society. I'm trying to think of the word. It's killing me. It's really escaping me what that could be. Like,
That's what the Moynihan report said.
I'm a Mohanite. It's Mohanite versus hooksian. It's serious business over here. We fighting. Because I think they need to go to the military. I think they all need to go to the military.
Bell Hooks said, imagine if times of unemployment for men would be spent self-actualizing. And I just want to know who's going to be paying for that self-actualization.
Well, they're already not working and the self-actualization's not happening.
Right, like who's gonna force the self-actualization aspect?
No, I don't accept it. They have actualized. This is the best they've got. This is what they have going on.
No, this man, Duckworth, he's showing you just how much initiative they could take when they really care about that end goal.
Mind
like,
you, I'm
he's
about to
going
say, because
after
we already, you and me have a meeting of the minds. This is a self-actualized person.
But they're already
actualized.
costing the government however many billions of dollars. They're already not working.
Well, not this one in particular. He seems to be doing well, but I'm saying, like, if this is the best you got, if this is a self-actualized, firing on all cylinders guy, what does that mean?
Oh, well, you know what, guys? Let's not forget what Killer Mike said. We just got to put our arms around him,
and bring him into your bosom.
Yes.
Killer Mike is a Hooksian theorist, then.
Oh, for sure.
All the men's are. All the men. They have to be. It makes more sense. I'm saying draft them. Draft them.
Because we've been allowed to, we've been spoiled from society. So I feel like men don't feel like they need to. But it's like on the other side, it's just so beautiful. Like imagine men not feeling like they need to solve like political issues and like disagreements in politics in general by like killing like innocent people in their country. I feel like that shit is so like Neanderthalish, but it's very reflective of like toxic masculinity and like lack of evolution, like mental evolution, I suppose.
Mind you, he's arguing against toxic masculinity while being one of the most toxic of masculine men in relation to women.
Also, you realize this is the actualized product?
Yeah.
This is the finish. This is what y'all have to look forward to for the evolution of man.
That's what I'm saying. This is the pinnacle here.
Well, you have to. He is self-actualized because what he values most is getting coochie. So yes, we just need them to care about progress in their community.
Let me break down the evolution. Right, this is a man who is not hyper masculine. He's in touch with his feminine side. He has interests, real interests, artistic flair. He is successful in what he is his chosen occupation. Okay, he's not insecure. He gets the ladies. You know what I mean? It just so happens that he is a what's that called? An incubus.
I think it's weird to me that men endorse this mentality of like just giving into your sexual nature and just doing what you want to do, being free and giving into the degeneracy. That's not being a Neanderthal. Giving into all your primal urges without any thought for the repercussions or consequences, that is not acting like a caveman.
Well, Kilo, you did miss that he said what he expects us to believe is that he wasn't really doing much on his trip to Tokyo because he didn't meet anybody that spoke the language. So clearly there has to be some barrier there has to be something in place in order to prevent him from selling his wild oats, if you will. So as long as you're able to do it, so long as you have the ability to do something, you must. Like, that's clearly his mantra.
But that's not being a caveman. Giving in to every urge that you have, that's not being a caveman. But you having no responsibilities, don't protect, don't provide, don't be a leader.
Yep.
That's being a Neanderthal. Got it.
Got it. Get her done. He is the epitome of a guy who uses therapy to learn new vocabulary for degenerate activities. Period. Agreed. Oh, you've been a member for 13 months. Thank you so much. Amethyst.
I don't know.
Boy, that's Campari.
How is that Campari?
Because it is.
She says she's doing a rebrand.
Girl, Campari, don't let the girls drag you. Do your rebrand. Period.
Like this world, like literally the main issue of this world is men. I feel like there's so much technology that.
Wait, what is this rebrand though? Sorry, I'm very confused by this rebrand.
Wait, is it a rebrand, or because this was happening to me before I came up here? I'm not seeing people's real names. I'm seeing like the ones attached to their YouTube, if that makes sense. Like something's happening right now.
Yeah, something is happening, and I don't know what it is.
No, it is a rebrand because she said she renamed herself. She a whole different girl.
No, but
so let her be.
I am. I love it. I endorse it.
This is ending my bitter era. Yeah, we ain't seen the bitter yet, but okay.
That was bitter? Oh, no, ma'am. We're gonna redo that. I feel you can go harder.
We're gonna need you to go much, much harder.
Will like pull us out of this whole global warming like crisis that we're in, but it's because of like ego.
This man just talking. I looked down on my phone to order my food, looked up, and we're at global warming.
Yeah, could we speed this part up?
I reached in my bag to get a gummy. I looked up, I was like, what? What are you talking about?
He's on his little high horse. Now he's trying to preach. Like, yeah, could we speed it up a little bit more, actually? This is meaningless.
Yeah, like it's looking up.
Talking about men are the problem. Yeah, including
how
you.
he looking how he look. That's insane.
Looking exactly how he looks.
Looking exactly how he looked, demons. Looking like that. Look at how you look. Look at how you look like that.
A mess.
A mess.
And greed, like they're gonna just keep drilling holes for oil and fossil fuel and all this stuff, and we have technology that we don't need this anymore.
Please. No more fossil fuels. Let's not speed it up.
I feel like it's reflective of like toxic masculinity. I really feel like that way. I do, and I feel even as
not her high-fiving him because she said toxic masculinity. Yeah, this is too easy. I don't like this.
All right, hear me out. I think she kind of want him.
No, this is my vibe. That's the vibe.
That's what it's giving.
Her husband is right behind the camera.
Mm-hmm.
I think she definitely said him taking accountability was sexy. Yeah, the vibe is suggestive. It's very suggestive.
I think she want him. You high-fiving a man who's spitting out gum to you? It didn't even make no sense.
Yeah, he finna hit us with a believe all woman in a second. He gonna run the gambit.
Listen, he gonna be like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. She gonna be like, damn, that's deep.
It's as simple as the fuckboy shit, where it's like, if we weren't so distracted, as my homies like to say, getting draws, if we weren't so distracted with like being these like player type characters and like juggling women, I feel like we would be capable of doing amazing things. And it's, I don't know, I think it makes it very hard to not have sex in the mind. Sex is everywhere, but it's a part of the construct, of course, to keep us controlled. It's just to like keep us in this lower state. And it's like, if we can keep humans here, then just manipulate them so much easier so they can just keep consuming and keep working. Like I really believe that. I know that's like common knowledge, but like I've seen it used in my life. I'm so much more easily like swayed when I'm like operating from down here versus like if it's a bit higher up, like ooh, like I'm a problem. You know, like the amount of things I've been able to accomplish being like higher, it's been like amazing.
This man sound high. This man sound high to me. I don't think he's unattractive. I think he just look homeless.
I mean, he's not unattractive. It's just like you pulled him from the back of the garage and dusted him off, and he just walked out. That's
Listen,
all.
y'all could judge me if I want to. I'd rather him over Mario in a heartbeat.
It could be neither. It could definitely be neither.
It absolutely could.
No, like, DJ just wanted to tell us her preference. Like, you never ask
Based off of the three people,
She said, I don't care what y'all say. Mario eats
head. Who put a gun to DJ's head and asked her to choose? Did anyone ask DJ? No one told DJ she had to choose.
You said quickly. She said, Mario.
And nobody told DJ she had to choose.
If I had a gun to my head, is all I'm saying.
No,
Mario would not be chosen. Yeah. No.
No, because the way DJ has been defending this man, she thought
defending. Stop
she
right there. Don't switch
it.
up now just because Kilo here. Absolutely not. I have not been defending this man at all.
Oh, Themis, is that what's been happening, Themis? Oh, that's what's been happening?
Vitamin, back me up. Vitamin, come off here and back me up because they're trying me right now.
Is that what happened? You out here going hard for your man?
See, there y'all go.
DJ said, say whatever you want about this man. But Mario is down.
We were like, this man, he's not unattractive, whatever. DJ. I mean, I'm gonna choose him over Mario. It's like, wait, where did Mario come from?
Oh, we choose him?
Yes, we choose him.
She had to let you know.
That
She had to let you know. She had to let you know. Period. Noted.
Let me like the scarf. That's it. Let me like the scarf.
The scarf is the worst part about the whole thing, but I fucks with it. It's fine. You know, I support you.
It should have been a silk scarf. It should have been.
But that's the thing. It's a deciding factor. That's what you say. It separates the wheat from the chaff. That's what we try to tell you. Like he's an acquired taste. You either like it or you don't.
True. And apparently DJ like it.
And apparently DJ want to eat it up. Yum, 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 yum. I came up here to be chaotic.
I'm not turning.
I will not be shamed.
I came up here to only be chaotic.
Do not be shamed for your preference, DJ. Do not let them.
We would never shame you. If you want to dedicate yourself to this man, we will always support you.
Yes, we support you.
Turn up for your pride. What is it?
Like to be honest, DJ, if I look at a different angle, squint my eyes and walk 6 feet back, the scarf eats.
If I did not know the material was cotton, it would eat too.
If I didn't know the material was cubic zirconium, it would eat.
I also don't like people wearing jewelry over a neck scarf like that. It doesn't work for me.
I think another part of it is, this isn't like a me being facetious, but I think a lot of times women want sex from me. It's like
DJ.
Move along.
All right. He said, I ain't trying to be facetious, but I'm that guy. Period.
Every time we say something negative, she want to jump in front of a bus for him. That's crazy.
You want to know something I really hate? I hate the fact that whenever he actually smiles, there is a part of me that's like, oh, poor guy. Or like, just like there is like, I think Vitamin was talking about it. There is something.
See, you feeling it. I'm trying to tell you.
I ain't feel nothing. Like,
No, too late. Come on over here to the dark side.
To be sexual.
No,
but
no,
I'm saying there is something that is endearing about
endearing is the word. That smile right there, this right here, it's like, oh, this homeless, let me give him $1. You know, like it's
I was about to say, it's giving like, I don't want no money. Can you just get me a sandwich?
It's different. I just need to be loved and nurtured.
Here come DJ. What you want to say, girl? We sorry.
Girl, bye.
No, he knows what he's doing with the aesthetic. I didn't catch it. Like it didn't click until just now. It just clicked for me. I see why he's trapping women like DJ up. Like I get it now. I get it.
Y'all want to stop coming for my get behind me, DJ. Get behind
Yeah,
me.
thank you. Defend me. Defend me.
Cause she ain't even met him and she already like boxing us. You know what I mean? Like he got that kind of pool.
In a lot of ways in certain relationships, keep this up. But I think it's frustrating for them because they're just like, well, usually like if I do this and that, you know, bruh, ripping his clothes off, you know? And I'm just like, let's watch the documentary. You know? And I think it may be frustrating in certain interactions I've had. But yeah, like,
well, there's an unlearning for them as well.
Yeah.
There's an unlearning of like what validation and what actually being liked by a man can feel like. And it can be sex too, but there's a different energy when you're even approaching sex from here versus from down there.
Yeah.
There's a different intention to it. There's a different intention to the aftercare, to the way that we lead up to it. And so it doesn't have to be removed from it. I think people often like use sex as like the focal thing. I was talking about this with celibacy, that people think that if I just stop having sex, then I'll stop all the behaviors that I don't like about myself, whether that be people pleasing or manipulation. It's like that's not going to stop it.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Whether you right, it's so much deeper.
For sure. But yeah.
To bring things full circle to today, what does your love life look like today? And I'm asking that question also in reflection of knowing that your sex life and your love life impacts your work life
Can you
too.
pause
So
for a
all of it,
second?
like, what's feeling
I think this is what is bothering me about how she is approaching this. And you know what I mean when I'm talking about like loosey-goosey ideals around sexuality, is that you're intimating a lack of intimacy at the end of the day. You're trying to make it an intimate thing of being avoidant and toxic and this and that.
Yeah.
And that's what's bothering me. Like you're trying to validate it in a way that I don't like.
I agreed. Yo, I absolutely hate when I order food and they're like, oh, this person, Robert, is on a bicycle. Girl, my food is 2 miles away.
Stop judging the delivery people. God damn, they working. You can't even just let them deliver how they gonna deliver. Please don't say I got my foot on her neck. My foot is not on her neck.
The food gonna be cold with all that wind blowing back on a bicycle.
Not to mention all the bumps and lumps of the bicycle. It's gonna be all shaken up.
Y'all the worst.
Right.
Y'all really
It's gonna be all
worst.
shaken up. The moment they say bike, I'm like,
What you wanted delivered in a helicopter?
yes.
No,
What
a
it gotta come in the Uber
limousine.
Black?
Yes.
A limousine is fine.
And the delivery person gotta be sitting in the back with it and they gotta wear white gloves.
Yep.
With a tuxedo, yes.
And a silver tray that they gotta take the top off of.
Yep, with this man's ascot. Mm-hmm.
Period.
And his name is Wimberly.
The thing says bicycle. I don't like no bicycle.
They
That's
put
all
them little hot pockets, them little hot packs on their bikes, just like every other person, like every other delivery person.
You know, sometimes they do that just so that they don't have to register their cars, right?
Yeah.
They be lying.
Of course.
They literally finding a way out of no way. They not letting nothing get in the way of them earning an honest living. And listen to how y'all talk about them.
No, I'm not talking about them. It's just like my food.
My only problem is with people when they come and their name is Kimberly and they come and they look like Jerome. That's my problem.
Look.
My
And they be in
problem
cars.
is when it's like, what's your real name? How about no? How about no?
good today? And what are you moving towards?
What feels good today is knowing that I'm now back in a place where I want to have a partnership. I think for a long time I was just so afraid of that. Like I said, which is why I have
2 seconds ago, I don't think I'm ready for monogamy. 2 seconds later, I think I'm ready for a relationship. Get out of my face.
Do you remember we watched that show together? I'm trying to think of the name. And there was a guy like him on the show who we thought was very, very fake. It was a black guy and a black girl, and he had broke up with
the one with the rat tail.
He broke up with her on air, and she like cried and was really upset about it. I think Themis did like a whole. It was like we went through each character from the show. I think Hannah.
You talk about the one with the rat tail. What's his name? She talked about the one you was talking about. He mentioned the
Ramses.
Yes, that's what he reminds me of.
You weren't here. That's what I said.
Okay. Period. We're on the same
Period wife.
Period.
I haven't like been in a relationship since 2021. I dated, but like I haven't been like in a real like boyfriend girlfriend relationship. So I think being in a place where
I'm pretty sure since 2021, multiple women thought they were in a relationship with him.
There's some woman right now when he said, "I think I'm ready for a relationship." She was like, "What?"
Right. It really doesn't make any sense, because why didn't you officially get in a relationship after you realized how much of an F-boy you were and you changed your ways? Like, why are you still not in a relationship if you have no
he keep playing in our faces. That's why.
Yeah,
Because he's gonna continue
There's
to do what he's been
else.
doing. He gonna
There's
continue
someone
to do.
else that already did this whole arc, and his name is Common, and he is currently with someone right now. But how many of those situations did he have where he's dating this person and then that person got invested and then they broke up for some nondescript reason and he's sitting and talk about, I believe in love and blah blah blah, like they always do that.
Mm-hmm.
But they're still not going to do it until they ready to do it.
I don't think they ever do it. I just think the women get quieter and they just stay out the way, but I don't think they ever do it.
They don't ever do it.
I'm crossing my fingers, but I am like holding my breath, kind of clenching my butt cheeks for Jennifer Hudson, because that's who Common is with right now. But I'm not like trying to like project negativity onto it.
Didn't Jennifer Hudson cheat on her fiance, the man that
She
was
sure
dating?
did.
Yeah, that's a problem for me.
Wait, not with Common.
No, with another a singer or something, a rapper or producer. I don't know. She wanted her music out there. I'm kidding. Let me stop.
Wow.
I was gonna say that, but I was like, let me not. And here you go.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta get them advertisements.
Yeah, holla, what's that? Holla, Wait, who told her to make that sound?
She said, I gotta get this music out here.
Anyway,
Really just had her doing anything for real.
she was like Jennifer Hudson. Let me leave. Jennifer, no, let me leave that alone. Love that. Why does she have a show?
She is an EGOT, first of all. So don't.
Second of all, why does she have a talk? Have you ever watched one episode of that show?
I've never heard her speak and go, oh my gosh, she really needs her own talk show.
She was like, you got me. Oh,
they had to put somebody on to replace Steve Harvey.
I'm gonna find someone made a video of it, and I was like, oh my god, this is why I didn't watch. And I feel bad because I don't want to say anything bad about her, because actually something about her I like. I mean, I think I like.
Be honest with you.
There's something about her I don't like.
Ain't nobody been hitting right since Ellen went off the air. I'm just going to say it. I know she was a horrible person, but she put on a damn good show.
Wendy Williams for me.
I don't know why people were mad that she told.
Wendy was in the morning.
I don't know why people were mad at her for like not liking the people who work for her.
I don't even want to get. I'm not going to be a part of this conversation.
No, you're not going to sit around and
I'm not going to be a part of this
people
conversation
in the background. But the show, the brand she created was a great brand. It worked for her. It was a fun time.
She just told them people not to look at her. I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem. If she don't want them looking at her,
people. It wasn't even just a thing of like. It wasn't even just a thing of like.
What exactly did she do?
She was terrorizing people. People were scared for their jobs and everything. Because if you sit there, how you want to be a public figure? How do you want to be a public figure who everybody thinks is so happy and fun and sweet and loving and kind, but you then want to get mad at people behind the scenes for expecting you to actually be that?
Vitamin, why you let
Brad? What do you mean?
Why you let demons get you into this position where you got to defend Ellen DeGeneres?
Child, because he's playing in my face.
I think Ellen was perfectly fine. Steve Harvey told them people not to look at him in the face and don't talk to him.
Find out look him in the mustache.
That is not what he said.
That's exactly what
he said. Don't invite yourself into my room.
Steve Harvey said, "What you want me to do, sir? You want me to dance?"
Look,
J-Lo said that. J-Lo said, "Don't look at her directly."
That's what I'm saying.
It affects her vocals when you look at her.
Oh, damn. They must have
was
been looking at
taking.
her a
They said
lot then.
J-Lo was taking the tips back when Ben Affleck would tip somebody like really, really well. She would go and take the money back.
Someone was like, "Oh my gosh, she wasn't nice to me." What did she do? She didn't say good morning. Get out of my face. Get all the way out of
That
my
is not
face.
what people were saying.
Tell me what did Ellen do? I ain't watched none of them videos because all I heard was she was mean, and I was like, "How?" No one could tell me, so I didn't watch the video because I was like, "Oh, I ain't care."
She was mean the way Miranda Priestley was mean in The Devil Wears Prada.
Oh, that's not mean. That's pushing you to your potential.
Good night.
There's no way that you were gonna get. Yeah, I was like, I'm not even gonna be part of this situation because I know everything you say. He's gonna be like, people around her. They're just jealous of how of a strong woman she was.
They were just jealous. They wanted her job. They wanted the top spot. They didn't know how to play their role.
When a big dog comes in, you need to sit down. You know what I mean? Like, why do I need to address
Google
you?
this. Let me Google what Ellen did. Let me not be ignorant. What did Ellen?
J-Lo said, "Don't look at her."
Why is that the name of the daggone YouTube thievist? What is this?
J-Lo said, "Don't look at her because it affects her vocals."
Wait, look, no, Ellen, the host of recently announced that she was.
Jay says Ellen didn't want them to look her in the eye as well. That's because she would have cast spells on them. She's a witch.
Wait, why did she become the? I know I read this a long time ago. I was trolling just now, but I don't remember what she did. Anyway, I don't know.
Wasn't it like a class action type thing? It wasn't like it was just one person. It was a hostile work environment.
Steven, about to use Jesse Wood to drag Jennifer. I mean, say what he would never. No, Jesse Wu was right. Jesse Wu was right. Because after I watched J Hud, I was like, this is so bad. I can't even say how bad this is. And then I looked up and Jesse Wu was dragging. I was like, oh. So it wasn't just me.
You said I didn't have to say it. Somebody else did.
Tells her literally twice in the first 10 seconds that him and Martin's children have gone off and eloped.
My son and they got married like 2 weeks ago. They went off. Everybody was making the big wedding plans, and then they decided they wanted to do something quiet with just the two of them, and then they got married, and now Martin don't got.
Y'all are in-laws now.
Y'all are in-laws now. Yes. And then again, Eddie reiterates what he said to Jennifer.
You and Martin are in-laws.
Yeah, we're in-laws. He don't have to pay for the big wedding now.
So that makes 3 different times that he told Jennifer that their children eloped.
Did you sing for the wedding, Eddie?
No, I didn't. They didn't have a wedding.
Oh, no?
No, they went off and they got married at the church.
It's trash. It's trash.
Maybe that wasn't her best interview. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I think I wouldn't have watched it just because I don't think Jennifer is that interesting of a person personally. Like, I just don't want to hear from you. So I don't know why anyone would really need this. But maybe that just wasn't her top interview.
No, it was a lot. I just skipped through 30 minutes of video. Let me play some more because this is funny.
So now we have 2 more times. He literally just told her 2 different ways that their children eloped. No, I ain't sing at the wedding. They went off and got married. So that's 5 times that he told her the same thing.
They just had the 2 of them and the preacher. They had a little quiet, look at it, a little quiet little thing.
Oh, that's
so I think we'll have like a big party or something.
And
then they ran off and got married.
He
tells her again in 2 more different ways. So that's 7 different times. That's literally a total of 7 different times that he had to tell her that their children eloped.
Okay, will you sing then?
Will I sing at the wedding?
Yeah.
No, I ain't singing.
No.
Hey.
Jennifer Hudson is trash at the job.
Oh,
It
okay.
is what it is.
So she a little slow. What I would have did at a certain point, just start singing, baby.
Right? Like, in Baju, he clearly is saying, like, no, I'm not singing. So it seems like something he's not necessarily. Oh, yeah, I forgot. They work together, too. So she, like,
Yeah.
Jimmy Curley. So she's like, you can sing. She's coming from a friend place, like, why you sing well?
Yeah, but she's acting slow. You know what I mean? She keeps
she's
asking the same questions.
like auntie at the church, like, ooh. It's like, no, do the
They doing all that. They doing all that hootling and hollering, but they're not really listening.
Right.
She's not starstruck. That's her co-worker. So
this is some spoof of her. I had to go back to where the spoof was. This is them on TikTok spoofing the J Hud show.
Oh my God. That's a bunch of, what? Really? Oh, goodness. And I am telling you. Oh my gosh. Somebody grab me a microphone.
Bernie told me that you was in a movie. Tell me about that. And you played a person that was not you. Oh, and you telling me you had to memorize all them lines? How you do that? Have in love with you, you said. But when you was hungry, you knew. You just knew. So it says here when you were younger, you had fallen outside. How did that make you feel? Somebody bring her a microphone, and the role was a character, and you was still you. Oh, you didn't bring a microphone with you, and you knew we was gonna sing something. And you live in a house with walls and a door. That's a blessing.
All over TikTok.
Yeah, shut it down.
How did we get here? How
Shut
did
it
we
down.
get here?
Yeah, shut it down. I want the show. I want to cancel by tonight.
She got renewed. She got renewed.
That's what I'm saying. She been on for a few years. Like, this ain't new.
really has.
Clearly somebody liking it. So just let her do her thing.
It's got to be some midday white folks who ain't got no job. You just be watching like, oh my God, this is so nice.
That's why I be seeing it all the time, because my grandma has it on every single day. Her and Kelly Clarkson.
I do like Kelly Clarkson's show.
That's ridiculous.
Kelly Clarkson's show is like a warm hug. It is very
First of
well
all,
done.
Kelly Clarkson be tearing them songs up. Them covers of the
Sure.
songs she be singing. She's gonna give you a cover, okay?
hmm But when she interviews people, she listens, she responds, and you almost forget that she is like a celebrity, an A-list singer in her own right. You forget that, and I think the truth is, J-Hud don't care nothing about them other people. She is a celebrity, and she's aware of her celebrity.
I love
Like-
how Themis just listed all the stuff that you're supposed to be doing at your job. She showed up, was on time. She sat in the chair.
Yeah, Jennifer Aniston don't do none of that. Jennifer
Wait a
Aniston don't be
minute.
listening.
Were
Jennifer
you-
Aniston do not be listening to them people.
Was I talking to you about how I had felt something when I was watching them Nickelodeon shows a long time ago?
Yeah.
So when I watch Kelly Clarkson's show, for some reason, I be feeling like her energy is like protective in some kind of way. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel something like her show and her energy is protective in some kind of way, like psychologically.
And I mean, she shows up. She seats the person next to her. She listens. She responds. I mean, she does her job. Unlike the other.
Can y'all talk while I go get my food?
Yeah, Shan gives me vibes like she is what's her name? Drew Barrymore. Have y'all ever watched Drew Barrymore? Yes, A-Pit talk about Drew
I was
Barrymore.
just about to ask about her. Yeah, what do y'all think?
I don't like it.
I like Drew Barrymore in a general sense. I find her to be funny, and it's like that woman been famous and rich all her life. What do you expect her to act like? She's a famous, rich white woman. Like, what do you want?
I just find her to be none of these people they just bore me. You know, I'm just not interested. They're just not very interesting people to me. But you know,
the talk show thing just doesn't appeal to me at all. So I can't speak highly of any of these people.
Literally, the only person I could actually sit down and listen to, like even as background noise, is just literally Wendy Williams. Like she's probably the only person. And back in the day, I could listen to like the drama of the back in day shows because they had so much drama to them. But
that's because Wendy is messy. All she do is do what we do in the Discord.
Yeah, that's why I can listen to it. If it's not giving mess, I don't want to hear it. It's wasting my time. I don't want wholesomeness. I don't click on the TV to listen to wholesome.
But yeah, Shan, I understand what she's trying to do. And I guess it's missing is, even if it's soft, legitimate pushback. It's like they're just kikiing.
No, well, the thing is, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
No. That's essentially what I was trying to say. They're just kikiing, and it's kind of, it doesn't fit with what they're talking about for me.
What's bothering me is when she interviewed, she interviewed two people. She interviewed Nick Cannon's baby mom, and she interviewed Jazzy Brown. When she was talking to them, I felt like she wasn't pulling punches. She wasn't, but she was still being kind. She was kind, but she was also real. She asked really poignant questions. So I think that the difference between those interviews and this one, for me, when I think about it, isn't necessarily how she's treating it. It's the subject. It's the person. Those people were vulnerable and they were in some ways being exploited. He is an exploiter. Unabashedly. You get what I'm saying? So when I think about it, her approach isn't any different. She was never mean or like insistent or shaming anybody. It's just that he's full of shit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure you're right.
No, the woman that's interviewing
this woman right here.
Watching.
Oh, look at me acting like Jennifer Hudson. Let me clock the fucking. Hold on.
Somebody said they think Shan was crushing because she usually gives more pushback, but I really don't think so. I think it's just that the people she was talking to were more vulnerable and real than this person is. She was never forceful to a point where like the people were uncomfortable in a way, like, you know, we kind of like the two people go for blood, and she's never been insistent in that way. It's just that those particular people were way more raw and vulnerable. This guy is giving, you know, character the whole time.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's like she has to. I think clearly she's really good at fostering an environment where they feel comfortable continuing the conversation and continuing to tell their quote unquote truth. But yeah, I do agree with you. It's different with him because he is the culprit this time, whereas the other people that she typically speaks to are on the receiving end of the mistreatment.
Agreed.
Very cutesy.
Very demure, very mindful.
Very, very much. She's so mindful. I mean, you know, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna drop down, but y'all continue.
We're almost done. Why do you have to go now? We're almost done.
Fair enough.
By the way, I have nothing bad to say about Shan. She just seemed like a nice one. What's the wanderlust person?
She's sex positive.
I don't know what that means. Is there a sex negative?
It means she's very positive about anything to do with sex and sexuality.
The sex negatives are the Christians.
Yeah, exactly.
We not.
I want everything for myself. I think that's exciting.
We are very much be fruitful and multiply.
Only if you're married. If not, you're heathens.
And breaking down the walls of fear is like also exciting.
I'm still figuring a lot of things out. Like I said, like the tension has like grown a bit more since this album has dropped. So like a big, or maybe the fear comes in, like, what do I do with it in that sense? Knowing that it's a problem, recognizing that it's coming my way, and just figuring out how to work that out.
I'm gonna skip to the part where I want to watch, where
Yes, please
Sharon
do.
and her husband come up to talk.
You have your album you never put out. Yeah. But I get to listen to it all the time. And in the intro song, you have this skit where you're having an argument with somebody who you're probably a fuckboy to.
Yeah.
And you say to them, like, I can't switch up for you. I have to do it for myself.
Yeah.
And which is indicative of the fact that change is not something that you think. It's not a change of mind. It has to be a change of feeling.
Yeah.
Like you have to change your feelings toward it. And in order to change your feelings about something and then change your behavior, you have to also be privy to the hidden competing agreements. And I thought the Duckworth did a really great job of that. And that's why, he went to therapy and did the work. But until you actually kind of know the real reason
of why you're operating that way. As a prior fuckboy myself, I know for me, until I understood or saw the benefits of a healthy relationship, I didn't desire to have one. And so until I started to get into a relationship with you where I started seeing the benefits.
He's lying. You changed me is a diabolical statement to make. I didn't start being a good person until I got in a relationship with you, because I didn't see the benefit of a relationship until I got into it with you. Is a lie from the pits of hell. It could be true, but from my perspective, anyone who says this is a liar, gaslighter, all of that. It does not work in my head. Whatever Dusty Degenerate, let me stop. Whatever agreement is made between the two of them has to be made in such a way where his tendencies are allowed. Because this is trash. Or else it's not going to work.
Of what it's like to be close to someone that you're honest with, close to someone that gets you, close to someone that you want to honor and respect, and you get that closeness with somebody. It makes, at least for me, it made me go, how do I start approaching this relationship in the healthiest way so that it stays this way?
Because I actually don't think I changed you. I think that before you came into the relationship, you decided you were not going to be dishonest with women because it wasn't worth the drama.
Yeah.
Because I remember you used to tell me at nausea, you're back here. You're back here.
I didn't say it like
you didn't say it like that, but you're like, this is not going to be more. We started out as, as fuck buddies, and you would consistently repeat to me.
Yeah.
So there was no part of you that was interested.
What's the problem?
Jesus be a self-esteem.
What's the problem?
Telling her you're back here, you're an F buddy, it's not going to be more, is wild.
Yeah, I feel like I would have kept that to myself, not gonna lie.
You would not be able to torture that out of me. You will not be able to torture that out of me. That ain't gonna happen. I hope she's doing well. I don't think so, but I hope she is actually doing well and the relationship is actually good.
In the healthiest way so that it stays this way.
Because I actually don't think I changed you. I think that before you came into the relationship, you decided you were not going to be dishonest with women because it wasn't worth the drama.
Yeah.
Because I remember you used to tell me at nausea, you're back here. You're back here.
I didn't say it like
you didn't say it like that, but you're like, this is not going to be more. We started out as, as fuck buddies, and you would consistently repeat to me.
Yeah.
So there was no part of you that was interested in creating a fantasy.
Yeah.
You were like, this is my capacity. This is where I can have you. And I'm like, cool, that's my capacity. That's where I can have you too. And even though we both agreed on that at the beginning, you still kept reinforcing it for months afterwards.
I think for me, the big switch to make me go into every relationship that I was trying to build as like, this is where I'm at type thing. I think I was just exhausted of women placing expectations on what I would be or who I was to them. And I just wanted.
I don't know. How do you feel comfortable being with someone who you knew has been such a trash person? Because it's just trash. And this is what I began with. Like, yes, people have to be allowed space to change and be better. And all of that is important. But this is kind of insane to me. Also, you couldn't get this out of me either.
Well, you know what? Now that I think about it, because I think what we're doing right now is we're assuming that what he wanted wasn't enough for her at the beginning. And she's not necessarily conveying that. She's conveying that she was perfectly fine with it just being a physical relationship until they both made the decision.
No.
I mean, but I'm saying that's her brand though. Her brand, like again, like Vitamin said, like her whole brand is sex positivity.
Philistine.
Say it again, Vitamin.
I said Philistine.
Philistine.
No, because she kept saying, why would he keep having to reinforce his boundaries around not wanting more?
Unless she's just highlighting that he remained consistent instead of sending mixed signals.
But she was so when she
when
she described it, it was very the way she described it was in a negative way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do we have to record everything?
Right.
That's her whole thing. No.
This
That
is not
literally
a
her whole thing.
conversation that I would have recorded and posted anywhere. Because like
she's recorded way worse.
Mind you, this is giving false hope to women who is back there. You know how he said, you're back there, you're back there.
Yeah.
Women are like, oh, she did it. She did it. I can be back here and I can work my way to no.
Well, it's a fantasy. It's in all the fantasy books that you meet this guy who's horrible or he's a player or he's so rough around the edges, but he changes just for you. You changed him, and it's never true, babes. It's never true.
It never is. And they're gonna ask that question explicitly. And here, listen to his answer. Because one thing he know how to do is address directly her ego. He knows where her pain points are and how to make her feel good about herself. Watch what she does. Watch what he does.
And I remember feeling.
Remember, she said, "I didn't change you." Right? Look at this.
When I would hurt them or they would find something, there was like a portrayal in the way that they viewed me of like, you weren't the person that I thought you were. Kind of like what you were saying to what Duckworth was saying was like, women that are attracted to me are a little bit more educated. And then when they find out that I did the same thing to them, they were shocked because I wasn't supposed to be the one to do that. And that's their reaction to me. If I would hurt them, it'd be like, this is a whole different version of you that I didn't know. And I just was like, I don't want to feel that anymore. I just rather them tell me now, do you want to fuck with this mess or nah? And so I think that's the way that I was approaching it. And it didn't always work out. Some people were like, deuces.
Can I ask the $1 million question then? Do you think that a fuckboy can change because he meets the right person?
People are not gonna like this answer, but
I hate his answer. Your answer to that is no. No, 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 no. But he's playing into her ego. Watch what he does.
Yeah, I do. And I know it's like, if I was giving advice to somebody, I would say, don't bank on that for sure. But I think that when a guy gets into a relationship and feels that healthiness, if he can make it to that point without being a fuckboy and damaging the relationship, and he can see how good this person is in regards to the way that they make them, to call them higher, they're going to want to continue to rise to that occasion. Is that going to last? I don't know. I'm sure once a fuckboy, there's always going to be fuckboy tendencies that come in. But I think the right person can give someone a focus.
Can you pause it back on the face she's making?
You said what?
Can you pause it back on the face she was making looking at him while he was saying that bullshit?
Yes.
You also realize he gave you a lot of conditions, right? He said, yes, they can if they recognize a healthy relationship.
How they gonna recognize a healthy relationship?
But I want you to understand something else too. And that's why she was giggling and sniggling on that couch with that other guy, because he is the next evolution, the next Pokemon evolution of what that guy is talking about. Because when he really wants the stability that a woman like her is willing to bring him, he's going to do exactly what this man is doing right now.
Yeah, and still be cheating, because this is what they be doing. Like I just don't respect it. I don't respect this. I also don't know what goes through a woman's mind when a man tells you to your face, I used to treat women very disrespectfully. I used to be a terrible person. But for you, I'm finna be the good person. Like, I don't know what goes through your mind when someone, like, I don't want to be with a person who's a terrible person. I just don't want to. For you to be like, yeah, that's how I was operating. I only changed because the way women were reacting to me was inconvenient to me. What?
Can I tell you? And that's exactly why I am the way that I am. I don't want nobody's torturer.
No.
I don't want nobody's demon.
That's what I'm saying. I don't like you telling me you were a terrible person. Okay, period. We're done. Like I don't want to be with someone who's a terrible person. I don't understand.
But it's clear she knows he shouldn't be saying this, but even though you can see her being excited by the fact that no matter what she says, she likes the fact that she thinks she changed him, whatever that means.
Yeah, because
right?
because men know exactly what to say to make you think that you are an exception, and that's why these women think that they are. You can have 6 baby mamas. You can have beat every woman before me. You can have disrespect every woman before me. But men know what to say, and with just enough delusion from the woman, because we have to commit to the delusion for it to work.
Because the thing about me is we gonna sit and have long conversations about why you did that to that lady and how you can make amends.
Right. Now, here's the thing. When he says it overtly, that he changed for her, she pushed back and said, oh, I did not change you. You changed before. She understands her brand and she's selling to women, whatever she's selling to women. And she cannot be the pick me, I'm better than other girls that overtly. He adjusts and he's still talking about her changing him from his F-boy ways, but he's doing it covertly, still addressing her ego, giving her the dopamine boost that she needs, while also lying. You're not about to change none of these men.
That's definitely oxytocin face. That's definitely chemical reaction face right there.
You guys are killing me with the medicine talk. You're killing me. You're killing me.
Because look at her face. Tell me that's not a chemical reaction.
It's just this exceptionalism that these men make these women feel, and the delusion that the women play into. The combination is deadly. The combination is deadly, man. It's so deadly. Because think about it. A man literally can have the most horrible past you can think of with women. Beating them, unaliving them, graping them, you name it. They can have the most horrible past ever. But somehow they can convince you that you are special. You have changed everything about them. God couldn't do it, but you could do it. You're special. Like, that's insane. The level of delusion from the woman has to be huge.
That's the American dream, Kilo.
We have to buy in. Dream. Well, the woman has to buy in. That's how all of this shit works. We have to buy the delusion of it. We have to buy into it.
But Kilo, you have to take a step back and think about what trends the most on social media in the Black spaces. It all has to do with finding the right dream relationship.
Yeah, because it's a campaign. It's a campaign. Everything these men say, everything the women say, it's all a campaign to get Black women to be committed to the delusion. All of it.
Even if it is like on the surface anti that, it's still talking about. It's still centered around it.
Yeah, it's still you're still selling it. This is what you're selling. And I'll say whatever I need to say. I mean, it's the same thing with when men keep saying, oh, I can't be monogamous. I can't be monogamous. I can't be monogamous. If they say it enough, women start saying it. And then boom, we bought into the delusion of it. Oh, men can't be monogamous. Okay, fine, fair enough. I'll just make sure he loves me. And then you have women on podcasts and shit going around talking about, yeah, men always gonna cheat. So at least I'm gonna be the loyal one. At least he come home to me. Like, you know what I mean?
Let me tell you this course on how to deal with his non-monogamy. Let me tell you this course on how to navigate the treachery.
But that's the campaign. That's the campaign, and it sells. It sells every time. So
I think the right person can get someone to focus up. You hear about it all the time, but maybe I'm wrong.
You're not. I mean, I guess that's the beauty of this interview was that there wasn't a single clean answer. There was an invitation for exploration, and then there was clear points of where to explore.
Yeah.
Mother wounds, father wounds, addiction to love, addiction to sex. And some people have negative opinions about the words addiction and sex and love being put together.
Yeah.
But I think anything that you do repeatedly that you don't want to do, you can label as an addiction. When you actively don't want to do something, but you can't stop yourself from getting on that ride. But I'm not saying that from like a DSM-5 standpoint.
Well, that's important for people to answer for themselves, the person who is the fuckboy.
And the reason why I don't think it's
her definition of addiction is so messed up that like it's not even workable.
Can you summarize it for me? I feel like she said two very slightly different definitions now and then earlier.
Her definition, no, it is the same one. Her definition essentially is you are not addicted if you want to do the thing.
want is not relevant in addiction. Whether you want to or not, it doesn't matter. You will do it. There's a compulsion to do it to the level of harm either to yourself or to others. That's what makes it an addiction. I don't understand.
Right.
She's
I
a
don't know
silly girl.
why she doing this want and enjoy. Like I don't know why she keeps
Because
doing
she's a
that.
Philistine. That's part of the brand. I'm being so serious though. It's part of the brand of like sex positivity. I guess you could say in the same way that people talk about body positivity. It's like, oh yeah, no shame, no shame, no shame, no shame to this extreme degree of where we're not talking about things in a real way.
But when you make that term of addiction, I can't apply it to anything else then.
Right.
Because I'm not going to tell someone who comes in who's a heroin addict that they're coming in for help. They don't want it. And I'm telling them, no, you want it. You love it. You want this. That's why you're addicted. Like, what, girl?
For me, and that's why the conversation she was having with that particular man was uncomfortable for me, because it leaves so much space for that kind of coercion of confusing someone who is clearly in a vulnerable, influential space.
Right.
Right, because you're telling them that they want it, and telling someone who's trying to actively not do something that they want it is very dangerous.
Because it's more centered on you want. The truth of the matter is you want this person to consent to doing this thing with you because you want to do this thing. You don't really care, even though you have awareness of where this person's quote unquote desire to do this thing may come from. Because maybe they only want to do this thing because they think it's going to get a certain kind of engagement or, something from you that you already know you have no intention of giving.
Right.
But it takes the serious, in my mind, I guess, it takes the seriousness of what addiction truly means out of it. When you kind of water it down and make it this kind of, it feels more playful and very like, I don't know. I feel very kind of disgusted by her definition of addicted.
In the guy's case, it just removes his agency, which again, like I was saying earlier, I feel like this isn't even about like addiction. I'm just speaking very generally, but it's like, I have to think about just how much effort you put in and just how much time has been put into you getting that thing that you're after that matters. And again, he's not just like coochie is not just being thrown at him from all of these different angles and he's just trying to dodge and dodge and dodge and then one ends up like hitting him. He's actively going out there and giving women a false sense of security in order to get in their pants. Like that to me does not ring addiction.
Yes,
that to me does not ring desperation. It rings, I don't care about how I'm hurting these women. I just want something from them. And I'm willing to do what is required in order for me to get that.
Yeah, I want to be degenerate. That's not an addiction. That's why I feel like her trying to put this overlay to combine the two is very dangerous. Also, Katrina, you're hilarious. You're hilarious. And I can't. You're on timeout. Katrina's in timeout.
It's partner dependent because I'm 40 now, and all throughout
being a fuckboy.
No. I'm not. I never was with you, and you never were with me, and I love that. But all throughout, my 20s, when I turned 30, I met you at 30, 31. But I had great.
He was never an F-boy with you when y'all were friends with benefit, when he was pushing you away, when he said, this is what you were serving, this is why you're here right now.
Yeah, just physical.
No, but what made him what would have made him an F-boy is if he tried to mislead her the way he misled women before her. She puts value on the fact that he was upfront and honest with her.
As far as she knows. As far as she knows, yeah.
Yeah.
And she didn't shame him for being upfront, and she didn't penalize him for being upfront.
So when they got in a relationship and they could do their open thing, she was like, this, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. Cool. All right.
Well, we'll wait for the 7-part story time. Let's go.
I mean, he would be big dumb if he gave up everything now.
I'm going to go live tomorrow because I have some mess.
Cool. Let me know when, because I'm gonna be editing. Because I made videos, but I was too exhausted to
You
edit
won't want
them.
to watch it too, Kilo, because it's just what you talk about, like a story time. It's a little story time. It's the beginning of one. She ain't finished it yet, but still.
I see what I can do. Y'all stressing me out with all these labs, all these creators, and all of this. Y'all stressing me out.
Get with it, girl. We gotta bring in the bacon. We gotta cook the
Right.
bacon. We gotta help y'all and contribute.
Well, first of all, Themis didn't even let me know ahead of time. He just so happens I was off today, but my family had came to visit me. I was like, "What? You ain't let
What do
me
you mean? I go
know."
live at 6 p.m. Easter
But you
every
didn't let me know
Friday.
you wanted me to be there. I thought I'm only special occasions. You just drag
Wait
me
a
out when
minute.
you
So
need
would
me.
you have told your family to leave? Like, what do you mean?
No, I just like to know ahead of time so I could have been like, "Oh, I can't come," in case he wanted me to come. That's all.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I will let you know in advance.
No, yeah.
She
I
didn't
will
want to
let
treat you like a fuck boy like everybody else.
Like everybody else. I treated everyone else bad, but not you, baby.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Oh wait, I didn't even get to the DVD wanted to go visit Holly, and the judge was like, absolutely not. The only way you go in over there is if you get a person to watch, a neutral third party to watch, and you cannot film at all the trip. So let's see if he gonna go. Let's see if DVD is going to go over there where Holly is with a supervisor, someone to supervise his visit with his child, if he can film. Let's see if he's going to do it.
I hope he does film and then he's going to get in trouble and then we could just stop this whole thing.
Right. So that's all the story I had. I was going to drag him more, but it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah, we
I also was able to snuff out love bombing, Dennis theory, gaslighting, manipulators, people who use reductions really quick.
Yeah.
In my 20s, I couldn't.
Yeah.
So I dated a lot of Marios and Duckworths. And now that I'm 40 and I can check back on those people on social media, I literally don't know one who's in a relationship. I don't know one who's married.
Yeah.
I don't. So like, that just tells me like,
everybody else can sniff it out too.
or like, hey, if it is like, I have this might be a bad comparison. This might be a community only statement here, but.
You want to know something really degenerate? She's like, all them people when they were younger were F-boys and they are not happy and they don't have any relationship. So people sniff it out. That's what happens to you. While sitting or standing across from an alleged F-boy, no, a affirmed F-boy that you married.
F-boy in remission. Get it right.
Also,
So, like,
it's not like the other girls though, right? Because
yeah, like
I dated those guys, but I got rid of them because I knew I could see that it was going to be nothing. And if you look back, I was right.
Yeah, because they have nothing. Mind you, he was a trash person to other women. Like those men could have been trash to you and found someone else, but you have made them a villain in your story, rightfully so. And then you confirm that they're villains because they could not get in relationship, while this man is a villain in other women's story, and you made him not a villain by making him your husband. And that to me is trash. The way she does her own retrospective and the men who were in her life and confirm that they were trash because of how they treated her and her engagement, or like them being F-boys while married to an alleged an F-boy, it's kind of weird. Like it is weird to have that kind of dissonance and articulate it like that as if like you were right. No, they can find women. He found you.
Correct.
They can find women. He found you.
And then he feeds her ego, like you said. He goes, yeah, like you can sniff it out. Like, stop it before you piss me off.
Do we think she believes him? Like, I know she enjoyed the ego stroke, but do we think that she actually believes him when he says she changed him?
No, because if she changed him, she probably wouldn't have to have maybe she wanted an open relationship. I don't know if they have an open marriage.
Well, I saw somebody in the comments say that I think it was open when they first got together. Obviously, they confirmed that, but that the marriage is currently closed
on someone's end.
I think he's very much open, but I guess we'll see in our 7-part series in about 2 or 3 years.
Oh no, we will never see that. That goes against her brand.
No, from him, maybe, probably.
Well, that's true. You know, they like to spill tea.
They like to crash
after they
out.
do their dirt.
Anyway, though that's that on that. The after show was like 4 hours long. The after show was longer than the actual show.
You've been doing that. You've been doing that.
Period. Final thoughts.
You know,
You gonna go find you a Duckworth?
never said that.
Yeah, you drop your album, girl.
Who gonna buy your album?
Y'all remember that song by Jamie Foxx and Chris Brown? It's like, it's called "You Changed Me."
What? Did you make that up?
Ain't nothing about Chris Brown changed.
Your baby, I love it. Used to be the type of nigga never want to settle down till you change me, baby.
Nope, never heard it.
What is that?
That's the song. It just brought it up to me because we out here changing niggas. We changing them. Period, black women. We're changing the men.
Famous was the delivery guy hot. Actually, the front desk person was flirting with the delivery guy.
Justice, why would my husband need to know that information?
Right.
Right. Messy girls. Vitamin, any final thoughts, babes?
Scrutinize these men as ever. And that's it.
All right. Guess what I'm watching, y'all? Keela, any final thoughts before I tell y'all what I'm watching?
Squid Games.
No, I ain't got no final thoughts. These girls already know.
I'm watching Dragon Ball, and then I'm going to finish Dragon Ball and then watch Dragon Ball Z, and then watch Dragon Ball GT. I don't remember which one. I'm watching all the Dragon Ball Zs.
I can't support that, but dude,
why?
I just can't get into it. I watched all of them at the time, but now when I try to go back and rewatch, I can't.
Yeah, no, it's kind of weird, and I didn't realize how creepy the old man was in Dragon Ball, and how perverted, and it's very obvious and in your face. So maybe as a child, I thought it was like funny.
Yeah,
but watching it now, it's just like, oh, kids were as children, we were watching this and thought this was funny, what he was doing to women and how he was like going under the table to look under women's dress and like actually being like a creepy, disgusting person.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Huh?
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
It's very cringy.
You don't remember it?
It's very cringy.
To be fair, I would just watch it when it came on Toonami. Like Dragon Ball Z wasn't something that I.
To be fair to you, I didn't remember until I started rewatching.
Got it.
It's very.
I'm watching Apothecary right now.
Oh my gosh, it's so good! It
is.
I am watching Naruto. I did, but every time I watch up until Bushy Bro gets beaten by Gara, I think I just like lose it. Like I lose all interest. Like I don't go further. I've tried to rewatch it every 2 years or so. I try to rewatch Naruto, and I stop at that exact point every single time.
I rewatch Naruto Shippuden, but I don't rewatch Naruto that often.
Yeah, I like
Naruto.
Naruto.
I may never watch it. I'm sorry, too many episodes.
You get a list of filler versus actual.
I know everybody recommends that, but then I'll get FOMO. I'm gonna be unhappy either way.
One of y'all people dropped a gay manga thing in the Discord. Like,
hey! We in the Discord. What are you talking about?
Confidential. I don't know what you mean.
Wait, I feel like you owe some money now. Because
whatever do you mean?
That happening in the Discord.
Whoa, is there officers here? FBI agents? What's going on?
All right, whatever. But I didn't know what it was, and girl, I don't know I started reading, and I was like, yeah, what is this? Y'all are dead wrong. I had to go delete them. Did I read to chapter 30? Did I read it to chapter 30? I did.
Oh
I didn't do it all the way to
That's nearly half of it.
Period. That's half. You about to go ahead and finish. Period.
I was
All right,
so
got another
confused. I was so confused. Like, I was so confused with what was happening. And then I realized women exist in this world. There are actual women in this world.
There are.
And so the man going through that, I was like, who literally sat down and said, you know who I'm going to make do this thing? I'm going to make this man be able to do this thing. That's what I'm going to do. And
Yeah,
I
it's
will
a whole
change nothing
genre.
about the anatomy. Like,
It's a whole genre. It's magical. It's magic.
It's very magical.
It's very magical. Very
Very
magical.
informational.
Very very informational. Very insightful. Very
Really draws you into the story. You know
very
what I mean?
much gets you
You want to
hooked
know
in-
something? I am so pissed because I have to keep skipping because I'm trying to get to what the plot is. Ain't no plot. Ain't no plot.
There is a plot.
There is no plot.
There
Ain't
is
no plot.
definitely a plot. It's their love.
You're
The
skipping
plot-
the plot. You're skipping the plot.
Yeah,
Whatever it is that you're
right,
skipping, it's the plot.
The plot. Correct. You're skipping the plot.
Let me tell you.
The parts you're skipping is the plot, baby. That's the plot. DJ, have you got started on that one?
Okay, I have not. It's been a
Okay,
very somber week, but I am going to start.
Don't read it.
If not
Do not
tomorrow,
read this
Monday.
foolishness.
Themis, we have a whole book club.
Literally.
This is one of many.
This is like the fourth installation. Like you got to catch up, actually.
Okay,
DJ
since you
got a
brought it
newcomer.
up, I'm just sitting here like, oh, when did it make it into that?
It accidentally slipped over
When
into the
did it
general.
make it into that
Yeah,
space?
it slipped over into the general. Sorry,
Kilo
guys.
just dropped that fire, and I'm like, oh, so we're inducting more people. Period.
It
But was
slipped
Sheila the
over.
one who dropped it?
I'm president of the book club, and DJ is vice president.
Mhm.
Knack is secretary.
Correct.
We have a whole book club, sweets. Like this is our thing. This is what we read. We
Yeah,
talk
just keep
about, we
on
discuss.
reading. Keep on reading. You'll find the plot.
The plot's there.
Eventually.
Gotta slow it down. Stop skipping chapters. Read slower.
Right. Take it all in.
Take it all in. The plot is amazing. The plot is amazing.
I'm trying to figure out what the plot is, but
You skipping the plot. You skipping the
You
plot.
focus on the wrong things.
Yeah, you focus on the wrong stuff. Correct.
they don't explain no power system. People going inside of
DJ,
trees.
I can't do nothing with this. This man.
This ain't no encyclopedia.
I
I'm
can't do
sorry.
nothing with this. I can't do nothing with this. It's crazy. I can't do nothing with this. He talking about DJ. Be careful. We in it. We in it.
We've been there.
We've been
Yeah.
Oh, that's lore that we really need to introduce to the populace. That's some good lore right there.
For sure.
But anyway, y'all do not be reading them foolishness.
Well, actually, some other people accidentally clicked on it, and we got a couple other people who want to be in the book club. So you don't know who didn't get the plot. You're the only one who didn't understand the plot, babes. So.
Everybody else got it immediately. Understood.
I mean, I did skip because, like, every time they legit, it's like, okay, this is gratuitous. Like, all of this is
No such
so
thing.
No such thing. I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
Everything I've seen, everything I've read, it's been absolutely necessary. I don't know what you're talking about.
Every panel, absolutely necessary. I've never seen any. And in fact, sometimes I need a little bit more.
Have they ever met up without, like, literally, if they even see each other? Like, if they, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Period.
I mean,
I don't want
sometimes-
you to see each other without it. That's insane. What are we
Right,
here
like-
for?
Talking? I could just read people talking in any other book. Like, nothing harm here.
Right. They know why we're here.
I'm not you're crazy.
An alpha is in heat.
Gratuitous is insane.
Themis, you're wild because this is exactly what you wanted from Kingdom of the Wicked series, and you didn't get that, and now you're complaining.
Yeah, but that was that girl, that witch, and her demon, right? Like, whatever. But it's like, where is this child? Where's this egg supposed to? I'm gonna leave it
You
alone.
didn't keep reading. You didn't keep reading. You didn't keep reading. You would have seen that. You would have seen it. And now you would. And there's a twist. There's a little twist at the end.
Ain't
You
no
missed
twist.
it. There.
Ain't no twist. Whoever wrote this wasn't writing a twist. Whoever wrote this was like,
don't do that.
most
Don't do
certainly a
that.
twist.
The storytelling be storytelling.
The
I don't know what-
storytelling be
they're like,
telling.
we
It
drew
paints a
some
picture,
face.
if you will.
We drew some face and we drew some anatomy, and that's all you're gonna get.
Yeah, period. Kill it.
I mean,
And they
what more
killed
do you
that.
need,
And
actually?
they killed it. They only
What
had
else
that
do
to
you
do,
need?
and they killed it. 10 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Gratuitous. I ain't never.
That's disrespectful, actually. That's a slap in the face to every panel that was drawn from scratch.
Right.
Their heart and soul poured into that. And hear you.
And here
Girl,
you
ain't no
go.
novel. Talking about you like a steamy novel. It's not a novel. It's not, I don't know what that is.
It's not a novel.
It's some
it
cartoon
comes
men
to
do
life.
nothing.
Lola, it comes to life, baby.
Yes.
It's beyond. We're beyond the novel.
No imagination is needed.
No.
You see everything you need to see.
We're beyond that, babes. There's no words. You don't even need. Honestly, I don't need words during those times.
For real. I'll fill in the blanks. I know what's happening.
I
Like,
know
you-
what's going on.
Like,
Yeah,
let's
I was
get
trying
to
to
it.
figure out what the mom was trying to do, what the wizard was trying to do. I was like, what's happening?
To
Where's
be
the
fair,
plot
the
twist?
women are drawn really gorgeously.
For
the
no
black women are
reason.
gorgeous
For absolutely no reason.
because
For
it's not about
absolute-
them. Because it's not about them, famous.
never
It's not
been about
about them. I love the black women. Oh my god, DJ, the black women are drawn so beautifully. Gorge. And
Okay,
he
I'm
talking about the women are not useful. Yeah, because it's not about them, babes. If you want that genre, hop over to the other side. We're over here.
Like, isn't it nice for the women to just be able to exist?
Right.
And the
Rest.
men that are objectified. I love it.
Right. Let the women rest. Let the women rest.
You know who didn't rest?
Yeah, period. Period.
What do you call it? The Campari? I don't know what you call them.
He didn't rest. He didn't rest. The Smyrna did not rest.
Yes,
Capri,
Smyrna.
the Smyrna did not rest with his Capri. There was no resting to be had. Period. Look, the chat gets it. See? The chat.
They want the name,
That's
girl.
why I F's with y'all. The chat gets it, Themis. You don't get it. They ain't read it and they get it. You don't get it.
I don't get it.
Yeah, you don't get it. That's fine. Some things is not for you.
I need the title so I can judge for myself. Absolutely not. We would be breaching all kinds of rules if we should say the title on here.
I'm sorry, guys.
Just know that I have been scarred very deeply.
No, you have been touched.
You have been your eyes have been opened.
Yes.
I would like them closed. Anywho, I appreciate you all. Thank you all so much. Let me go watch Dragon Ball and eat.
All right, I'm gonna go listen to some of Duckworth's music. Just see what he's about. Like, you know.
Now DJ.
I-
Now DJ.
I'm just gonna see what he's about. He's on a new journey.
You don't need to know
And
nothing
this is
he's
why
about. It's
Vitamin-
nothing good.
No. Vitamin needs to be called out for this talking about come behind me, DJ. When Kilo and I were pointing out that DJ is out here lusting after this man, you're like, no,
I'm
I'm
always
gonna
going to try to believe. I'm going to give the
Right.
girlies the benefit of the doubt.
She
There
said
ain't
she
no
gonna go.
benefit
She
of the
said she
doubt.
gonna go scope out the scenery.
I ain't say all that. I'm just saying, like,
That's really
see what he's
wild.
about.
That's really crazy, DJ. Come on now. You really said
Guys, no, like,
make me look crazy.
no,
You
you
gotta
don't
show me.
understand. I feel like I could change him a little bit. Like Shan
How
kind
could
of
you embarrass
inspired
him
me.
like this?
She
How
said
could
she gonna go on a field trip and bring us back a little something.
Oh wait, hold up. I ain't bringing back nothing.
DJ Adia just embarrassing Vitamin.
You really played me. It's fine.
Like, hold on, wait. So Themis, your friend could be a little Delulu, but I can't be Delulu too. Like, let me have fun. That's your problem.
I clocked your T. Is that the phrase? I clocked your T from the get go. It's Vitamin was lost. Vitamin was the one who couldn't vet. Vitamin is the problem here, not me.
I got
Like,
a
I've
soft
been
spot for
known.
the girlies.
Well, not that girly, because she know what it's giving. She said she gonna go scope out the scenery. She
I'm
right
about
back.
to show you.
different. It's gonna be
I'm
different
about to
this
show
time.
you my thumbnail in the Discord.
She said it's gonna be different. You go ahead, DJ. You can change him. I believe in you.
Good. I'm that
Look
girl.
at the Discord, Thebus.
You can change him.
Period.
I'm not
That's
worried
all I
about changing
needed.
him.
That's all I needed.
But I can save you, DJ. I can.
No, let him save me.
You know what? That's crazy.
You said let him save her. Vitamin, stop. Don't save her. She don't
That's
want
exactly what I was like, dang, I relinquish. Go ahead. Live your truth, sis.
Don't save her.
That is an alpha vitamin. That will be one alpha vitamin.
No, it's not an L for her.
That little piece of fabric around his neck.
See what
really
you did to me?
something
You
for
want to
her.
keep doing this to me, DJ? Are you like him? This how you want me to feel?
That little fabric,
and a little bit of the, that little scarf and a little bit of the chest meat. Yeah, I'm not. That's a
Not that scarf really did it for
God
you.
really sets the girlies on fire.
Yeah, the fact that DJ playing games in her face is wild. I was not a part of this literature.
Take it off your neck, put it around my wrists.
Period. I love that.
So after we were talking about how tabloid man he is, DJ's like, I'll take one man. I'll take one ascot.
I'll take one piece of fabric sample. Thank you.
Not you
Just
risking it
one.
all for the
I
band.
want to see if he has other colors. Like, does he have a collection?
And you saw DJ, you peeped
He
the
got
tattoo on the
a
chest.
collection of women.
DJ, did you peep the tattoo on the chest, baby?
Yes, he
Peep
was showing
that?
some cleavage. I like
Yeah,
that.
you peeped that. Nips was out. The nips was out. He's
Yeah, very much thotty. I like that. I like
giving,
him in a little
it's
thotty.
giving slut.
It actually is giving slut. Very slutty. Very slutty.
Yo, I'm going to bed. Good night.
I'll let y'all know how it go.
Wait, Kilo, before you go, one question before you go. Did you hear about my friend's question? Oh no, you weren't here.
I did not. What was the question?
I can't really bring it up. I don't remember the whole story now.
I mean, you gotta come into the Discord at another time and tell her.
Yeah,
You have to make time. You have to commit to your relationship with your wife and come in there and get her wise counsel because you are the head and she is the neck.
I'm the rib. Thank you very much.
She's actually the crown. Y'all did not watch my Tradwife video. My Tradwife video.
I am your ribs. I am your ribs.
Then she the whole body. She the foundation. She said, "Okay."
Period.
Yo, tell me why I hurt my shoulders working out, lifting.
Oh.
Ain't nothing a massage can't fix. I'm going to bed. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Night.